under her brutal dominion. Our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet. No different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel. the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss!
And we are at the final stretch. Well, technically the final day of the regular season. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Churros. We'll be your casters for today. And it's an exciting day, right, Churros?
Yeah, I mean, you did your homework. We had a little bit of a discussion earlier on. Kingdom Esports, Absolute Zero, as well as Flash SG might have a possible three-way tie leading up to tomorrow's, whatchamacallit, the Challenger bracket stage.
Yep, that's right. So don't forget, today will be the final day for the regular season. So which means that teams will only have today to be able to either secure the seat in the playoffs or to basically get relegated down to the Challenger stage.
Speaking of relegation, RSG, unfortunately though, this is the first time in the entire MPL career that this team has not made it and secured their spot in the the playoffs.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, technically speaking,
they're not relegated yet.
They're not relegated. There's another chance for them.
There's another chance.
Yep. There's another chance for them, but of course that's what we call about the scenic road. But before we go into more details regarding the standing, I want to give a huge shout out to, of course, our sponsors and organizations that keep us running as well. Of course, one of them, our presenting partner, IT. Don't forget to scan the redeem the QR code, scan the QR code, and also redeem the code as well for some discounts. And of course, get yourself some IT to power through the day. But of course, speaking about power, we are of course powered by Muntan and Pulse Nova Entertainment, our presenting partner earlier just now, IT. As well, of course, once in a while you do have our small little cute little otter kind of thing that's all across the map. It's really cute as well. And of course, we also have our official gaming chair partner, DX Racer, keeping us super comfy the whole day. And of course, partnering Esports, Future Living, and Singapore Esports Association.
Well, thank you to all the sponsors for making this possible. And not to forget, honestly though, IT, once you get this redeem code, once you get a couple of drinks in your hands, you might stand a chance to get into M7. Not get into, but like go over to Jakarta.
Yeah, you get to watch M7 in Jakarta live as well. Trust me, it's an absolute amazing feeling to be able to, be part of the international stage as well. But before that, speaking about going international, there's also an opportunity for you to also go into the international stage. But we're going to talk more about that later. Let's talk about the tournament format, Churros.
Yeah, right now we're in the seeded stage. This is the last day that teams might be able to secure their spot into the playoffs. Fortunately though, Evo has already secured that spot into the playoffs, so it doesn't really matter in the tomorrow's Challenger bracket stage, where the community teams will actually come up and face off against the seeded teams. So two MPL SG teams, those that are relegated, will fight for their lives in the Challenger bracket stage alongside big names. And I've seen the community team names.
Oh, they are.
You got Diablos coming back. In another squad, you have, I think it was Burn, who has his first time after 5 years. So huge shout out to all of them.
I like the fact that you had to bring a burn because, NPL casters have been watching this little kid has been, really grinding in the community scene for, I don't know, the start of my career as well. And I've always told him that, hey, I really want to scream your name in MPL. And finally, he's made it through into the Challenger brackets. Not confirmed playoffs as yet. But of course, we've already done our Challenger qualifiers. Tomorrow will be the Challenger brackets, like what Churros mentioned. Big names abound, but of course we've got to have to talk about the playoff. Today will be the main theme about which team from the 6 MPL Singapore invited teams will be able to lock in their positions into the playoffs. Only 4 will be able to go up, 2 will be going down to the Challenger bracket for tomorrow.
So we've already established Team Evo already moving over to the playoffs with a 4-0 win across all of the teams. So today's game, it doesn't really matter if they win or lose, but it's a very good showing. And huge shout out to Team Evo, especially Powerful, building this team from the ground up since Season 3 until now and having that top slot. It's no longer that curse where Evo is faltering in the
regular season debuff, right?
Yeah, it's no longer the red book anymore, and maybe that is their lucky charm. Like, throw away the red book, just go with the stack of papers, and then come in with the playoffs.
The red book brings back Juju.
Okay, but let's look at the more exciting things up to par. Flash SG, Ignite Gaming, Kingdom Esports, Absolute Zero, 2-2 match score all across the board. There might be a 3-way tie between Flash, Kingdom Esports, and Absolute Zero.
Yep, the only reason, there are 2 conditions for that to happen, right? Of course, later on we'll be going into the schedule of the day. I think that would be a better place to be able to show that. I think production heard me. Let's go over to today's schedule as I highlight which are the key matches you have to look out for. Of course, the upcoming matches is one of the first condition for Absolute Zero to hit 2-0 against RSG. If they do that, Absolute Zero will be 8 points. Now the keyword here is 8 points. Team Evo and IG, of course, you know, Team Evo is definitely the fan favorites right here in terms of winning. But another critical match will be the Kingdom Esports and also Flash SG. Now, these two have big names abound as well, and I think even myself, I don't really have a favorite team. It could go 2-1. And as long as one of these teams got the 2-1, or especially, well, Kingdom Esports, more importantly, Kingdom Esports getting a 2-1, that will force Team Flash and Kingdom Esports to go on 8 points. And of course, you heard the 8 points earlier just now, there will be a 3-way tie around the 8 points. But because of the head-to-head, it will definitely shake up the whole middle of the pack.
TLDR, I know Jace is just blabbering nerding out. But both of these two teams, that is the match to watch. Kingdom Esports versus Flash SG.
Definitely.
Let's take a look at the stats real quick. I remember the first day of the first season, it was all dangerous grass all the way. But let's take a look at the stats. Flying Cloud, 100% wins all the way, especially for Team Evil though. There's 3 games on Flying Clouds, it's 100% win rate on that one. Not too fond of that, just because it's really a comeback mechanic. And I think Team Evil really likes to play this around, especially with the matchup team fights. But let's take a look at the rest of the 3 main environmental changes: dangerous grass, broken walls, and expanding rivers. I think the most is broken walls. We see that quite a bit. Doesn't really affect the metas and doesn't affect the picks as much as we thought.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I personally feel I'm a big fan of Expanding Rivers and Dangerous Grass, right?
Yes.
These are the 2 maps that literally forces the team to really make their roamers do their work. If it's Dangerous Grass, means that, you know, you got to open up even more maps. Your EXP will be more, it has to go more for the tanky kind of style, and then after that, you know, open up as much, because there's a potential random jungler, a random roam of your enemy could just set up in one of these grasses, right? Apart from that, Expanding Rivers, you know, it quickens the game pace, make it very hard for the gold laners to literally do anything, right? Because now your gold lane is really stuck.
Yeah.
It's very hard for you to basically push even harder, because after that you're just gonna get ganked over and over again as Expanding River. And as a gold laner myself, I hate this map.
Yeah. I think Expanding Rivers is quite interesting because it doesn't really change that much. It just increases the movement speed so that you get to these neutral objectives much faster, much quicker. There are some teams that hasn't really experimented on Expanding Rivers, and Evo is one of them. So it will be exciting to see if Evo wants to go into or plays around Expanding Rivers and how they do that with the Magic team fights. But I do want to point out one fact that you put out there, which is Dangerous Grass is really dangerous. There's not one team that has 100% win rate on Dangerous Grass. It changes not the draft as we expected, but it changes the way that people like to play around Dangerous Grass, because there are bushes that you need to check, there is intel that you need to give your teams. Not only that, it sort of like changes the way that the mid lane paths around the jungle and paths around the mid side, because there are bushes that you need to watch out for. Assassin picks are definitely very vital in Dangerous Grass. Lord and Turtle takes and within these neutral objectives has a little bit of a different dimension, because you can wait in that bush right behind the den and immediately they can get pounced on. So quite an interesting kind of environmental change, especially for Dangerous Grass. I want to see if teams are able to harness that power moving over to this week. But I do want to say and point out a little bit of a change in the draft. We've been seeing quite a bit of fighter gold lanes as well. Yep,
that's definitely something that we should look out for. But before that, let's talk about the team roster right here. Here you are. RSG Singapore, you know, we kind of set them up as, you know, a bunch of fresh faces, completely new to MPL. Literally, this is one of the first few seasons. Of course, you've seen Ash as a sub. Hoki is a sub as well. I am a massive fan of Hoki from this particular RSG Singapore. Taurus is actually not too bad either as an EXP laner, but of course, you know, there's a lot of pressure on these. You can definitely take a look at the battle stations. I'm not really feeling it. Yeah, it's just kind of worrying, right? You know, looking at these esports players looking very down.
I do have to agree with you. It's always tough to come into a game that you just have to finish off with and come back tomorrow, try play it again, because tomorrow is just gonna be crazy. Starting at 10 a.m. all the way up to 9, you can play back-to-back games, and it's only BO1. There's only one chance for you to let this all go. But on the other side of the aisle, it's Absolute Zero. Let's bring players up and let's talk a little bit about them. I like the fact that they are actually showing up. I remember first day, they had a little bit of a challenge in terms of the communication, but now they bring back Bougie in the mid lane instead of Regina, which we thought, or Chesty. And I think they actually built up this team really well. Fake Cutie going back to the Assassins, playing a little bit more comfortable, and I think the imports actually coming in and really empowering the mid lane trio to do their jobs.
Yeah, definitely, right? Absolute Zero definitely did not get a very good week number 1. And I mean, I was just talking to some of the esports players around MPL Singapore. Yeah, if they're touting like the Bougie effect coming in for the side of Absolute Zero, like, kind of reminiscent of, you know, the Bray effect coming in for the side of RSG last season, right? Like how, because of Bougie's steady hand and explosive power, it gives a lot of confidence for the side of Vendetta to really shine as the EXP laner. His calls are right as well. And of course, Nomad, you know, stepping up, it makes it more comfortable for not only just that, the sellers also start dishing out the damage, because it's just really refreshing to see, you know, Absolute Zero recovering during week number 2, and now they're slated to really upset the whole middle of the pack.
Yeah. Speaking of week number 2, they almost got a game off of Flash SG. They got 2-1 is the score line for Absolute Zero against Flash. And with the defending champions, I really know that, you know, Absolute Zero has shown a lot of growth throughout the 2 weeks that we've played so far. So to secure the spot in the top 4, this is all down to this. It's all down to the execution. They really need to sweep RSG. They really need to put in their all. And let's go into the random map draw. I know you want to talk about expanding rivers. Well, here we go. A little bit more fast-paced momentum games, and I like that because Fake Cutie is going to be putting the assassin roles, and I want to see him being comfortable. I want to see him pulling out his micro mechanics in this game.
Yeah, definitely, right? This is also a map that I would say also favor Bougie a lot, right? Being so aggressive in the mid lane. Expanding rivers allow you to really start ganking the side lanes. After that, go back into the mid lane. And after, because Bougie is so comfortable on this Farsa, he's just setting out feather airstrikes over and over again. And I echo what you mentioned, right? Look at if you look at Fake QD's stats, he played 3 different assassins altogether: Hayabusa, Yushinshin, and Lancelot, and all to great successes, right? Like Yushinshin currently is 100% win rate for him.
Yeah, I remember talking to them after the first day, the first game. Is like, man, when Chesty was talking to me, it was they were drafting all on their own. There was no one to guide them, and I think right now they have a little bit of an understanding of how each of them plays their best. And I think these expanded rivers actually matter more to Nomad on the EXP side, or even to RSG's EXP laner, because this allows the EXP to rotate and roam towards that jungle pit even faster. Let's take a little draft real quick. Was taken off the bat. Starting off, Angela, Chip, Baxia is taking off the tables. RSG taking out all the assassins. You talked about Yushinshin, Lancelot, Hayabusa. So Fake Cutie is definitely on target here.
Yeah, and also that's something that PTBL also plays, right? Like, oh, literally, these are the 3 heroes that he plays, right? And of course, and then after that, the counterpick with the Fred and Melon has something cooking on the drafting books.
Yeah, I think this is the only tank jungler.
They don't have access to my Excel sheet, right?
This is the only one that Fake Cutie has picked up, right? He picked up Fredrin on the first day of the first game.
Definitely.
And it didn't work out so well because of the way that AZ likes to play, a little bit more fast-paced and aggressive. Once you take out the Fredrin, you don't really have that front line. But then, if you have a tank in the jungle, you really need secondary damage dealers and burst damage from your mid and your gold lane. But a lot of the times, they like to pick up the Juicins, they like to pick up the Yeeves, and it's all really slow damage per second instead of, like, you know, high DPS. So they're taking out all the high DPS just as expected. I think Melon is really cooking up this time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But now it forces Fake Cutie into this joy, and then after that, Vendetta. Now, you know, Vendetta is the one that popularized the Killian EXP lane, but now they've opted for the CC to kind of shred. And if you look at over the side of RSG, the PTBL went for the Fredrin. Yeah, so this CC is definitely going to be very vital against shredding against Fredrin. Now, Coach Melon's really cooking right here, right? I remember I pointed out how Buji's so comfortable on his mid laners, right? And now they're starting to take it away. Kimi is taken away. The Farsa's also taken away. Coming up next, if you want to talk about for the side Buji, he's currently... The next best thing is a Juicin, and now with this remaining ban coming up from RSG, I think they may also target down Buji's heroes.
Honestly, though, I don't really like the Juicin as much. I think a little bit more bursty heroes might work, but Bougie is known as an artillery mage player. So that ban onto the Eve,
there you go.
actually it's a target onto Bougie as well. So taking out all the artilleries, taking out all the long-range zonal controls from AZ, this is going to disrupt their gameplay a lot. So RSG has the gold lane and the roam in question. No Grok. No setups. They still have the R-Lot in question. I think the R-Lot and CC matchup is really quite good for both sides. It's an even Stevens kind of matchup because once you clear that wave, you start that rotation. CC is definitely going to have a better advantage in the early game, but when it comes down to the late game, it's all about setups. It's all about that taunts. It's all about the final slashes and whether or not they're able to redisrupt and redistribute that power over AZ.
Personally, if I'm looking at how RSG is doing it, I think they may also want to. I was thinking about you're counter picking the grandeur away from Salas. Also, another thing from the roamer, it seems like RSG has set on the Khalid as the main roamer here. Personally, I feel like if you drop a Mathilda for the side of RSG, right? Because if you take a look at how Arlot likes to dive, the Phrygian likes to dive as well. The Kalia all of a sudden, just because of Mathilda, kind of become like very less priority already. But Absolute Zero, this is a very scary matchup, very prone in the magic damage department. But if you notice, that's going to be a Salas on the Alice in the gold lane, or perhaps a CC in the gold lane.
It might be a CC in gold lane and then EXP Alice, just because the core power spikes is definitely on level 4. So you want to get Alice onto level 4. You have an early game rotation down to Turtle Pit and get your ultimate ready just to zone out RSG from any further harm. I do like RSG's draft a little bit better, though. They are more, how would you say, complete in this sense?
Balanced. Yeah.
And a lot of movement speed, though, with the expanded reverse. You pick up the Khalid, that is additional movement speed alongside that rotation. So you're going to see a lot of action in the early game from RSG. This might bite themselves in the butt later on, because in the late game, though, they have a lot of burst damage coming in from the Kimmy alone. AZ needs to buy a lot of time and build up that momentum, prolong these team fights to be able to dish out that damage. That's a problem with a pure magic damage team, and it's very easy to build against AZ.
Yep, another thing to take note is that Salas and Vendetta swapped earlier just now.
Yep.
It's going to be Salas on the CC in the gold lane. We're starting to see a few CCs in the gold lane as well. Alice in the EXP lane going up against the Arlot. This is going to be a very hard challenge for the side of Arlot, right? Because once Arlot dashes in, all Alice has to do is proc his passive, and all of a sudden, the Arlot couldn't do anything, right? Arlot really requires the amount of dashes right there, but of course, trust in Taurus to be able to execute that, especially going to the later parts of the game. The final slashing the Alice is just basically going to help her a lot more, because the passive and the ultimate thing is just so way too strong on the Alice this time round. We've seen teams struggle against Alice. We shall see whether RSG knows how to deal with her.
Yeah, we're jumping into the game. This is game 1 of the last day of the seeded stage. And Absolute Zero absolutely showing a lot of growth over the weeks. We'll be able to see if RSG is able to take at least one game off of Absolute Zero. But I do have a question for you, Jace. What is the stakes if AZ actually loses 2 games to RSG?
Relegated to challenger brackets alone. Because technically speaking, these two teams are at the bottom of the charts right here. I think this is where Absolute Zero, literally starting to go to Absolute 1, right? Stepping forward just a little bit. They need to get this 2-0 in order for them to not go down to be relegated.
Yeah, we're starting off with the Lethal Wanderer.
Ooh, lots of damage from the side of Bougie onto Hoki right there, but should be able to just heal that up immediately. But you can see how, Bougie is able to pilot this Juicin to great success. Nomad takes a lot of damage from the side of Murphy as well, but you mentioned Flicker already burned by the side of Nomad.
Yeah, a lot of high engage to no high value taken off from either side. Still even Stevens in terms of the goal lead. It's not too much, but I think how Absolute Zero should play this is play a little bit more safer, wait until Joy's power spike, and that is the problem with Absolute Zero's draft. The only damage will come from this Joy. If Fate Cutie is unable to get that 3 stacks into the Rhythm of Joy or into the Joy song, RSG is just gonna pummel over them. There's a lot of sustain, there's a lot of defense. There's so many thick, beefy boys in the side of RSG. The Absolute Zero is slowly chunking down. I think the CC in the gold lane doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I don't really like that, just because it's only single target, and this is how Absolute Zero actually falters.
Fake Cutie having a lot of damage, problem right there. PTBL picking up that first blood instantly pivots over to the turtle. A great start for RSG this far.
Yeah, taking the words right out of my mouth. Early game secured by RSG, taking the first turtle of the game. Not a lot of damage from Absolute Zero, and the single target initiation skills is what I don't really like. Oh, committal.
Vendetta really committed right there. Opt for the Rune of Throne, right? Throne of Ruin right there. Unable to catch anybody though. That's one massive ultimate also burned away. Absolute Zero right here, scrambling to find any form of wins.
Yeah, I think PQD going for the start on the side, try to increase that farming speed down the jungle, but RSG really taking it to toe. Absolute Zero cannot try to be aggressive in RSG's face just because the Khalid is there. High early game damage, high early game crowd control, especially from RSG. So it's a very simple game plan for Absolute Zero. Play into the late game, wait until the power spikes that Fake Cutie can bring along alongside it. The only issue that RSG might be able to equate to their downfall is basically in the late game, you don't really have anyone to split push except this Moskov that they have.
Yeah. I mean, right now, what RSG likes to play is they really like to send Ashe into a 4+1. Even with the 4 from the side of RSG, because of Murphy on the Kimi, you'd have decent amount of DPS. Technically speaking, that mid lane can act like a marksman. They could literally shred through the members from the side of Absolute Zero. But speaking of which, if the fight really goes a little bit longer, because Absolute Zero, hold on a second, Vendetta, this time around, make it close just a little bit. But look at the sustainability coming out from Vendetta. Fake Cutie trying to just dish for the win right here, but Torres right there with the final slash stops everybody. Nomad tries to gank, but decides not to go for it because Absolute Zero, they really cannot find any form of entry points at all. RSG is not giving it to them.
Yeah, a little bit too little damage from Absolute Zero, and that's the issue with their draft. You're having pure magic damage. Joy is not online yet. RSG is not going to falter. The only target that Joy would essentially have would be Murphy or Ashe, but in this point in time, they're not in the picture as of now. 10 seconds into the turtle spawns up. There's expanding rivers. You have a little bit more movement speed around these jungles. We got the pull back onto Hoki.
Tries to use a Tsunami Slam, but I think he wouldn't be able to cast onto that one because Hoki is not exactly a very good person for Bougie to burst down. And now Absolute Zero has to really navigate around this turtle fight very meticulously.
Just dancing it around Fake Cutie, trying to pull the turtle away from PTBL. It looks like a 5v5. This is the power of expanding rivers.
Yeah, but don't forget, you've also got Moskov also inching towards the mid lane. Doesn't really require the Spear of Destruction right here. Nomad decides to step forward just a little bit. Fake Cutie secures the turtle for himself. Here comes the traction pulse, but Vendetta, the amount of sustainability overwhelms RSG right there at the turtle pit. 2 members down.
It's a 5v4. You don't have the Moskov in play. Ashe is busy pushing down these side lane turrets, and that's why Absolute Z was able to win out on that one. If Moskov would have been in, RSG would have had a better shot. But right now, Absolute Zero up ahead in terms of gold with the second turtle take.
Definitely. I was talking about how Absolute Zero need to really basically do heart surgery right there against RSG Singapore, and this time around, surgery was a success, right? They are able to snowball just a little bit more, kind of equalizing themselves just a little bit more, but I will stand corrected actually. Just taking blue gold lead. Absolute Zero picking up another turret up top. 2k gold lead in the favor for them for now. They're gonna snowball.
Good conversions. Hoki will falter.
Leader right there. The traction pulse to no avail as well. PTBL getting picked up like a ragdoll by the side of Absolute Zero. And now RSG Singapore, they're in the back foot.
Yeah, Boogie's just so annoying with the lanterns. I mean, PTBL is a very slow, he picks up a very slow champion. So if you walk into much, I mean, you get slowed down by the lantern, you get picked up, and you get crowd controlled to infinity and beyond. And I think RSG might need to find a way to navigate through this, and I think Ashe needs to join in these team fights and play 5v5.
Yep. Oh, final slash from the side of Taurus. Absolutely missed, but it doesn't really matter. Bougie gets stunned just a little bit. I think RSG Singapore, I think in order to beat Absolute Zero, they really need to just stop hesitating and just legit commit to everything they've engaged on.
It's just a macro game. I don't know what Ashe is trying to do right here. He was trying to go into the mid side. He was trying to take up that mid wave, but the bottom side was wide open. He could have just went there to farm up. And I think Absolute Zero identified that Moskov is in the picture. Let's just push out in the side wave. Because typically when you have a Moskov, you put him in the split wave position.
Yep, Nomad right there. Tsunami Slam right into the periphery of Ashe, but it doesn't really matter. Ashe went down in the bottom lane because that's the power of the CC with so much mobility. She doesn't really mind to basically start turret diving over, so the RSG has to start the turtle fight with a back foot. PTBL, nobody for the same side of heal. Absolute Zero. Oh, Hoki missing the Raging Sandstorm right there onto 4 members. Absolute Zero getting things scot-free.
Great prioritization. All 4 members chasing one Fredrin. And Absolute Zero has that damage if all 5 members stick together.
Yeah.
I like the fact that Silas is actually pushing down that side waves. Just that CC alone is able to take down that Moskov too. RSG needs to find a way to babysit Ash.
Salas overextending his position just a little bit, but Nomad and Buji is right there. Murphy getting picked up by the side of the Juicin. And you know the members from the side of RSG Singapore, I feel like they've got the damage to deal with him, but that window slowly slamming shut onto their fingers.
4,000 gold lead, and Buji's damage is starting to hurt. Murphy was 50% of his health with 1 pull from that lantern alone. RSG doesn't have any zonal control. They're not playing that macro game, and Absolute Zero absolutely dominating this jungle with the expanding rivers to their name.
Yeah, literally, side lanes literally getting swiped down by Sandless as well. You know, Absolute Zero, they started with a back foot just a little bit. PTBL was the one that started got the first blood at the same time, and that's the only kill they've got so far for the 8 minutes.
You know, silver lining, they still have that mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, that mid lane is definitely going to be very important for RSG Singapore.
But they don't have that macro game though. They don't have anyone to put. I mean, if you look at the entire game, I wish there was a heat map, but Hoki take a lot of damage though.
And that's the power of the CC, especially when you go for a 1v1, right? Curtain Call onto Hoki, he's gonna get shredded. Curtain Call onto Taurus, shredded. Curtain Call onto PTBL, definitely shredded. No matter how strong or how thick your tanks are.
There's a lot of damage from Buji. So the mid lane, if you take a look at the heat map, Murphy and Buji are literally just gluing themselves in that mid lane. RSG not letting that T1 mid falter.
Spear of Misery does land onto Salas though, but it doesn't really matter. Members from the side of Buji, Absolute Zero just reinforces Salas, and now they're just going to destroy the infrastructure after infrastructure. RSG Singapore could do nothing but watch the turrets go down.
I'm looking at the tipping point. It was just that second turtle where Absolute Zero just 5-manned over RSG. Ash was free farming down the bottom side. I don't know why he was a little bit too slow to the game, but it's showing. The marksman is not inside these team fights. Absolute Zero though.
Raging Storm onto Buji. That's quite a bit of an expense, but it doesn't really matter. Buji getting picked up is absolutely good for the side of RSG Singapore, and now they just need to try to convert. Ash does have the Conan Staff already. He needs to join these fights now.
Yeah, Taurus, very good final slash off the map, throwing Buji into the turret's range. And right now, RSG Singapore are able to come back and fight for this Lord. They're playing a numbers game, but they're playing it too slow.
Yeah.
They're trying to push Ash onto the top side, but he also needs to be babysitted by Hoki and Murphy, so they're out of the opposite side of the map. Glory gets that reset, and Absolute Zero, Buji's coming back into play.
And we're back to square one once again, Churros, right? Like, I really echo you. There was a small little window of opportunity, and RSG Singapore kept getting their fingers really shut tight, because Absolute Zero is the one that's slamming these windows of opportunity against RSG Singapore. And Absolute Zero is just taking advantage right here, and here comes Vendetta, final slash from the side of Taurus, but it may be a little bit too slow for the side of RSG to basically reinforce, and now here comes the Traction Pulse for the side of Murphy, but it doesn't really matter because Absolute Zero just crushing RSG. A double kill for the side of Salas as Ash plays Farm Bill up top.
RSG is just split apart like headless chickens. Absolute Zero, 5 members onto 1 every single time.
Yeah, it's just Absolute Zero catching all these very perfect opportunities, and RSG Singapore is none the wiser.
Yeah, I think PTBL and Taurus was in the front line trying to tank for everyone, but there was no backup, especially from Hoki or Murphy. Murphy was a little bit too far on that Lord fight, which caused their downfall, and Absolute Zero just ramping up the aggression, trying to push them all back, increase that lead, and try to push down at least all the T3s. And now T1s are, the mid side's already fallen for RSG. The only thing that's open is the side lanes, but for RSG, they're very, very passive. Ash can't play that side lanes alone. Like, I don't think he has that confidence to do so.
Yeah, he has. I feel like right now, RSG Singapore does have the damage, right? Golden Star for the side of Ash, especially on the Moskov, should be able to do something right here. Now, Murphy going for the Sky Piercer, even though this late. He needs to make sure the Sky Piercer absolutely works, because right now, you know, the members for the side Absolute Zero is giving them no quarters. Vendetta all the way to the back line. He is really unfazed. They're even fighting right underneath the turret. Buji picking up PTBL already, and now Absolute Zero cracks open RSG side of the map. Taurus with the final snatch. The Raging Sandstorm right there will be able to try to capture it, but Fake Cutie outputting the damage, picking up a lot of damage, and also just dishing out a lot of them against RSG Singapore.
Very, Good final slash, good find onto all members of Absolute Zero, trying to delay their approach, but still, our Absolute Zero just got what they came for, taking out all T3s. Right now, Absolute Zero has the bigger advantage over that map, especially when you have expanding rivers.
Yeah.
You're able to just sit down on that top quarter side of that jungle very effectively. RSG can't even move forward now.
Yeah, Absolute Zero, just take a look at that. And you know how observers are actually highlighting there's literally no more base defenses for the side of RSG Singapore. Yes, Absolute Zero lost 2 members. It's good shutdown goal for the side of RSG Singapore, but losing these defense mechanisms for the side of RSG Singapore is definitely going to hurt. Absolute Zero got the better part of that deal.
To be honest though, right now I'm eating my words. Absolute Zero has so great setups. You go in first with Vendetta with the thorns, and then Nomad just jumps in, grabs any loose member, and then Absolute Zero with the high target prioritization just takes down one head at a time.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, RSG Singapore, I think right now for the side of Absolute Zero, they really need to play around RSG Singapore's side of the Purify, right? That's the only because right now, Nomad is actually also very smart on this Kalia, right? He's not really going in. Just going in with a Tsunami Slam willy-nilly. He makes sure that the rest of the members for the side Absolute Zero is ready to receive the pickup.
Now it's just a waiting game. 20 seconds till Lord spawns up. RSG very, very passive. Down in the bottom, down in their base. There's not much that Ash can do. Even though the damage is coming through, he really needs Murphy to try to set that up with the ulti. But Ash isn't really showing up in this late stage of the game. I don't think RSG can afford to risk going for this Lord, but they're moving, advancing through that top quarter of that jungle.
Now, Ash needs to join these fights, right? Because Absolute Zero right now... Oh, another pickup right here, BTBL.
Oh!
Nice traction pulse onto 2, but it doesn't really matter because the blue HP bars is up online. Ash finally joins the fight, unfortunately.
Oh,
but he's
damage!
actually getting pushed off just a little bit. But Ash, picking up some form of damage. Bougie getting shut down right here. And now the rest of the members on the side of Absolute Zero just collapse onto Ash. Takes him down. Fake Cutie dances around RSG Singapore.
That's it, on one side wave!
From the side of Absolute Zero. And they're just going to penetrate through into their core and pull a full stop for game number 1 against RSG Singapore.
Ash showing some silver linings, but Fake Cutie finding that angle, finding the rust in that iron and taking RSG down for game number 1. Absolute Zero showing a dominant performance at the opening match of the last day of the seeded stage.
Yeah, definitely not feeling well for the side of RSG Singapore. Just take a look at Absolute Zero, unfazed right there. Yes, Fake Cutie is definitely having a lot of fun right there on that Joy, but don't forget that Joy, that output on the damage. There's so many AoEs from the side of Absolute Zero. RSG Singapore is just instantly melted.
If you're RSG right now, you're gonna feel really disappointed with yourself. There's a lot of loose members. There's a lot of mistakes that that could have been avoided. PTBL, it's always in the front line alongside Taurus, but where is Hoki trying to protect Ash? But Ash coming in a little bit too late. I mean, as always, he's got a late game hero on that Moskov, but the damage doesn't really come through, and that's how Absolute Zero was able to maintain that momentum and then sweep through these team fights.
Yep, and don't forget, it is also definitely RSG Singapore that did have a better start, right?
Yeah.
PTBL picking up their first blood right there, and of course, you know, Absolute Zero pick up a very bad fight in the early game. I think because that's the typical part of a double fighter kind of roster. Your power spike is definitely gonna hit a lot harder in the mid game, and they maintain that snowball all the way to the end. Because I've seen teams with double fighters, but they're unable to capitalize on it. Absolute Zero definitely capitalized on it and snowball, and they definitely deserve that win.
Yeah, very good. Actually, honestly, decent draft for Absolute Zero for what they honestly wanted to do. Let's take a look at the MVP of the game. It's Sailors as CC. I really look down on this CC, honestly, at the early state of the game.
My brother,
just because it's a single target hero. And I'm not a big fan of single target damage, but the damage that he shows, the aggression that he dishes out, especially onto Hoki, especially onto Ash, is just unparalleled. 100% kill participation from this yo-yo swinging maniac.
Yep, Oracle, and also you go for the Blade Armor with Vengeance. The Moskov fears you. You just literally kill. You literally go in for a suicide. You add the Awar X to it. All of a sudden, you've got so much sustainability. And speaking of sustainability, just take a look at the emblems. How many Brave Smites did you count for the side of Absolute Zero?
Not only Brave Smites, right? There's a lot of sustain coming in from Absolute Zero. Vendetta has his own healing factor. You got CC with the healing factor, and you also got Nomad who has that passive to heal your teammates. So that's why they can afford to rush down these turrets in the T3s in the early part of the later part of the game just now. And I think that also contributes to a lot of the bigger team fights that Absolute Zero wants to push towards, because they could rush, they can try to layer in the players. Vendetta goes in first, and then once he does his job, Sailors comes in with the curtain call, dishes as much damage as he can, and then gets out. Nomad then jumps in, try to pull any loose members back, and then Fake Cutie just finding an angle onto the right target.
I personally feel it's just, you know, how the members of the side of RSG Singapore, they do have the damage. If you take a look at Ash, he did pick up quite a few items for himself already. He should be, you know, fight ready. But it seems like, you know, the members from the side of Absolute Zero is constantly catching RSG Singapore off guard.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the Sky Piercer that Murphy bought in the later stage of the game. He was all 1-1 if I remember correctly. Once he got that Sky Piercer, he got maybe around 2 stacks. It's a very cheap item. You can buy the Sky Piercer just to get a little bit more extra damage and then secure kills. But in that late stage of the game, I would feel that it would make a bigger impact in team fights if he went for something like the Lantern instead of the Sky Piercer. At least it's more utility. At least it gives a little bit more of a damage power that PTBL is able to soak up.
Yeah, and also, you talk about damage right here. Here you go. Here's the damage charts. I think all eyes definitely going to be on Salus. You can see that he's literally shredding Hoki. Hoki couldn't even step forward just a little bit. Just take a look at the damage dealt by the side of Salus. 78k, one of the highest from the side of Absolute Zero. And, you know, time to start really appreciating CCs even more, right? Like, you thought he's a good opener to counter any of the EXP laners, but then you got Salus right here, bringing it all the way to the gold lane, ignoring the laning phase. We go into massive team fights, we go into the brawl. Expanding rivers allow you to do that. Hoki stepping forward, shred. PTBL stepping forward, gets shredded by the curtain call.
I mean, to be fair, Absolute Zero just played to their draft. If they want to go single target, they go single target straight off. That's a 5-man pick off onto one member every single time that a team fight starts. RSG could not try to go for that AoE stun that Murphy's able to dish out with that ultimate, and that caused their downfall. And honestly though, I kind of dig Absolute Zero's draft right now. It makes so much sense. I was a little bit hesitant about Joy having enough damage, but then again, you know, Absolute Zero has their game plan set in motion. But now, moving over to game number 2, what needs to change for RSG? There's a lot of communication issues that needs to be fixed, right?
I personally feel like RSG Singapore is getting punished because of their 4+1 matchup, right?
Yes.
Like, Ash, if you notice from week 2 onwards, he's been always being shoved all the way to the side lanes.
Yeah.
And then when you remove the side lanes away, you need something that, an EXP laner that can basically dish out quite a decent amount of damage, right? The first EXP laner that comes into my mind that could dish out the damage, number 1 definitely going to be the CC.
Yeah.
Number 2 definitely going to be the Lapu Lapu. You need the 4 members that is left to basically output enough damage to deal with and basically act like as a 5-man member. Then finally at the later part of the game, you bring the Moskov back into the picture.
Actually, to be honest though, in the draft, Moskov was the last pick. I think if your opponents pick up a fighter side lanes, it might be viable to pick up a fighter side lanes yourself. So I think RSG could very well go for Ruby. At least you have a little bit more setup control. Try to deny that Joy anyways. Could hold herself well against the CC, and then the main damage should come from Murphy in the mid side. But I don't think they're confident in that kind of approach. In the grand scheme of things, though, I do echo your sentiments. I think the 4+1 isn't working out. It was very, 1 season ago, 2 seasons ago kind of a draft, but it's not very. It's not very. I'm not very confident. I'm not very confident in throwing like Moskov down the side lanes. It's not as mobile as if you throw a Ling down the side lanes. Someone that can clear that wave and then just get out of the way.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more reliance on the Moskov to really land the SOD.
Yes,
And even
yes.
if you land the SOD, there's also chances where you really cannot take the SOD because your team is not there. Everybody is going to huddle around your shadow, and then after that, going to pounce if you dare to pounce. And also, in order for the SOD to work as well, I think definitely a lot of team communication is required. But also kudos over the side of Absolute Zero. You know, they've identified opportunities. They spotted our map. There's a lot more communication in them. There's a lot more direction in terms of how they're executing these team fights, right? Like target prioritization, you pointed out as well. This is a different Absolute Zero at the start of week 1.
I mean, as a gold laner yourself,
Yep.
you would definitely find it a lot harder if your team has
This
a
meta
lot of
is really
vengeance,
hard for
a
me.
lot of blade armors. It's so hard to take down. So even if
Definitely.
you become like sort of pseudo-useful in the late game, that Moskov couldn't do too much. So going into that draft, we're going to see the environment, and that might change things up a little bit. If you really want to play that late game, I think Claude would have been a better option in the previous game. But then facing up against an Alice who's always in your face,
Yeah.
that's a huge problem.
Another problem is earlier just now, Absolute Zero draft a lot of AoEs, right? You've got your Joys that goes in with the ultimate. You also got Alice's ultimate. You got Juicin as well, just known for his AoE that could spread all the damage over. And if you notice from the side of RSG SG, they really need to dive in order to be able to do it, right? Because RSG's roster, they're strong at when they're diving with the Arlot setup, the Fragile Thorns, and after that providing a front line for Kimi and Moskov to basically fight. And I think that's how they get away in the early game, right? Because they decided to fight together. But when they start to split apart after the second turtle, because they're not confident, and maybe it's because they don't really have the items up yet. And even after when they get the items up yet, I feel Absolute Zero constantly catching RSG off guard with this 1-2 pickoffs whenever RSG is not ready for these fights, and it's just amazing for the side of Absolute Zero to be able to execute that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of AoEs, you've got the Arlot, who is known for that first pick flexibility and viability for RSG. I think it's very easy to read that the final slash is going to come in. You're going to play Expanding Rivers once again, so RSG might have their revenge over AZ, but it's not going to be so easy. The Kimi pick, honestly, the traction pulse isn't going, wasn't connecting as much as I hope. It's a very non-committal kind of crowd control ability that you want to do before sending your Arlot in or before sending your Fredrin in for any of these big taunts and big CCs.
Yep, and also another thing, it's if you notice how RSG Singapore has been executing, right? If you notice how Taurus and also Hoki, they actually have a... No, Hoki is actually too busy guarding too busy guarding Murphy earlier just now. Whereas Taurus and PTBL were basically sticking together and also setting up for each other. But the problem is, Arlot doesn't really have enough damage to really set up, and he's so susceptible to the CCs, right? Alice goes in with the Throne of Ruin, immediately denies what the Arlot wants to do, constantly dashing, constantly healing up, and outputting the damage. And it's just the Alice problem, I feel, from the side of Absolute Zero, where they're able to secure it for themselves. And here you go, first pick Lancelot from the side of RSG.
So really just respecting Fake Cuties, the triage of assassins, taking away the Yisun Shin, taking away the Hayabusa, as well as the Lancelot. You got the first pick in the first phase with the Kalea and the Parsa combo from Bougie, as well as Nomad. So that's going to be quite hurtful for RSG, especially since AZ now has zonal and map control. I think the counter pick typically for the Farsa would be the Yve. I don't think you want to try to force that over. I think the Kimi might be a good option as well. You got non-committal crowd control, and then you have Lancelot to just come in with the swings and with the dashes, puncturing through.
Yep. Right now, I really like what RSG is doing, respecting the CC a lot, because, you know, I think they fear what Absolute Zero could bring out, but it seems like Absolute Zero prioritizing Bougie this time round. Earlier just now in game number 1, Juicin was picked at the very last, and now it seems like Absolute Zero is just going to show up the cards. They're going to go, hey, we're going to go for Farsa, and RSG attempts a Kagura this time around against Absolute Zero. Just look at how Bougie is reacting. He's smiling, and now with the Uranus coming on the side of RSG, this is a lot of damage and quite a decent amount of tankiness in the form of that Uranus.
I think RSG is just going to take it personal. They're just going to show off their micro mechanic prowess. AZ is going to be locking in that Joy to secure that first phase draft. What's still open is the Alice. You've got the Gotcha down the mid side for RSG. You need really a lot more setups. The only issue with Uranus is that it's annoying, yes, deals a lot of damage, but you don't really have that follow-up crowd control that you would. So RSG really needs to, bank on someone that could set up everything for them. Arlot's still on the table. You've got the Badang that could be picked up as well. Works really well with the Kagura.
Surprisingly,
not a lot of picks throughout this MPL season.
Yeah, Badang has only one pick ban and is picked once, but also 100% win rate. Last season we've got Badangs literally running everywhere, right? But this time around it seems like, nobody's picking up the Badang at all because I think there are definitely better roams out there. For example, like you got a Karcha and also even for your Kalia as well coming back in.
I got a question for you though.
Let's
Whatever
go.
happened to 1-1?
Why?
I remember the first day, the first
you hate the
couple
1-1.
weeks. I didn't like the first pick 1-1, but I think it's now kind of viable since now you have a lot of tanks and you got to build and purify. You're able to just escape, try to get your Uranus to just set things up for you, especially if you're RSG. And it kind of does work in that sense, in that respect. The Lapu Lapus will get picked up also for, the EXP side. I think it's a very viable option.
1-1 in this, from the side of Absolute Zero's pick. RSG's going to blow up the 1-1 even before anything can happen. There's a lot of iframes in the form of the Lancelot and the Kagura. I think 1-1 is a bad idea if you want to go up against RSG.
I think it kind of works all the way through, though, for AZ. At least you have that distance.
You're going to get... The problem about 1-1 especially is you want to really don't get busted down before you can basically go into your crossbow with tank. And even if RSG decides to go for it, there's also the Farsa right there. And don't forget, you've also got the Joy that could just run you down immediately, getting busted.
That's what I'm saying.
I love to be proven wrong. Thank you very much, Absolute Zero. Yeah, you're picking this right into the face, and of course you got the Uranus and more than happy to soak up all of that damage from you. Absolute Zero, why not? Silas, why not, you mad lad? Why not?
Oh man, I'm just laughing so hard just because nope, Absolute Zero is not gonna pick that 1-1 in that spot. Late game throws out that 1-1.
Oh, dear Lord.
It's not even gonna prove you wrong. But honestly though, I think it kind of works. You have that protection from Farsa. At least you have the protection from Farsa.
You also have the setup from the Kalia as well. That allows
do.
you to basically pick up somebody, but the problem is the Kagura got inbuilt Purify as well. Carry coming out from the side of RSG. And now you've got the Kaja as well. You talk about the lack of CCs, there you go. Suppression should be enough for you to lock somebody down. That's something that the 1-1 cannot Purify out using the second skill.
Right now, AZ has to pick someone that is very sacrificial. You have to throw someone in. That's going to be Lapu Lapu picked up for AZ. I think it kind of works. It has a lot of damage control. I think carry is definitely a very good option right here. The only issue is the range that that carry has to deal with against 1-1 as well as Farsa. So that's going to be a huge problem. They only pick off crowd control or suppression, and will come from that Kaja. So it's only just single target all the way through.
Yeah, I think RSG really have to really pick somebody off, and then after that just burst him down, right? Carry and also the Kagura, and to be honest, to an extent, Lancelot also could do that, but the carry needs more time. And if you look at how Ash has been playing for the past few weeks, he's always the one that's singled out all the way on the other side of the map. And now he goes for the carry. He needs to be able to stick with RSG Singapore more, because this roster from the side of RSG doesn't fit their MO unless there's drastic changes in strategy on how Ash wants to play this gold lane.
RSG Singapore, their draft is looking really scary, especially when they have that mid trio together. They roam together, it's an instant burst, instant deletion from any one of the members of Absolute Zero. So this is game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping in. Jace, I do want to talk about stakes though. What happens if, AZ wins out 2 games on this one? AZ wins out 2 games. What's next for the rest of the other teams that are watching right here?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the first condition for a interesting 3-way, right? After today, if AZ wins this, there's a 70% chance or 80% chance they could do so. They're going to get 8 points, and then after that, you've got your other matches to look out for. If there's a bit of an upset happening for the side of the last match, and all of a sudden in the middle of the pack, you've got 8 points altogether.
Oh, I do like the Farsa's wings down to the bottom side.
Expanding Rivers.
Expanding Rivers as well. It doesn't really kick in until the turtle actually spawns up, but you have a glimpse of the power of the movement, the rotation speed that Bougie will bring into this game.
Oh, no man. Tons of catching right there onto Hoki, and Bougie just stepping forward just a little bit. Buzz the flicker away to safety. Absolute Zero. Just so aggressive in the mid lane already.
Good reaction time from the Kaja to get out of harm's way, but that's a useful, very core resource taken out by the side of RSG. Absolute Zero, though, dominating on the both side lanes. So 1-1 on the Lapu Lapu actually doing really well in the early game. Absolute Zero also has a little bit more mid-lane cryo with the rotations coming in. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up for the first time. As RSG Singapore, how are they going to play this? What is their play? In early game, not enough damage. Murphy needs to get online with that level 4 with the Yin Yang overturn. And Absolute Zero just trying to ramp up that tempo.
Okay, PTBL just uses defender execution just to secure the EXP crap.
It's a short cooldown, so I don't think it matters too much.
But also another point that right now, because Hoki's flicker being... Oh, hold on a second, that's a massive catch. But PTBL, there you go. You don't really have defending execution. Absolute Zero gets away scot-free.
Yeah, taking away all these useful resources before that turtle. You got Fake Cutie,
dashing around,
ramping it up.
Looking for Hoki. Knows Hoki doesn't really have the ultimate. Here comes Nomad to join the fight just a little bit more. PTBL dashes for the win, but Fake Cutie can dash even faster. And now he's out of there. Murder accomplished. The flicker of Bravest Warrior, but it's like Vendetta. He slams his great sword all across RSG Singapore, and he's now have to run away because Ionic Blade's a little bit too OP.
Well, Fake Cutie just looking, setting his sights on bigger objectives with the purple bomb them down into the mid lane turret. Taurus goes down.
Yep, a massive feather airstrike from the side of Absolute Zero, but RSG is the one to secure the first turtle. Nice catch from the side of PTBL in midst of rotation. Vendetta taking the wrong route back to the lane down there.
I think it's a misread from the damage that PTBL will dish out in the early game, but it's a 2-2 for both sides. RSG secured that turtle, but Absolute Zero actually has their eyes set on the neutral objectives, taking out that purple buff. RSG Singapore is going to be set behind, especially for PTBL. Before that War Axe comes in, Absolute Zero will try to dominate, will try to push in a little bit more damage. Hoki.
Here's a catch right here. Feather airstrike. Flickers away back to safety from the side of Nomad. Good reaction time from the side of Absolute Zero. And now RSG Singapore. This is the time where they're supposed to shine. Absolute Zero slam that window shot once again.
Now, just to give you a little bit more perspective, every 40 seconds that whip will be online for
40 seconds is so long.
Yeah, it's kind of long, but it's going to be a very huge challenge. I wouldn't say it's a big problem, but it's a hurdle for Absolute Zero, especially if they want to layer in their fights. They're always very good at target prioritization, taking one member at a time, but looking at how Murphy and Hoki are playing right now, they're playing as duos, and I think RSG Singapore might have a fighting chance for a very, very close game this time around.
Murphy opening up that bush and also poking actually is a really good idea, especially in this particular patch, right? Especially when Nomad could hide in any different bushes right there. And then after that, just Tsunami Slam into Absolute Zero.
Unpopular opinion though, if I was Vendetta, I would just clear my lane and then just start rotating. Just let Uranus do Uranus things. And then just join in these team fights. Because you really need that sacrificial lamb, and Vendetta was picked for this purpose. Throws himself in, force that whip onto him, and then Absolute Zero can just go ham, throw Fake Cutie in with the ultimate, throw Salas in with the ultimate as well.
Another point is that if Hoki hooks in Nomad, that's actually a free gap closer if the members from the side RG is unable to clear him. Tsunami Slam Hoki right back into Absolute Zero.
Yeah, that's true.
The pick get picked off.
Well, fun fact, Nomad is 2-0-0, so he's got 2 of the kills as a roam. And with this Kalea though, able to find any target at all Murphy might be good.
Trying to find Bougie, but Bougie flickers as well. Here comes the Tsunami Slam from the side of Absolute Zero onto Taurus, and now the Bravest Warrior just slashing as trying to output some damage. Will be able to shred onto Vendetta as well. The damage coming out of BTBL is there. Vendetta execution clean, but Taurus picking up the kill onto Fake Cutie. A bit of a trade happening for the side of RG Singapore, taking down one member already. Nomad looking like they're next on the menu, and now with Kagura and also the best damage from BTBL. RG Singapore picking up 3 against Absolute Zero.
A very good call from RSG. They know that Hoki already used that ultimate against Vendetta. Taking down that T1 mid side will open up that map for that turtle pit. They might be able to come back into this game 2,000 gold ahead. Vendetta is just playing a sacrificial lamb kind of role, trying to force that ultimate onto him. Fake Cutie totally misreads what Vendetta wants to do, because you saw he flickered in right to the face, trying to get enough kills, and then that just really caused a lot of mayhem from Absolute Zero's side. All the resources used up in that turtle fight, RSG already forcing Vendetta in. So misread, playing it more passively, playing it a little bit more safer might be better for Absolute Zero.
Yeah, Absolute Zero losing 2 turrets right there is not doing very well. RSG Singapore, on the other hand, this is definitely where, like what I was talking about, right? This is when they really could shine, because Hoki with the Divine Judgment right there, catching onto any members on the side of Absolute Zero. If Absolute Zero doesn't coordinate their communication, Absolute Zero is all over the place.
Yeah, right now, RSG Singapore playing S5. They're already bringing Ash into the picture as well.
Oh, Uran is more than happy to basically take more utility away from Absolute Zero. Just take a look, Taurus just zoning out Absolute Zero. RSG taking down topside turret. RSG Singapore is back in the game.
They're playing a mirror matchup from game number 1. You've got Absolute Zero playing a sort of like a 4-1 strategy. RSG is playing S5. You still have a little bit more insurance from PTBL, but there's Hoki pulls him back with the whip.
No way that you can run away from that one. And especially when that's a nice catch from the side of RSG Singapore. They caught the jungler. Turtle looks very free, but Absolute Zero is looking for an entrance right here, bringing in Salas in tow as well. Taurus fronting it. Here comes the flicker right into somebody at the same time, and Murphy will be able to get on the way because he's a Kagura, but Vendetta, and also with Salas jumping in the air, Nomad targeting onto Taurus as well. Salas take Taurus down. 2 members on the side, RG gone, but they take away a turtle instead.
It's a situation of damn if you do, damn if you don't. My jungle's already out. Might as well just take down and just fight it through. They've got Salas in the picture right now, and Absolute Zero does some damage through. All they have to watch out for is just Hoki's whip. Once he uses that ultimate, then Absolute Zero can just go absolutely ham.
Yeah, and RSG Singapore's, I think the whole strategy rests on Hoki, right? And Hoki's, that whole thing actually, right now should be 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
But Absolute Zero just even though, yes, that's one page of the strategy, but after that, you don't really have any form of strategy left. Whereas Absolute Zero, there's a lot of the ways for them to engage.
It is interesting because RSG Singapore are playing a 3-1 kind of synergy. You can bring Uranus down to the bottom side, try to delay that wave, try to push that wave to draw Absolute Zero away, but they do need that Uranus to protect Ash. I think if they play it a little bit safer, a little bit more insurance heavy, you throw that in, either the Lance or the Uranus away from the trio, you might be able to have a better shot, because you pull Absolute Zero's heroes out of any side of that map. Once you find a kill, Hoki brings that in. Ash and Murphy is enough to do that job.
Yeah, Murphy, if you notice how opening up the bushes as well, pushing Bougie away, dishing out quite a decent amount of damage, popping the heal as well. Absolute Zero right now has to switch up the strategy just a little bit because RSG Singapore, they're adapting. Ash is joining the fight. And now the carry, once carry hits critical mass, everybody from the side, Absolute Zero will shred, but hold on a second. Speaking of a shred, Hoki right now taking a lot of the damage, goes into the air. Salas just shredding the attack helicopter from Absolute Zero. With the artillery strike, Bougie pushes RSG back.
Look at the bottom side as well. You got a short side of that Lord Pit already pushed through. Vendetta ramping up the aggression. He does have the defenses to try to pull Taurus away. Just a slam. Taurus will be fine and dandy. Absolute Zero will take control of this Lord Pit.
Yep. Nice control from side Absolute Zero, and now Vendetta, one-man army pushing in. Ash goes into the ultimate, try to shred as well. Bravest Warrior right there, but don't forget damage reduction doesn't really matter, but he's able to sustain all the way back up. Now it's just only Taurus from the side of RNG Singapore inside the turtle pit. Absolute Zero securing the Lord already for himself. Taurus leading the charge, but RNG Singapore gets a zone out by Vendetta alone.
Smart move by Absolute Zero. They know Hoki's out. They're playing a 5 versus 4 kind of matchup. Secure that Lord, try to push that in just in the nick of time for that 44-second Lord spawn. And right now, Absolute Zero, they're ramping up the aggression once again as RSG. I think their strategy's a little bit flawed in that sense, though. Hoki's just trying to find that right target, but there's always no way.
Big Cutie down low just already, immediately gets assassinated by PTBL. He's looking for next. Bougie looks like a next fried chicken on the menu, but Salas is right there, goes into the air, takes down PTBL. Assassination attempt disrupted. RG Singapore forgets about the Lord down bot.
Beautiful, beautiful setup for Salos. He's 3-0-1 on this 1-1, and you're gonna need your words, Jace. How good is this 1-1? Easy setup from Nomad as well as Vendetta, just blocking the members coming into Salas. Once he gets his weakness points all popped up, he's already hitting his crossbow of tanks right and dandy. You gotta throw once again.
Another one. Taurus definitely going to go down right now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. How many times I need to eat my words this time round? But hold on a second. The suppression onto Nomad right there. Nomad has to just jump out there. Salas unable to put the damage because Kagura gets blown up in pieces by the side of Absolute Zero. Bougie down low just a little bit. PTBL will not be able to connect that damage. But it is a trade between these two teams for now.
Messy team fight. I think RSG Singapore was trying to get that purple buff away from Absolute Zero with a little bit more aggression coming into play. It's only 2,000 gold lead for Absolute Zero. Taking a little itemizations. It does look like 1-1's already online. You don't really need to get
this is a traditional build.
much. It is. It is. Typically, you get the
House
Claws next, and then maybe go for the Malefic Gun to get a little bit more range. And once you get that gun, I think it's over. It comes in for team fights. Absolute Zero has that range to deal with RSG. The only issue with Ash is that the damage he's taking, he's got the Trinity already. The lateness that he comes online is always too slow.
Yep.
It's always that after the second Lord, then damage from Ash really starts to show. They had a strategy. Put Hoki in, you have Murphy and Ash to deal with a single target, but Absolute Zero not giving them that chance.
Yeah. Cutting off information right there, right, against RSG Singapore. On the other hand, RSG Singapore definitely all eyes on Murphy, right? Murphy disrupting, if Murphy catches onto Salas or Bougie, it's going to be over for the side of Absolute Zero. But same could be said on the side of Absolute Zero, right? If they actually catch anybody from, like, for example, Ash, or even Hoki is the main sacrificial lamb for the side of RSG, Absolute Zero has definitely got a better peel because all of a sudden no CCs is available for the side of RSG Singapore. Absolute Zero can go ham, but Taurus is the main problem right now. He's right there, absorbing all the utilities, distracting Absolute Zero from their win condition, allowing Murphy to go in and blow people up.
Now, Absolute Zero has to deal with the short lane. You're not starting up that Lord just yet. Taurus just having a little bit of a tickle with that Lord.
Yeah, he's healing up.
Yeah, a little bit of a pillow fight, a little bit of a tickle fight.
Yeah, he's healing.
Singapore trying to take control of that long wave. You see where PTBL is? There's a pull.
Oh, that's a pull right there, right into the Freddy airstrike. Vendetta picking up that kill as well. Fake Cutie goes into the ultimate silence, picking up onto Ash, and all of a sudden damage dealer for the side of RG Singapore is already gone. PTBL trades for the jungler right now, and now Absolute Zero. Silence goes into the air, tags on the Taurus. More than happy to take that one. Nomad and Taurus right here, 1v1, but Taurus is healing all the way up. RG Singapore still has their own jungler against the Lord Pit, but they're one man down.
Very, very aggressive for Absolute Zero. PTBL is just playing a mechanics game. Any one of the loose members he can find, he takes down. And Absolute Zero can't really contest for this Lord. You don't really have Fake Cutie. And to be honest though, it's 0-4-4 for this Joy, but he's doing so much initial damage before Sailors really comes through.
Picking up Taurus right there. Taurus should be able to laugh in terms of heals, but not enough sustain because Bougie, the damage, but Silas picking up PTBL, and now the Lord easy for the picking. Murphy doesn't really dare to take it because the rest of the members was Absolute Zero going in. They shift the seesaw in the favor, and now they're putting their thumb onto the scales on the Lord Pit.
You've got Sailors with the 1-1 putting in the salt. And RSG Singapore can't seem to deal with this flying tiger.
I think he's a cheetah.
I'm not sure. Cheetahs never change their response, but it's crazy how good this 1-1 is in this game. Because Taurus just gives a free open weakness point. So once he's in, you've got the weakness points all popped up. Sailors just waits for the right time and right target for PTBL to really come in, throws that crossbow tang or anyone else, and they are just pummeled down. Absolute Zero just taking it one member at a time, and that's how their playstyle is.
Okay. I feel like right now RG Singapore was having a really good chance in the mid game, but now they're squandering it away because all of a sudden the whole fight got very disjointed, and Silas picking up his own gun right there. Bougie goes in the fair airstrike. The Bravest Warriors, members of the side of RG Singapore couldn't do anything but watch as Absolute Zero tears bottom lane turret down.
Very, very disciplined from Absolute Zero. RSG Singapore, I think PTBL is just playing his own game. The rest of RSG Singapore doesn't really have that strategy to push through into Absolute Zero. Not a lot of crowd controls and initiations. I think if Hoki goes in, if Hoki misses any of the members, that's a pull.
Feather airstrikes absolutely free for the side of Absolute Zero, and now Fake Cutie dives all the way into the base. Ash picking up that kill right there. Wonderful defense. Taurus stepping forward. PTBL goes for the slice, unable to find the damage onto Nomad. Here comes the Thorn Rose. Takes a lot of damage. Salas takes a lot of damage right here. Vendetta trying to hold down the fort just a little bit bit more. Chrissy play as well goes in to allow them to kind of chase it down just a little bit. Bravest Warrior not brave enough as PTBL delivers a shutdown against Absolute Zero.
It doesn't matter though, those two are the sacrificial lambs. They died so that Absolute Zero can live, even though they missed out that the mid-tier turret. I think Absolute Zero still has a fighting chance once Fake Cutie and Ventetta really comes back online. I think everything would be able to go through.
Yeah, right now we're going into the later parts of the game. These dev timers are definitely going to be elongated. And now it's all about who catches who. It's like that, cowboy standoff, right? Whoever that pulls up the gun, kills somebody, they have the advantage right now.
So RSG Singapore right now splitting their heads. It's a Hydra this time. You've got PTBL on the long lane over that Lord. There's 40 seconds that they can try to control and manipulate that map towards Absolute Zero. It's anyone's game at this point. Scoreline equalized. It's just 1,000 gold lead for Absolute Zero.
Items check, you compare the main damage dealers, they've already secured the necessary item sellers.
Yeah.
Unfazed right now, still 5-0-4, perfect scoreline for now. But Bougie taking a lot of aggression from the side of Murphy, allowing sellers to basically jump into the air. Expanding Rivers will activate right now. We need to take a look at the rotations. We need to take a look at the pick-up drills.
Yeah, we're slowly seeping it through. Absolute Zero and RSG Singapore are just mirroring each other. You're going to start things off. Typically, RSG would throw Taurus to pull that Lord away. Nomad's already in position. He's trying to get a little bit more information to where Hoki is. Protecting Salus is the name of the game for Absolute Zero.
Down bot though, RSG Singapore has to go
that's
back
a fat
defend,
wave.
and that's a massive wave. The Absolute Zero is more than happy to dance around RSG Singapore. You're gonna do something.
Once they see Kagura
now
right there.
Kagura is going to down bot. If you notice the members from the side, Absolute
they're charging! They're charging through!
down in mid. Lord Pit already. The Lord already getting down low. Just a little bit more. It's going to be Fake Cutie picking up the Lord for themselves. PTBL, but it is going to be Taurus taking round of the damage from the side of Salus. Vendetta screening, but look at the Thorn Rose outputting so much damage against Salus. Absolute Zero lost Nomad, but they take the Lord for themselves.
Good read. Once they saw Murphy not in the picture, they are fighting together as five. They push through. Textbook play. It's all predicted right here. And Absolute Zero just pushing in all three waves. The only problem right now that I foresee is PTBL dishing out that damage onto Salus. He needs some protection for himself.
Yeah, PTBL, even though he's built like Brute Force Breastplate, War Axe is more than enough to basically, half HP Salus, just one Thorn Rose, right?
That's a pseudo tank lance.
That's annoying, and that's making it Salus really hard. And kudos over the side of Salus, right? Literally being able to survive, even against all odds against RSG Singapore. This is not a roster a 1-1 love to deal with, but hey, he's making it work. And now, speaking about work, RSG Singapore deals with the defense right here. Absolute Zero unable to find any form of opening. Try the airstrike though. Finds on the Taurus. PTBL has to dash away.
They want for the airstrike. They might not be able to take this T3 top. And Absolute Zero back to the drawing board though.
Yeah,
they're
nice
playing a
defense
little bit
though.
safe. Yeah.
Nice defense from the side of RSG Singapore. And now with Salus with the Golden Rose Meteor as well is definitely going to be helpful in terms of these basic damage from the side of RSG Singapore. We talk about critical mass. Ash should have it right now.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of targets unless they pull in Vendetta and just take one hit at a time. Once Vendetta goes in, Nomad taken out of the picture as well. And RSG Singapore, they are here to play. That's a full build for this carry, full build for this 1-1.
Bougie as well.
Man, I think for Lance, my eyes are on him. This is a really, really scary Lance. You got a lot of damage. You have a lot of defense. You're able to do, Lance things once you're in the picture as well. So Absolute Zero really has to watch out for Lance. There's not one of the members that can actually pull him away. I think Nomad could do so with the Tsunami Slam, but PTBL could just use the Thorn Rose and get away to safety.
Or even a Phantom Execution.
Yeah, that's right.
He bought a Rock Potion as well. He's dedicated, basically surviving and outliving with the iframes, right? Buying a lot of attraction or aggression. Why are we looking at Bob versus Bob again? Sorry, we're watching a very high-stakes competition right here down at top lane. The minion versus minion action, whereas our heroes...
Oh, the blue side wins again!
Our heroes between these RSG and Absolute Zero doing absolutely nothing against each other, and it seems like the minions are more exciting than the heroes themselves.
It's a library on the other side of the map. But the blue side is a 3-on-1.
Sorry, intrusive thoughts coming in. Churros.
Well, look at the bright side. 15 seconds. You got the expanding rivers into play. Absolute Zero already controlling that opposite side of that map. You got long lane in control. The only good thing is Absolute Zero has the T2 bot side. So RSG Singapore trying to push that in.
Whoever the OV is, give him a cookie.
Yeah,
He deserves it.
give him a raise. Give me a raise. No, I'm just kidding. No, okay, so this is the 20-minute Lord. This is the fourth floor of the game. And Absolute Zero really needs to take this Lord and use it to their advantage. Just now, the Lord just came through. It's 44 seconds, 14 seconds. The Lord just spawns up right after it's killed. And then they just wasted the full barrage of that Lord.
But right now, you've got a weak lane for the side of RSG Singapore. Bot lane is a slow push. Absolute Zero right now cutting information away. RSG Singapore, Taurus also trying to bait, but this is not doing very well for the side of RSG Singapore. They really need to commit. That Umbrella should be able to scout out Nomad and Vendetta right here. PTBL stepping forward, trusting his iframe to get himself out of there.
They know where Salas is, though.
Bottom lane, though.
Giving a little bit of information. They don't. Absolute Zero doesn't know where Ash and Hoki is, but it's a fat wave building up on the bottom side. If RSG Singapore goes over to address that need.
Oh no, not again.
Okay, they're sending PTBL over. You got Taurus trying to pull in that Lord. Absolute Zero likes to fight these kinds of fights.
And now just Taurus just left alone right there, and how he has to forfeit lot priority. You can see Absolute Zero moving in like it's their side of the house as well. RSG Singapore forgetting the bottom wave turret, and now they're gonna have to try to use a concealed play. Goes into the Winter Crown right here. Bougie will be able to be a little bit safe. Feather airstrike going in, and Salas takes into the air, but it's also taking most of the damage onto Winter Crown.
Big cutie.
For the side of Taurus, PTBL 1v4 right there, trying to make a play right here. He will be able to do so. 3 members for the side of Absolute Zero down, and RSG Singapore wrestles Lord control, but the bombs are marching in down bottom lane against RSG Singapore.
Doesn't matter though. I think RSG can take this mid-tier team 3 away. You're sending PTBL just to take care of that bottom side. It's 40 seconds on the clock.
40 seconds on the clock.
2v3.
RSG Singapore really need to put the pedal into the metal right here. Another suppressed Vendetta goes into the immortality right here. RSG Singapore, this is do or die.
Oh!
It'll be a big up Vendetta. It's RSG Singapore. This could be it. It's RSG Singapore. 6 to upset. They equalize the score against Absolute Zero.
A 1-to-1. RSG clawing their way back, playing it to the T. They knew they sent PTBL down to the bottom side. They're going to start that trigger rolling, and RSG just really capitalize on that information. They know where every one of the members of Absolute Zero is. What a long, drawn-out team fight for all of us.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, this is exactly what I was talking about. RSG Singapore really need to stop hesitating and really just commit, right?
Yeah.
They literally did a coin
They have
flip right
firepower.
now. They've got the firepower in the form of Ash, and finally, they fought S5.
Yes. Yes, I think once that went through, I think it was all over on that last game. There was no way to be able to stop PTBL. And that late game lands with the War Axe, with the Endless Battle. You dish out a lot of damage, you heal a lot back up, especially with your skills. You're able to have iframes to get out of sticky situations. It's just so hard to deal with. And I think for Lance alone, I think he is definitely MVP. I'm just praying. I think this Lance just played his heart out.
I feel Taurus as well. PTBL also another secondary mention as well. He's outputting quite a lot of damage against his enemies as well, but MVP goes to Ash this time
I think
around.
the late game, you got 69 kill participation. Nice. A little bit of a tricky situation early game, but in the late game though, he was dishing out so much of that firepower. There was no way to take that carry down, even so that boots for immortality just for a little bit of an oomph. But Jace, how does this actually change the way, you know, AZ goes into a 3-way?
Nope. That first condition is already gone.
Okay.
Literally, remember we started out the match the day
Only
with,
if RSG won out 2-0.
no, if AZ 2-0, there's a chance for a 3-way. But because of this, I think we have to retake a look at this, right? AZ potentially can get out with 7 points, or AZ could, well, technically 7 points or 6 points right now. And technically speaking, which means that they are a little bit closer to getting relegated this time around, because losing this game right here is going to cost them on a very different scale.
So right now it's in between AZ and Ignite Gaming for having the lower score. But Absolute Zero, if they lose this next game, does it change anything for them?
Quite decently actually, because now all of a sudden Ignite Gaming is definitely going to be smiling right here, because now, you know, they've got the work cut out a lot easier, right? Because Absolute Zero, even though with Bougie coming back into play, RSG Singapore is stepping up.
Yeah, taking a look at the items though, I wanted this Joy to do a lot more. Fake Cutie had a great game with this Joy in the first game of this series, but 0-6 and 5 for this Joy. Not a lot of damage to be dealt over to Ash and Murphy. Always targeting the back line, being that sacrificial lamb, even though Hoki is in play. I think that was just a mistake in how he wants to play this game. I think if Absolute Zero had that split lane push advantage and capitalize on that with Fake Cutie, they might have a winning shot because you have all your resources and all your damage with Buji, Salas, Nomad, and Vendetta already. So if these four fight together, I think they might be able to hold themselves up ahead in terms of RSG, while leaving Fake Cutie just deal with the side lanes.
I think if you want to attribute a mistake, I would say it's not a mistake, but RSG Singapore Taurus definitely did play well, right?
Yeah.
He goes in, once he realized that Salas has the crossbow tank tag onto him, he immediately pops the
Vengeance.
Not only just the Vengeance, he actually
Winter
popped the
Crown.
Winter Crown first. And that's most of the damage from the side of Absolute Zero already gone. And that's where RSG Singapore has a lot more confidence to step up just a little bit and start blowing people up, right? If you take a look at the game stats, it's actually RSG Singapore has only taken down 5 turrets. And they have an open lane to deal with. And it is Absolute Zero sending 3 Lords down. RSG Singapore defended against 1 Lord beautifully. And yeah, and the rest is just history from the side of RSG Singapore. Because I feel like right now, RSG Singapore did outplay Absolute Zero in that previous sequence right there.
Yeah, I honestly feel PTBL, Taurus would have been the co-MVPs of this match for RSG.
I'll credit to Taurus right there. He did really well as a Uranus. He zoned the rest of the Absolute Zero a lot of times as well. And he's just bulldoggedly, is that bulldoggedly just chase down the damage dealers, zoning out the rest of the members from side Absolute Zero. Buji cannot play because he also has to watch out for not only just Taurus, also Murphy as well, and PTBL, because the access, the iframes allows them to just do a lot of outplay. PTBL also, I agree, co-MVP.
Yeah. To be honest though, I think it was just a straight line barrage that RSG needed to fix. Once they had their players in question, they take down one after the other. It's basically a typical front to back. Very, very textbook play. They knew how to manipulate our Absolute Zero's view on the entire map and the situation. They show PTBL, they try to get them into that Lord Pit. Taurus start things off. So very, very good seesaw for RSG.
They spread aggression all across.
Sir.
Very well spread. The balance of taste as well, but of course, you know, we're gonna go and take a short break. Don't go away, ladies and gents, because RSG Singapore looking to really try to upset this match. But Absolute Zero, on the other hand, already denied us the condition of a 3-way tie because of that particular game. With that, don't go away, ladies and gents. Game 3, we'll be right back.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
It is a tough match. For the side Absolute Zero against RSG Singapore. RSG Singapore leading the charge, delivering an upset in a game. But will they upset us in a match? My name is Jace, this is Churros. We will be your casters for the rest of the day as well. And of course, a quick fun fact. For the side RSG Singapore, they haven't won a single match. Perhaps this is the day they may do so.
Yep. Just match point between RSG and AZ. I think you did a little bit of calculations through and through. AZ is barely safe.
Yep.
Just because statistically speaking, the next game that we're going to be watching is IG versus Evil. Evil just sweeping the competition. If IG loses 2-0, that means AZ is safe. IG goes down, being relegated. So this is going to be a very tricky situation.
It is.
High stakes for both of these two teams. For RSG, it's more of pride. They really want to get this game down in the books, win it out, and then at least move on to the challenger bracket stage in a little bit of a better morale.
Correction just a little bit. I did a bit of calculation again. Assuming that AZ wins a 2-1, their points will be 7-2, and Ignite will be going down, unfortunately, down to the to be relegated. Now, even if AZ loses this particular one, and I mean like the board also kind of agrees that's a bad omen for them, for the side of AZ. If AZ loses 1-2 against RSG Singapore, AZ got 6 points, IG gets 6 points. Because of head-to-head, AZ will be above IG. Skill pushes IG down to be relegated. So IG definitely, the only way that IG can stay afloat is to basically 2-0 Evo. Even if they get 1 point or 2 points perhaps, yes, it is a uphill battle for them. Absolute Zero, on the other hand, I feel like right now, I would safe to say that I can announce that they are technically secured for playoffs.
Well, thank you, Jace GPT, for that breakdown. TLDR, though, Absolute Zero is borderline safe. And I think the biggest match for today will be later on IG versus Evo to see who is relegated down into the challenger seeded stage.
I think
where
also
they will have to face up against community teams.
Yep, I think the only match that I'm looking forward, not say the only match, the match I'm really looking forward for today.
It was the last game, right?
This game, this match, and the last match, right? Because Kingdom Esports going up against Flash.
That's a big statement, though.
That's a big statement, and also a lot of big stakes holding, especially for the brand for Team Flash, right? There's so many things at stakes right here. The brand identity already being threatened in MPL Singapore Season 10. And now we're going to go into Broken Walls for this game number 3.
I love this. I love Broken Walls the most after Dangerous Grass. Quite a bit of things that they can play around. Fake Cutie can actually bring out the Fanny. It makes it much easier to go dash through walls with cables as well. So we'll see how things actually change in the draft. I hope not too much. But I know that there are picks that might work a lot better for Absolute Zero based on their playstyle. So you've got the high boosts, you've got the joys or the fannies that could play into this favor, but Absolute Zero just gonna be picking up this high boost. Just to give you some of the bands so far: Angela, Baxia, Chip, Lance, Yisun Shin, CC.
Yeah, a lot of confidence, and not just confidence, but a lot of stakes and pressure on Fake Cutie to really perform. Game number 2, he wasn't able to perform as well because of the way that RSG was able to secure for themselves, and now they've already also removed PTBL's Lancelot, which he performed wonderfully right there. And the Uranus will make his comeback for the side of RSG. Taurus definitely, locking horns against Absolute Zero using the Uranus horns right there.
The CC's already not getting picked up right here. You've got the Alice showing a lot of prowess in game number 1, and right now in game number 3, that is going to be the EXP lane of choice. You've got a Kimmy as well. A lot of magic damage coming in from AZ so far. Fake Cutie needs to play towards that mid to late game power spike in order to do a bit, do any damage at all. RSG doesn't have their main target damage dealers that Vendetta can lock onto, but it might be possible for a double fighter side lane again.
Yeah, and I think generally speaking, the reason why Absolute Zero is so confident in this Kimmy is that you take away the shred in the form of the Kimmy already, and also got the CC's taken away. The only way that RSG can basically shred against the Alice is definitely going to be the Lunox. The Brilliant's also going to be very pivotal in actually dodging and also outplaying the Throne of Ruin from the side of Alice.
So no Farsa this time around. Will Broken Walls actually do a little bit? Will Broken Walls actually cause any changes to this draft and to this gameplay? I don't think so.
As of now, it feels like both of these two teams are unfazed. They're just playing to how to counter each other's heroes. The carry gets denied as well, which is also something that, Absolute Zero is absolutely worried about, especially when they're going for Alice. Expect the Lapu Lapu and also perhaps another tankier EXP laner like an Esmeralda to join the fray for the side of Absolute Zero. RG Singapore, I think they may ban away the Esmeralda as well. Oh, sorry, no Esmeralda, my bad.
Esmeralda.
So Gato Kacha. Yeah, Gato Kacha will be from the side, should be banned from the side of RSG.
Yeah. For gold laners, though, I think carry definitely an issue. I think, to me personally, if all else fails, go for Clint. Like, you can't go wrong with the Clint. Yeah, the all reliable.
Yeah, literally. Clint is actually a good pick. Still doing a lot of damage right now, but of course, I think right now if you're dealing with the Uranus, I think you need more firepower to be able to burst this Uranus down. I'm thinking for along the lines of a Grandeur, technically speaking, you'd be able to, just zone him out or basically poke from afar as Uranus just runs it down against you. You've also got the burst from the Rhapsodies. As long as you cast your Rhapsodies properly, you should be able to deal with the Uranus. Or you want to carry him around, bring the Aerithel. Or Bruno as well.
Might be possible for a Obsidia this time around in the form of RSG. It basically locks down Assassin Heroes. You got the Guinevere already starting her show. You got the Harith again. And the Grok for these Broken Walls map. I don't really favor AZ's draft just because it's too magic damage heavy, but I think it can be set for both sides, right? You got magic damage all the way through in this game. We're going to be throwing wands. We're going to be casting spells all through game number 3.
Now, I like the Harry pick, right? I was thinking about, yes, I agree with you, too many magic damage. That's why I opted for the Grandeur. But as a Harry, you are also able to outplay the Uranus easily, right? Because of your Zaman Force, you could just Chrono Dash around, and you're getting a lot of shields. And now, because Esmeralda is definitely out of the picture for the side of RSG, you don't really go for it. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to pull out the Harif. Unless RSG wants to bring the Esmeralda to the gold lane, that's a different story.
Yep. Going back to all reliable, we got a Beatrix once again. I was gonna question, would Lunox go down to the gold lane like she did before? But I don't think they want to risk that. They want to play something a little bit more safer. You got a Guinevere in the jungle right now, and I think for both drafts, RSG easier to execute. I will feel loads of crowd control, loads of damage coming in, but it's very late game centric. AZ has the early game potential.
Yep, they would scale faster in terms of the gameplay, but of course, RSG Singapore, they bring in Beatrix. That means that you really can anchor down very easily. Once you swap into your bombs, once you swap into Bennett, you just basically wave clear quickly. You've got Taurus on the Uranus, so just the zone, Guinevere to set it up, to stun everybody, and then after that you could just ultimate, you can double ultimate as well as on Ashe, but provided you have got quick fingers to execute against Absolute Zero's roster.
Yep. Moving into game number 3, Absolute Zero, RSG Singapore at match point.
Oof.
This is a tricky situation, especially for Absolute Zero. If they lose this, they are at the mercy, because if Ignite actually, breaks all records and wins 2-0 against Evil.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, that may happen.
That just really changed.
Whatever you've been drinking, I want some of that.
I've been drinking IT, and so should you. This is a sub plug. This is a very good sub plug. Go get your IT and stand a chance to win a free trip over to Jakarta for the M7 series.
Sorry, I'm chewing.
Okay, we're starting things off. I do like Guinevere. Fighter jungles always being my thing. Ever since the time of the alphas, I really feel like fighter junglers really clear much faster, have much faster rotations, but fall off a little bit later into an uber late stage of the game. Now, we're starting things off with 3v3. You've got a lethal already secured by Absolute Zero, as RSG just playing it more passively. I do want to bring in a little bit of a question for you. We talked about the 1-1 in the previous game, right? Like, how would the 1-1 fit in? It's not doing so well in this meta.
I mean, 1-1 is I think 1-1 is so easily counterable. In order to execute, you need to really be very confident and also comfortable on the 1-1. Probably need to put in a lot of legwork in that particular hero.
I just like that you're chewing your IT pearls while casting.
Definitely
I love that so
it.
much. So thank you again so much for IT for sponsoring.
I need another cup already.
Me too. We're going to get that after this game, but this is going to be a little bit more passive from both sides. Absolute Zero needs to ramp up the aggression in the early game. They do have that damage as RSG playing a little bit more passively, waiting for the power spikes. PTB already hit level 4. Fake Cutie also on that level 4 power spike. You got on that top side, Ashe versus Salus, and I think that Harith actually pushing through in that gold lane.
Yeah, definitely, right? Harith does have a better chance in outpoking the Beatrix. The only way the Beatrix can basically outpoke the Harith is as long as you land your random shots properly. That's the only way. And even after you hit level 4, Salus, Zaman 4 is definitely going to hit even harder compared to what Beatrix needs to do. And Beatrix needs a lot more time. You need the BOD to really set up for yourself.
You don't really have a lot of movement potential. I mean, base movement speed, not as much for this one. I think they're playing it to Ashe's advantage. He really likes to play into the late game. Just stay in your lane, farm up for maybe 15 minutes of the game and then really come in online with the babysitters, Hoki as well as Murphy.
Yep. Right now, Turtle is already being targeted upon by both of these two teams. It seems like, you know, they've got their priority focus elsewhere. Nomad opening up the map as of now. 2 minutes and basically going to 3 minutes. We haven't even seen a single kill right now. Torres in the awkward position around the turtle pit. Murphy starting off. Fake Cutie stealing the turtle away. And Fake Cutie right now locking down onto Torres. Torres will be able to get taken down. PTBL looking like it's next. But yeah, definitely will be able to just jump away. No, that's a decoy.
Good setup from Vendetta, using the ultimate, using the Thorn, the Ruined Thorns, just to lock everyone in place. They're waiting for Hoki to start things and engage everything up, but PTBL came in a little bit too late on that front. And Absolute Zero just dominating the early game in terms of damage potential.
Yep. Using the Beatrix ultimate already, and speaking of ultimate, here comes PTBL's ultimate from his own, taking down Nomad, and Hoki picking out to Bougie. Bougie right now is just gonna be a little bit annoying right there. Hoki, mind you.
Oh, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Absolute Zero still barely up ahead, but they're much faster in terms of farm and damage potential. So, like you said, very good early game scaling. You got the nice little kill onto the top side.
That's a bit of a mission impossible for the side of Fake Cutie. The shadow kill right there. Nice timing for the side of the Ash, but not good enough onto taking down Fake Cutie up top.
You got 3 members rotating up to the top side. They need to be able to handle Salus, and I think the Absolute Zero is really golden child is this Harith. He's been doing so well in this gold lane, no matter what hero he plays. You got Nomad leading charge onto the jungle, Hoki knocking him up and locking him back onto the wall, but here comes
Fake Cutie. Definitely going to be able to slice that with the Shuriken onto Hoki as well, but Nomad, that wall is definitely going to be annoying against RG Singapore. I think Absolute Zero definitely needs a little bit more, because RG Singapore seems like even though they're stepping on the back foot, they can catch up at any time.
It's just pickoffs for Absolute Zero right now. RSG, like we established before in the first 2 games, they play together as 5, and that is basically a game plan, just waiting it more patient.
Oh my god.
Ashes just pushed back over the turret. You get knocked off onto the wall.
Hoki picking up Nomad. Nomad gets blown up to pieces. Salas right here focusing on the turret for now. Bougie providing some form of cover to Pill. But then again, that's all the turret energy being absorbed by the side of Salas. Salas leading in terms of EXP and gold as well.
Yeah, you have Nomad as a sacrificial lamb. I think this is damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of situation where you want to push down that T1 top side. You got Turtle already spawned up. Torres and Vendetta just going at it. A movable object against a unstoppable force kind of situation. There's RG Singapore just clumping together as 5. You got Ash already moving down to the bottom side, trying to push that wave down.
Oh, 5v5 turned into a 5v4 right here. Vendetta pushing PTBL away. Fake Cutie picking up the turtle. Torres goes into consecration. Vendetta in the mix right here, blocking the PTBL retreat. But I think PTBL is on phase, and Salas goes into Zaman Force, right into a brilliant
bottom side. Ash
Hoki picking up onto jumping in, but Salas picking up Hoki right there. Bottom side, Ash also tagging all to get taken down by the side of Fake Cutie, and now PTBL jumping in. Salas working onto the turret right now, but running low on steam right here. He's looking for the kill. PTBL down low just a little bit more, but he'll be able to do so. But sees Torres, has to run the other way, and now Salas on the run right here. Fake Cutie joining in the fight, but it's just only Torres for the side of RSG. Bougie melting Torres down.
One after another, RSG falls once again as Absolute Zero just playing it to their strategy, one at a time, they say, and Fake Cutie just making sure that Ash doesn't get to his power spike like he does. And now RSG playing on the back foot once again. It's a 10-4. You've got 6,000 gold lead on top of Absolute Zero. You've got the nice little push down on all 3 lanes. You've got the mid lane already opened up. That means that Absolute Zero will have control of this last lore of the game, last turtle of the game.
Williams literally top side. And you know, it's like Absolute Zero, you can see Fake Cutie on the Hayabusa. He's chilling on his DX racer. He's literally just going on ham. He has all the items that is required. Got the Hunter Strike already, got the War Axe already. Ash is not safe. He cannot split push like how he used to do for like Moscow, because Beatrix cannot heal for himself. And speaking of healing, Hoki.
That's a full combo. A lot of resources already used up for RSG.
This opens up for Vendetta to jump into the ultimate as well. Brilliance for the side of Murphy just to get on the way. Fake Cutie tags on the PTBL with the shadow kill, and Vendetta stepping forward. RG Singapore overexpands onto Nomad, opening up for Absolute Zero to take even more.
Nomad is just acting biblical at this point, sacrificing himself so that Absolute Absolute Zero just pummels through every single one of these fights. It's the same play all over again, and it's RSG Singapore blasting all of their resources on just one member.
Yeah, but I think right now, if RNG Singapore, okay, unfortunately for the side, Nomad's like 0-4-5. He's more than happy to basically trade because there's not a lot of resources that he could give over the side of RNG Singapore, right? And now because of that, here comes the wall as well. Torres leaking in through the broken walls in the purple pit. Vendetta, Traction Pulse will be able to catch on the PTBL, will be able to jump out of there, but the members from the side of RNG Singapore looking for a way to enter will not be able to do so because the ultimate from the side of Alice just locking everybody down. Bujin picking up kills with the stacks. The Brilliant's coming in for the side of Murphy, trying to make an outplay right here. Has to put the flicker to get it away.
Cutie on the backside!
With a godlike, he's out of the well, picking up a double kill. PTBL is just collateral damage for Fake Cutie.
Where did it come from? Fake Cutie marching down on that side. RSG Singapore can't see him coming.
Yeah, literally, John Cena right there, right? Like literally shadow in. Ash literally gets melted down. No counter for Fake Cutie right now because on the side of RSG Singapore. What do you build? Do you build armor? Do you build magic resist?
There's not a lot of reliable crowd controllers from the side of RSG. It's just Hoki with the Tsunami Slam, and that's it. Torres doesn't have a crowd control at all. PTBL is just pure jump, pure skill onto a target. And Absolute Zero just letting Fake Cutie go on his own lonesome. Look at mid side.
Ash can play the game on his own, but members from the side of RSG Singapore has already identified. Torres hanging in, just waiting for the quad shadows. He's out of there.
Here comes Absolute Zero, building up for this. Lord is spawning in 30 seconds. As RSG Singapore playing it safe, they have a lot of high ground defense, but that's all they have. Ash already throwing down all these meteors, all these bombs. Oh, it's a nice wall.
Nice wall, blocking the traction pulse as well. Vendetta goes to the backside as well. And now the members from the side, Absolute Zero. But hold on a second, Ash damage will be able to leak on through. Absolute Zero running down steam just a little bit more. Not enough minutes to basically push down mid lane turret. But PTBL once again sacrificed over the side of Absolute Zero.
No one was expecting Vendetta to go in. I was just watching on that backside. Sailor's dealing that damage. Fake Cutie's not even in the picture, and the Lord is free for Absolute Zero's taken.
Yeah, PTBL 7 seconds on the clock to be able to respawn right here. RSG Singapore unable to go all the way into, stepping out of the base because right now Absolute Zero is just keeping RSG Singapore locked up in the base.
They found the answer. They just need to keep Torres at bay.
Another
and he's
wall.
trapped, he's stuck, he's immobilized, and he's taken down.
And the shadow kill goes on the way in. Hoki absorbing half HP. Torres already going down for the side of RSG Singapore. Not a lot of tankiness already in the roster. They have to back off.
Absolute Zero absolutely going ham in game number 3. Fake Cutie 8-0-3. And just showing off that, hey, I might have a shameless game too, but right now, I'm here to win. I'm going to take it away from you.
This should be my game number 2, Absolute Zero said. Literally leading a statement. 11k gold lead in 10-minute mark. It's
We're blocking it off.
again. Fake Cutie, Hayabusa, you gotta stop!
Where did it go? Where did it come from? It's a bird! It's a plane!
The Observer can't even keep up with the Shadow guy. And Absolute Zero just cracking over every single holy defenses. This is only the first Lord. And now the Taurus. And
Vendetta!
The Alice. No answers for the side of RNG Singapore. Vendetta going in. Pam in the back line. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be it for the side of RNG Singapore. And now they just literally crack open. This how Observer is also bewildered.
Oh, there's 4 members already coming online. They don't have Ash anymore for the next 13 seconds. They still have the Lord in their possession, and they're marching it through.
And PTBL once again has to dash on the way to Shadow Kill. Fake Cutie's out of there already. Summon falls there now by the side of Salas. The Lord already leaked open. But mind you, this is only just a baby Lord, and he's inflicting so many damage against RNG Singapore. And Nomad technology charge onto the core. Absolute Zero goes in for the kill. The Spearhead as well. PTBL with a Violent Rec Room. Ash finally dealing with Vendetta right now.
They're all low, but Salas
will be able to defend right here. Salas goes into Summon Fall. He's a dash. He focuses on the core. It's Absolute Zero. A 2-1 against RNG.
Salas has had enough all these time waiting for everyone to fall like flies, and they're taking down RSG in a 2-1 victory.
But this is exactly what we expect, right, from the side of Absolute Zero in game number 2. They're unable to deliver it. They're finally able to deliver it in game number 3 instead.
Yeah, I think Fake Cutie really showing us that he learned from his mistakes in game number 2. He's taking it personally.
Definitely.
He's taking out PTBL just like that, just like a snap, and he's gone. Is using that Thanos snap and all the way through this game. There was no way that I think RSG was able to come back just because of the momentum and the speed and the aggression that Absolute Zero just absolutely pushed onto them.
Yeah, definitely. You talk about goat lane difference as well. Salas came up online immediately, and Harry is a monster when he comes online. He snowballs out of control. Even with Ash on that, that high ground, you expect some form of defense, right? Taurus couldn't even hold. This Taurus is not like the game number 2 because the rest of the members like Absolute Zero is just an absolute snowball, an avalanche against RSG Singapore, covering them literal snow.
As soon as they come out that fountain, it's all gone. This is the MVP,
Definitely.
no question about it. 10-0-4 for Fake Cutie's Hayabusa, a 70% kill participation, just taking out one name at a time. It is shocking to me that he didn't buy Sky Piercer because he's dominating the entire game. If he got that, I think that kill score would have been so much higher. A perfect game for Fate.
Yeah, definitely, right? You start to see the BOD, the confidence, because the rest of the members, if you go, let's hope that we'll be able to see the itemization later on. Because do you build armor against Fake Cutie, right? Once you have the Malefic Roar as well, and he's just shutting a shred with the War Cry emblem as well. Nobody from the side RSG Singapore could even hold on to the damage. If PTBL gets assassinated as a fighter jungler, I think it's a big problem.
Yeah, big problem is an understatement. It's basically putting PTR in a spot where he cannot do anything. Even if you try to get a jump onto Fake Cutie, that's maybe a 1 in 10 chance that you actually do. There's not a lot of reliable crowd controls when Fake Cutie actually comes into play. Ash and Hoki are way too far ahead. Hoki giving a little bit of reconnaissance duty, but leaving Ash wide open gives a open window for Fake Cutie to come in and basically just decimate Ash.
Yeah, and if you take a look at equipment builds, from the side of RSG Singapore,
There's not much items though.
They don't have defense as well. Just take a look, Oracle, and then after that, General Armor, they prioritize on the Athena Shield from the side of PTBL. You got Hoki on the Oracle. There's not a lot of armor, and you're literal sitting duck. Ash had to go for the tenacity, the magic resist boots instead because they're more worried about Salas going on ham, but Fake Cutie is the main character right here.
Yeah, it's just crazy. This is a 12,000 gold league game. 12 minutes. That's a 1,000
less than
gold
12
ahead.
minutes.
Less than 12 minutes.
Yeah. It's just going to show the dominance you give Fake Cutie, the characters or heroes. He's comfortable to play. He's going to be cruising down like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, he's got to be happy about this one. So this actually puts, in a grand scheme of things, Absolute Zero in a spot where they are pretty much safe. In conjunction with Ignite Gaming, that's coming up next, facing up against Evil.
Yeah, and it's just an upset from the side of the game stats. Just take a look at the damage dealt by the side of Absolute Zero. Is just overwhelming, right? Salas doesn't really need to do damage at all because Bucci, Fake Cutie, and Vendetta could do a decent amount of damage on themselves. And Ash isn't able to output enough damage as well to basically put any form of damage, put any form of damage against Absolute Zero because he's constantly getting assassinated. He's a couple of levels behind against Salas, and Beatrix is a very expensive hero to build.
Not only that, right? I think huge props to Vendetta. Played great games. 3 games in a row. He was just setting up everything for the side of Absolute Zero. And this game in particular, every single time he uses his ultimate, he was right there. 4 or 5 members are just locked down, and Absolute Zero just walked all over them. For RSG Singapore, they want to play the late game, but Absolute Zero just not giving it to them today.
Yeah, and with that said, this means that, it is a very upsetting if you're, of course, an RSG fan. Absolute Zero will be able to walk away with 7 points. RSG still 2 points. I mean, unfortunately, RSG have to go down to the challenger brackets instead. Going to the scenic route and hopefully make a play right there.
Yeah, no pun intended, but fate is honestly in Ignite Gaming's hands. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights that Absolute Zero has on top of RSG. So there's a lot of game plans that Absolute Zero has shown and grown and improved over the weeks that they've been playing together. No coach, no problem. They have the target prioritization right all the time. All 3 games, I would say Salas, even though he's not the game or match MVP, he was dishing out that damage. He was doing his job. He was responsible. He was reliable.
Yeah, definitely, right? And RG Singapore, as we look at game number 1, you can see that, 4+1 doesn't really work out for them. And after that, game number 2, they're able to adapt on the fly. This is game number 2 right now as you look at the highlights. Yes, it's the Sanders on the 1-1 picking into a very tough roster against RG Singapore. But RG Singapore, once Ash is able to join the fight, Taurus was able to lead the charge. There you go. This is the winning fight for RG Singapore, right? Because of this one fight, immediately just take a look at 1-1, just targeting onto a Winter Crown.
Yeah.
Even though Taurus, I think he's get torn down by the time Vendetta, but PTBL is absolutely comfortable on this Lancelot.
Yeah, there was no way that Absolute Zero was able to come back onto game number 2. But, to be honest though, Sailor's the kind of guy that I would want in the office. He is so reliable. Every single piece of work that I have, I'm going to push over to him because he's doing his job right.
That's what we call slavery. As an office worker myself, I despise you. Do your own work. Holy catfish.
I gotta point this out. Vendetta with a 5-man ulti, locking everyone down.
Yeah.
That was just beautiful. Sailors read that like an open book, just came in with his aim and force and took everyone down one hit at a time. And it's their ethos, right?
Yep.
And therefore, Absolute Zero, one member down, we'll go to the next one. Just sequentially moving and improving this game. But at the end of the day, though, kudos to Absolute Zero for making it over. Actually, not really making it over to the playoffs.
I think it's more or less high chance.
More or less high chance, yeah.
Yep, high chance confirmed already. They should be able to make it into the playoffs. But I think right now, of course, all eyes on Ignite Gaming, right? Like whether Ignite Gaming is able to basically deliver a 2-0 against Team Evil, but that's a tall order for them.
You know what's a tall order too?
What's tall order?
If you have many orders of IT. I don't know where I was
need
going
more.
there. I was gonna try to do this, but go get your hands on ITs. They have Kadita cups right here. Go scan the QR code, get the redeem code for a chance to go over to Jakarta for the M7 Championships happening in, is it January or late December?
Yeah, early January.
Early January.
Yeah, but I think also apart from that, you can also enjoy yourself a cup of tea as well. I think I'm digging these flavors as well, and especially the specialty cups, right? Especially with the Kadita one, the 111. Yeah,
I've never seen the 111 yet. Like it's all Kaditas all the way through.
Like, for us, but I got the 111 because I bought it for myself. And I forgot to
Good to know.
I forgot to redeem the code
well,
on the discount.
Good to know.
So don't be like Jace.
Yeah, there's also lots of QR codes at the back, so just scan them down once you get your IT. So huge props to them, and thank you, IT, for sponsoring. Hydrating us throughout this game.
Especially me. I'm just sipping. Mine's already empty.
Yo, we're going to get the next one
Definitely.
in preparation for the next game. So I think this is something that Jace usually does. Whenever he drinks, whatever he drinks, he's going to put the bottles right here. So we're going to go through the entire day today, and we're going to add the bottles up as we go through the next game. But, it's a story for game number 2.
Yep, of course, coming up next, ladies and gents, is going to be Team Evil going up against Ignite. Will Team Evil maintain their perfect regular season run, or will Ignite burn the Evil down to the core? We'll see you after the short break.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Welcome to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel.
Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia.
And we are back for the second match of the very last day for our seeded stage. Mind you, my name is Jace, this is Churros, will be your caster for today. Coming up next, of course, ladies and gents, is going to be Ignite Gaming going up against Team Evo. Team Evo currently leading the pack in the seeded stage, and unfortunately, Ignite currently has to fight against the win.
My heart actually goes out to Team Evo. The villains have been with me all the way through when I started my journey as a caster in Season 3 all the way till now in Season 10. 10-year season anniversary. 10 season anniversary.
10 season anniversary. Okay, well, technically speaking, they've been in MPL Singapore for 7 season already. That is almost like 3.5 years already. So actually, they've got a pretty strong presence. And here you go, Team Evil, the first team, technically speaking, already secured playoffs and upper brackets last week.
You know, this reminds me of that meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on everyone's door. And this match is Evo knocking on Ignite's door, and I like to see it. Usually, like in the previous seasons, we always say, Evo falters in the regular season. Evo bring out bringing the playoff buffs and everything. But this time around, it's all different. It's a whole new Evo, a whole new gameplay, and everyone's doing their jobs.
Yep, definitely. If you take a look at the victims of Team Evo, currently Team Flash is also one of them, right? Like also Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero RSG, and next is of course Ignite Gaming. But first, let's do a quick introduction of Team Evo roster for the uninitiated.
You know them, you love them. Gear, Aether, Sayla, Ven, and Powerful. I do want to focus your attention onto the Sayla Gear kind of relationship that they have all the way through since Season 2 in Evos and moving over to Bleed, Slate, and all the rest right now, finding their homes with the villains themselves. You either live long enough to see yourself become the hero, or I can't remember the rest.
Well, you live long enough to become the villain, but here you go, right? Team Evo used to be called the Titan Slayers themselves. And now finally they are the Titans. These coming into heroes. Team Evo came from absolutely nowhere. Remember the line that I said last week when you know, sometimes people just don't come in and become heroes right away. They take a long time to grow. Team Evo is definitely going to be one of them. Speaking of which, coming in fresh from the Challenger brackets last season, this is Ignite Gaming.
You know them, you love them as well. You got users Zach, Blade, Seiji, and Rapid Dude. They've got 2 games won over Absolute Zero and Flash SG, which is a huge feat. So this is another Titan on their door. And we talked about like Evo being Titan Slayers. Ignite themselves, even though they're pretty new to this MPL or professional scene, they have what it takes to take the top teams down. Kingdom Esports was no easy feat as well. It was 2-1 for the side of Kingdom Esports, but they took off 1 game from the desired team. The team that was, you know, the fans were saying, oh man, this is going to be one of the best teams that ever come out of MPL as well. But now facing up against Evo, let's talk about stakes. If Ignite Gaming wins 1 game, that means Absolute Zero is dropped down to the relegation going into the seeded stage.
No, actually, they're still going to be the same. Actually, Absolute Zeros will remain in the playoffs as well because of head-to-head. Absolute Zero beat Ignite Gaming 2-0. So only if Ignite Gaming wins against Team Evo 2-0, that's when, you know, Absolute Zero will drop down in terms of the going down to the challenger brackets. But of course, you know, huge shout out over to the coach from the side Ignite Gaming, LY4, making a comeback as well as a coach. Last time he coached was what? Team Revival a long time ago, and now we're gonna go see him making a comeback from the side of Ignite. These 2 teams technically share the same kind of MO, right? They are also both very strong in team fighting, and of course, remember I did mention that Ignite Gaming did remind me of the old Team Evo, but this time around, this is the original Evo. This is the original Satan himself right here, threatening to burn Ignite to pieces. How do you burn fire? We'll see how Team Evo performs in this particular match.
Right now, we're situated in dangerous grass. This is Evo's playground. We've seen them pop off, especially in a lot of different map changes, but especially so in dangerous grass. They have a 100% win rate in this environment. So let's start things off. We've got the Kalea, Angela, Kimmy already banned out by the side of Evo. Their first pick. Ignite Gaming will take out the CC as well as Ju Sin. There's a lot of artillery mages that they need to contest for, especially when they're fighting against Sayla. But he has a lot of pocket picks right off the bat.
I think Sayla is really strong on the far side, but if you notice how Ignite Gaming is purposely leaking out the Angela, but they're also banned away the CC. CC is a good, strong counter against a lot of these tank heroes. Team Evo will pick up Yishin Shin's for Aether right off the bat, but of course Yishin Shin is a very huge gamble, right? This means that IG right here, knowing Yuta, the Alice looks really strong for the side of Ignite Gaming. Perhaps Team Evo already has a way to deal with that. We've seen that in last week, but we need to see them perform against Yuta's Alice.
Yeah, with the Yushin Shin in the jungle, honestly though, Evo has options. They can play double fighter side lanes, which works pretty well. We've seen Ven in the double fighter side lanes as well. Ignite Gaming will pick up the Lunox as well as the Alice. Alice already a hot pick today, securing a 100% win rate over 2 games that she's played so far.
Another thing also is this is Ignite Gaming's best heroes, right? Blade on the Lunox, he's well known for it, even in Campus Legends days. And you also got Yuta, who I think one of the first few players in MPL Singapore that brought the Alice into the meta for MPL Singapore and performed great wonders with it, right? You've seen the impact that Vendetta was able to use in the previous game, and now with the Throne of Ruin as well, that's a massive AoE, could just easily zone out everybody. It reminds me of you of the old Xbox Last Insanity, right? To be able to zone away everybody and you really get a very strong Turtle or Lord Pit fight.
Not only that, right? That's a stun if you're looking towards. You could have got to it, and the Lapu Lapu getting picked up. You've got 2 tanky, beefy boys that Evo wants to play around. You gotta give Aether space to farm up and push through into the late game, deal that much damage, and then secure that win. You've got the mage that is not picked yet for the side of Evil. For IG though, that last pick might be securing an assassin before, you know, Evo actually takes all of them out. You've got the Lancelot, you've got the Hayabusas in question as well, if they so very much want to pick that.
Yeah, for the side Team Evo, I think also a huge shout out to over to Powerful. Don't forget, he made the pivot over to the Rome side, right, for 2 seasons ago. He was really lacking in terms of these hero picks, but now if you notice for the side of Team for Powerful, he's played 7 unique heroes all throughout the career for MPL Singapore Season 10, right? Chip, Gatot, Franco, Khalid, Grok, Kalia, and Cho. And it shows that he's already starting to really pick up and really play the role to great success, right? Owning the fact that he knows how to rotate as a jungler, he's able to use that knowledge to transition over to robe, becoming one of the strongest, well, right now, in terms of MPL Singapore, becoming one of the strongest roam in MPL Singapore.
It's true to his spirit, right? He is a fighter through and through.
Even in real life as well.
Even in real life, even in this game.
Against the bots.
He thrives in the jungle with these fighter heroes. And right now, in this matchup, we are going to see Powerful being a very good setup with the Gato Kacha. If they very so want to play that.
Yep.
So the Ruby getting banned out right here, because typically when you have the Eastern Shin, all you need is double fighter side lanes. When you play in the late game, you have basically just one high DPS, which is the Yushin Shin just pummeling through and dealing that damage. You only need your fighters, your tanks, just to block off the initial damage, try to bait out some of the useful ultimates. The only issue that I see from the side of Evil will be that Alice. Once Alice gets into your face, it will be difficult to get out of that, and that will be how Evil wants to play around. Just bait out that ultimate, bait out some of these crucial stuns so that Aether can just do his thing.
Yep. Right now, I think it's still hard to tell because technically speaking, Van could also pull the Lapu Lapu into the gold lane. It has been done before as well by the side of Van. In fact, he also played, I think this is the only fighter that he plays. So right now, don't forget, Gear can also play the Lapu Lapu very well as well. Bravest Warrior into, like, you know, you're easily CC immune. You could just spin to win against Utah's Throne of the Ruin as well. I'm also expecting perhaps IG to also start locking down perhaps on the carry just to make sure that Alice doesn't get shredded immediately. But Harif going to be eliminated by the side Ignite Gaming. In fact, IG could also use the carry to great success as well, right? Like Ignite Gaming with the carry could also shred against the Lapu Lapu and the Gato Kacha. You see the Hellcat getting taken away. Team Evo is just literally eliminating everything to make sure that the Yushin Shin gets a great game.
It really goes to show they are respecting Rapidut. All of these heroes that they're banning out is really targeting onto the roam position for Ignite Gaming. You don't want to give Rapidut an easy game. You want to give him a nice setup for the rest of his team to follow through.
Yep.
Typically in the first week, it always seems as though Rapidut is 5 steps ahead of the rest of the team. But as they grow, as they play around, and under the leadership of LY4, Ignite Gaming has really shown that they have what it takes to have team fight potential and team fight capabilities. The only thing that I see that is a little bit off for me is IG is very, very magic damage heavy. Easy to build around for Team Evo. Just Radiant Armors, your Athena Shield, and that's it. Your damage is mitigated. You've got iframes from Eastern Shin as well to get out of harm's way.
I feel like right now, Team Evo, this is the perfect opportunity to go for the carry, right? Because you got the High Loss to shred through, the Guinevere, and also the Alice to shred through. This is a beautiful game for the carry to go for. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, feels like they're really trying to bait Team Evo into it. Van can still easily go back to the Lapu Lapu, but I feel like they still need more shred because Yishushin is not going to be enough to deal with these stick heroes coming side of Ignite Gaming because Yishushin, technically speaking, function like an assassin, not a marksman.
I would say Farsa's open. Try to pick up that Farsa first before going off for any of these gold lanes. Parry is a very good target as well.
Whoa!
Odette in the Cho actually comes into question.
Okay.
So it's going to be the Lapu in the gold lane. You've got the Odette down the mid side for a little bit of an oomph and magic damage from the side of Evo. This really truly shows the magic of team fights. You've got pick-off capability, AoE, team fight capabilities from the side of Evo, so it's all well-rounded. We'll see how the Odette actually plays well in the hands of Sailor.
Yeah, and this is pretty interesting coming out from the side of Team Evo, right? I was expecting more shred because you gotta really have to deal with the DPS against Ignite Gaming, especially what they're going for, right? But of course, you know, if you overwhelm them with sheer amount of damage in the early game, these tanks are not gonna be scary because Odette just really could shred through every single person, but has to look out for Blade. It's gonna be Seiji's soon coming in from the side of IG. Fighter versus fighter. Ven is going to go with the Cho gold lane up against Seiji's soon in the gold lane. This is going to be interesting, Churros.
TLDR, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a brawl match.
Man.
It's all random, all mid kind of a situation that we
see you in the mid.
have for me. We'll see you in the mid side. We're going to play 5v5s all way through. And, you know, Evo will actually trademark that magic of team fight capability that they have right now. IG was just molded in it. Evo was born in it, and we'll see how things play out. The only thing, the issue that I see in Evo is only that Odette. You pick that Odette against the Guinevere, you make yourself an easy target unless you go for the Winter Crown right off the bat. But then again, it's really, you know, even Stevens for me. I would still go for the side of Evo just because you know, it's Evo.
The Evo brand,
It's
right?
the Evo brand. It's like they've been here all the way through. I want to see them really show us what they're made of in this game.
I feel like Ignite Gaming, in terms of the roster, if you cover all the name tags of these players, it seems like, you know, I'm favoring Ignite Gaming's side of the roster, right? It feels like a lot easier to execute. You got answers to the Swan Song that Odette may be able to pull out. Ishinshin, in my opinion, is really a 50-50. If Aether is not going to have a good game, it's going to be horrible. They've got a high loss to also kind of poke and also see pop in the Glorious Pathway to also get out of there. The Sun will immediately ruin Aether's life if he actually lands onto the damage.
Oh, actually, we're seeing a little bit of a difference here. It's going to be the Cho in the gold lane instead.
That's what I pointed out earlier just now.
Yeah.
But Ven on the Cho, it's actually kind of interesting, right? It's really going all in. And against a Sun, what's the priority? It's very rare to see this.
I think a little bit more rotations down to the turtle pit. You want to see a 5v5 in the first 2 minutes of the game. You have a nice little taunt on the mid side. Blade taking a lot of damage, but able to get out just safe. And Evil just being evil. And it's true to their name, fighting fire with fire.
Yep, I'm trying to burn. I don't know how Team Evo is going to burn fire because, well, unless you're basically adding fuel to fire if you're adding fire into Ignite, but now it's just going to be powerful, just trying to freeze that wave right there. Really good call. It's just these little micro movements from the side of Team Evo. That's where, you know, they really start to focus a lot on the macro.
Oh, they don't see Rapidude there. There's a missed jump.
Missed jump right here. Powerful down low. Just a little bit. First blood given over the side of Rapidude for Ignite. Aether joining the fray. Nice Mountain Shocker will be able to tag onto Blade. That's a trade. Giving the jungle a bit of a boost. Zac is actually behind level right now.
It's 10 seconds until Turtle spawns up. Good call by Evil. Just soaking in, sacrificing Powerful just to get a kill onto Blade. You want to deny that Lunox from that level 4 as fast as possible. Sailor goes down.
Rapidude once again pick up another kill, but that's not exactly where you want to go for. Breakfast Warrior right onto 2. Look here, slams onto Ignite Gaming, and Team Evo trades for mid over to a very strong jungle priority, and now Gear and also Aether is going to snowball.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Aether right from the get-go. He's got the killing spree, so a lot of team fights he's going to be a part of. Evil are starting to ramp up that tempo. You've got Isun Shin already in the jungle side, and Ignite Gaming is starting to react to how Evil wants to play this. They're ramping up the tempo. That's a kick.
Looking for an assassination. We'll be able to find Blade right here. Blade doesn't have level 4, but the Glorious Marble actually slowing down the retreat coming from outside Team Evil. Van goes down for that one. Ignite Gaming has to take that one.
That's a misread. They don't really have that damage to reach that back, and Rapid Dude taking a lot of damage as well.
Rapid Dude as well right now with Powerful and Aether in the chase right there for the side of Ignite Gaming. He's able to limp away with, well, technically speaking, 4 legs still beats 2.
Yeah, Ven actually made the right call, went in deep, got locked on to Blade, but the kick went a little bit too wide. The Glorious Pathway get laid down. You don't have Evil to back Ven up. So, good concept, but hey, let's try it again. For Ignite Gaming, a little bit more defensive. They're playing very, very reactively towards how Evil wants to play this.
But right now, it's just still neck and neck, right? In terms of stalemate, but in terms of gold lead, they're not too far apart from both these two types. Blade jumping in, that's definitely going to be a dead gear right there. Reverse Warrior not going to be able to save you. Even if you cast that one, has to go down. Good catch from the side of Ignite Gaming for now, but I want to see how they're going to transition into the mid parts of the game.
Now Evo is faltering a little bit, not giving that vision play that they so desperately need in the early game. Ignite Gaming pushing down that bottom tier, gold plating turrets, as Evo trying to ramp it up again. You got 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up as Ignite Gaming just slowly playing very passively, waiting for Seiji's power spikes, and you know how dangerous that monkey can be.
Yeah, but right now, Team Evo and Ignite Gaming, both of these two teams have hit the power spike, right? Once you have a double fighter matchup kind of thing, level 4 is your key power spikes. But right now, in terms of the later parts of the game, both teams will kind of fall in terms of priority just a little bit. But feels like Ignite Gaming does have the tools to deal with Sayla's damage in terms of ultimate, especially late game.
Yeah, speaking of Sayla though, Evo hasn't utilized Sayla yet. So this second turtle of the game will show the power of that Odette, especially a Swan Song over to Ignite Gaming, because they're going to coagulate together. They're very, very high committal. A lot of fighters, a lot of front heavy hitters and face-to-face matchups.
Yep, and don't forget the AOG actually keeping everybody inside that Swan Song. That's also going to be a very powerful combo. I think right now, this second turtle is going to be pivotal. Whoever that wins this one definitely should have a better time towards the late game.
Blade!
Then immediately get picked off by Seiji the farmer right there on that soon. Immediately, that opens up so much avenues for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Slowly but surely, I think Evil is slowing down a little bit. Their aggression are starting to hurt them in the foot, as Ignite Gaming are picking them off one at a time. Slowly but surely, I think Ignite Gaming will have the upper hand, especially when Blade's damage is starting to show. You don't see that Ruby DD combo that Blade will use. It's just pure darkness, pure damage.
Yep, right now it's just, oh, Zac jumping onto catching powerful, but decided not go for the ultimate as of yet. Right now, Aether is making him some scars, actually all the way down bot. Utah pops the ultimate already, powerful still within the play. Zac secures the turtle right now. Bravest Warrior from the side of gear, but a bit of misplay coming in. Now he may have been a Monica Chew. Zac goes into a bit of a damage. Blade as well will be able to do so. Van knocking up Seiji as well, but with Rapid in the save, he's actually rapidly jumping onto Ven. Ven gets away safely for now.
Gets two members onto Ven though, but here comes Zac from the backside trying to find an angle.
Overcommitting just a little bit. AOG will be able to land, will not be able to find anybody for now. Blade gets taunted for as well, buying some time for Seiji and also Sayla to jump into the fray at the same time. Gear jumping in, Bravest Warrior, and here comes the Swan Song melting down Zac where he stands, but it's still Team Evil right now putting up a stalemate against Ignite Gaming.
Silver lining, you've got Aether busy down the bottom side. He's level 10 already, 2 levels ahead of Zac. He's got a gear. Take a lot of damage from Blade once again. It's 3-1 and 3 from that Lunox.
Yeah, and right now it's just Mountain Shocker for them. The only way that Aether could do anything is to basically wave clear using the Mountain Shocker to scare away Ignite Gaming for now. But Team Evil right here, yeah, I don't think they're ready for a Sun Seiji coming up, because this is a Petrified Sun immediately just assassinate any small squishies. If Aether and Sayla gets caught, I don't think Ven is also ready to basically handle in terms of damage. But interesting item build coming up from Ven on that Cho.
Oh, there's a War Axe on that Cho.
And it's battle next.
I think Endless Battle, yeah.
Yeah, that's not. That
yeah,
means that
Endless Battle.
Yeah, that means that this is like what, a pseudo assassin gold laner for a Cho.
It's still adaptable. You could build tank in the later stage of the game, but in the early game, the only target will be take out Blade, and then the rest is history. Seiji will be hard to take down, but I think the Swan Song will be the answer to that monkey. But Evil, the only issue I foresee in their draft is the intelligence and the vision play that Powerful wants to bring into Evil. You've only got a Mountain Shocker that they're actually actively using to open up that map to identify where Ignite Gaming is, but you know, in the micro sense, you need Powerful to really walk into that brush, try to taunt anyone in their way to be able to set things up. But the movement speed that this environment brings doesn't really help him as much.
Yeah, dangerous grass, right? It means that a lot of avenue. Not only just that, so many things that you really need to open up. Van can't actually open up the grasses, the bush like that very easily. Same could be said over this. Well, at the very least, Aether does have the Mountain Shocker to review, and now you see where Yuta is standing right here. Nice jump, basically denying Yuta from actually jumping in with the ultimate, giving Turtle over the side of Team Evo, but Team Evo is losing some structures as well, equalizing right now. Curios, we're still at a stalemate.
It's still stalemate now. I think both of them don't want to make a wrong move because Ignite Gaming does have the damage, but they need Seiji to fight as 5. You look at the Monkey all the way on top, he's trying to get that split push down, and Evo knows if they play a 5-4 matchup, they will actually win out on these team fights. They do have that damage coming in from Aether. The only damage that Ignite Gaming will have in the early game will be from Blaze. Seiji already got that Wind Talker, a little bit more movement speed, as well as burst damage coming in from this Monkey.
And not only just that, right? Seiji is actually split pushing a lot, and this is actually trying to pull Team Evo apart. This is literally the exact MO as you know how to deal with Team Evo, right? You don't allow them to basically group up into team fights. Sailor over the sudden may find himself in a bit of trouble right now, and Ignite Gaming is just basically trying to pull Team Evo apart.
The clones, Sun's clones are starting to hurt as well.
Yeah.
We've already got 2 core items, but they're definitely going towards a DHS. And Ignite Gaming just slowly waiting for Seiji to really come online. They have a wide open target in terms of Sayla. Aether is going to be hard to catch and tricky because you don't really have a lot of reliable crowd controls except from the Yuta.
Yep.
So you're going to have that coming in. You got to conceal play at AOG, blocking off all escape routes.
Oh, Vent kicking onto the Lunox. Lunox immediately burns the Brilliance away, and also look at how Team Evo layered it up, forcing Blades a lot of ways. Has to been so many things to basically get out. That's a shutdown for the side of Team Evo against Ignite Gaming for now, and it is murdered, accomplished. They got away.
You've got Blade out of the picture, but on the top side though, Seiji busy pushing that down. That's really, really classic Sun doing monkey things.
Yeah, it's
down
just
the side lanes.
Monkey business literally for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? Seiji being super annoying, right? I think he's the only one that pulled the Sun in MPL right now, and now he's actually forcing Team Evo apart right here. If Team Evo is unable to trade in terms of objectives, yes, you'll be able to get kills, but turrets don't respawn.
Lord already spawned up. Seiji doing Seiji things with the Monkey. You've got Evo able to find Blade and just take out the high DPS coming in from the mid side. So as long as Blade is out of the picture, I think Evo knows they stand a chance. And Sayla is right there just to deal with the Monkey, deal with the clones. But they have to watch their 6. They have to watch their side lanes. Look at the long lane. You have Seiji over there. And even though he shows himself, Ignite Gaming will have that damage if Blade is online.
Yep, right now it's going to be Mountain Shocker will review for now. Rapid, don't forget the Glorious Pathway will allow members from the side of Ignite Gaming to reinforce Powerful. They actually down low, gets caught out. Blade goes into the Brit Darkness. Boring Gear goes in for the slam. And also the Mountain Shocker to wave clear at the same time. Soon coming in from the behind, the Petrify will be able to catch on the Sailor as well. Sailor unable to do any form of damage, and Team Evo running low in terms of the Seam as well. Seam could be set over the side of Ignite Gaming. Rapid do that now, get kicked by the side of Ben. The member side of Team Evo will need to reinforce just a little bit more. Rapid do will be able to rapid away, but no, Gear will be there, stunning and down, getting sprayed from the side of Gear.
2-4. Zach's still online. Might be able to contest for this one. He's around the vicinity. Seiji trying to look for an angle to take down Sailor. Now Powerful is up online. He does have the AOG to come into play very, very effectively. There's a third of the health gone.
Yeah, Mountain Shocker will review right here. Immediately spotting out Seiji. Sailor and the members of the side of Team Evo knows about this. Will be trying to go in hand, but it's going to be Zach because of Seiji stealing away the Lord away from Ignite Gaming, and now they're going to collapse onto Team Evo. But Team Evo deals with Ignite Gaming one after another. A tray, but Team Evo taking down 2 members. Ignite Gaming getting away with the main objective.
Evo just manipulated completely by Ignite Gaming. Seiji walking on the backside. They know that they need to protect Sayla. Sayla eventually falls, and the Lord as well going to the hands of Ignite Gaming. Evo's target prioritization, that top tier target prioritization, was their reason for losing this Lord, but it's still a stalemate. Look, 33,000 gold for both teams.
And not only just that, Ignite Gaming was able to secure the Lord for themselves. They defended the mid lane turret, even though Team Evo has better manpower advantage. And not only just that, all of a sudden that Mountain Shocker to review actually makes Team Evo a little bit paranoid. Ignite Gaming may stand a chance of picking up game number 1.
Look, it's a game of chess. Evo knows their target. They need to take down Blade, but Ignite Gaming, they're using Seiji as bait. That's a scapegoat, going to the back lines and trying to disrupt Evo's approach towards Blade. So leaving Blade wide open to deal that damage through. You never really see Blade with a full Ruby DD combo, and that is still in his arsenal, and he hasn't used that yet.
Yeah, doesn't matter because right now Ignite Gaming sending the Lord up top. Don't forget, Sun is basically putting permanent damage up top, and now it's keeping Team Evo super busy. Mid lane already cracked open. This is not good for the side of Team Evo. Ignite Gaming on the full charge right now, looking to burn Team Evo themselves.
Aether still having a perfect game so far, might have a comeback into this as long as Evo is able to pull out this game
great.
into a 15-minute.
All right, they're able to deal with the Lord right here, leaving the base turrets untouched. Right now, Team Evo has to put as many people into the base defense as possible. Powerful leading the charge right here, not showing a lot of information. Here comes a glorious pathway, getting blocked by the Mountain Shocker. It's going to be Utah going gear, duking it out. Seiji down as well, but that's just a clone. He's out of there.
Good disruption by Gear. He spotted Yuta using the balls. Knows that Yuta will come into the coagulation.
Yep.
Evos already have a lot of, full core items. You got Aether 9, almost seeping into 10,000 gold, almost a full build. That's gonna be a Blade of Despair coming in for this Yisun Shin. So the damage is gonna start to hurt, but the monkey is just so annoying.
Yeah.
Like once your clones are there, it still hurts.
Yeah, and
like you might think damage, the damage over time doesn't really hurt you a lot, but it's starting to build up. The Holy Crystal already built up by Blade, so this is late game territory we were talking about.
But late game territory in terms of Ignite Gaming, Seiji right here, I think as long as he tags onto either Van or Sailor or even Aether, they're gonna get blown up to pieces, right? Don't forget to Petrify to buy a lot of time. Then after that, Ignite Gaming could just swoop very easily. But hold on a second. Right now it's gonna be Van. That's a nice kick on to Seiji. Seiji immediately going down because of the Mountain Shocker. Aether desperately trying to identify Gear as well, just swooping in, but Brilliance will be popped by the side of Blade. And now Meebum's on the side of Ignite Gaming, unable to go in. There's gonna be the Swan Song right here into the Winter Crown, but immediately Ignite Gaming, Zack jumps into certain death. Aether picking up that kill.
Ignite totally read that wrong. They knew they were fighting on 3. They coagulate on that top side. The full rotation of the 5-man team down to take Aether down is just undeniable. He's 6-0-4. The Sky Crystal stacks are still slowly building up. Zack is offline, and now they're taking down this Lord. They're blitzing it off.
Yeah, definitely. This is basically a home run for them if they really able to pick up that Lord for themselves. Gear and Utah will be duking it out to basically try to zone, and now Ignite Gaming has to play the base defense right here. It is time for Team Evo to shine.
High risk, high reward. Aether's the target for Ignite Gaming. It's just one person, one hero, and they might be able to win out on these team fights. Blade needs to be in the picture. Seiji, I think the later this game goes, the monkey doesn't really seem as valuable in team fights anymore.
No,
the only reason is just to take down Sailor from that AoE Swan Song.
That's right.
If he doesn't do that, then Evo's just gonna be pummeling them down. Aether's gonna be the core target. He's gonna be dashing front and back. He's gonna be hitting shots. He's gonna be dealing that damage.
Yeah, but don't forget, Seiji on this Sun actually acts like a saber, right? Like, all he has to do is basically trade either for the jungler or even the mid laner, and then after that his job is done. Basically, and with the fact that Sun can be also very slippery, he's able to wiggle out of the fights and after that go in. So technically speaking, it's an interesting pick, but now Ignite Gaming has to play base defense, and this roster from the side of Ignite Gaming is not suitable for base defense, right?
Evo's locked in. They're finding the targets on the top side. Though Gear
Yep.
dealing a lot of damage onto Seiji though.
Oh, the clones are unable to hold. In fact, it's actually helping Gear because of the War Axe, right? He's absorbing everything now. Rapid Dude dropping down the girl's pathway. Zack tried to go for the flank right here. AOG for the side, powerful to defend and also peel. What a good AOG to zone. And now Team Evo, Mountain Shocker sent to push Ignite Gaming back, and now they have to play base defense. Evo manipulated and executing this siege in a very good way.
It was a very good read by Powerful. I saw the AOG right on top of Sayla. You have
really good.
Zack just to disrupt them on the back line. Able to use the clones to just get away. So Ignite Gaming is just playing clones on clones. You got a Guinevere popping off that clones. You got the Seiji monkeys as well. So I think Evil, they have the right thing in mind. As long as Aether is protected, deal damage in just one hit at a time, and then play a typical mechanical front to back, I think Ignite Gaming will not stand a chance. The silver lining is they have a lot of high ground defenses, a lot of AOG clearance.
Yep. Oh, hold on a second. It's going to be a Mountain Shocker already revealing. Members of Team Evo are looking for it. Oh, burns the flicker away from the side of the blade right now with the Rapid Dude going down the glorious pathway. Van Galdo, Zach will be going in with Violet Recurrent right here. Goes in to win the crown. Will be able to allow him to survive just a little bit longer. AOG will be able to land, but Team Evo losing Van right there as Ignite Gaming tried to bite back with any form of surprises as well, hoping to equalize the goal lead, but it's still Ignite Gaming unable to convert that kill into anything for now.
Too tanky, too much sustain coming in from Ignite Gaming. You've got Alice to deal with. You've got Guinevere healing things up slowly but surely, and the damage coming in from Aether is starting to tickle the side of Ignite Gaming. Ven really needs to try to change his build a little bit. Go a bit more tanky, try to disrupt Blade, and that's his only target. Once Blade goes down, Evo has a chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's actually trying to do it. He burns the flicker away ultimately, but hold on a second. Aether may get caught just a little bit here as they hopefully try to outplay just a little bit more, but Rapid Dude comes in. Here comes the Swan Song to provide some more appeal. But Ignite Gaming, no! There's going to be Yuta jumping with the ultimate, catching on to Team Evo, and they're going to collapse one after another. Team Evo, Gear holding down the fort as much as he can, but Ignite Gaming will be there, shutting down, but it's going to be an almost wipe out for the side of Team Evo. Just Ven trying to just wiggle around the fight.
Seiji just collapsed onto the mound that Sayla and Aether has thrown onto them. Even the AOG wasn't able to disrupt anything. They're going to blitz that Lord down. There's nothing that Ven can do about it. Rapid Dude's right there trying to zone him out. Ignite's going to have that Lord typically in the 1844 minutes. And Evo, though, that is just so messy in that team fight. There's the protection. Now you see, like, the Gacha doesn't really have what it takes to protect them from the damage that Blade really deals.
And not just that, CG, right? Just literally blowing up Sayla and Aether to pieces. Don't forget if you take a look at the gold lead, it now backs to the stalemate. Team Evo earlier just now had like what 4K gold lead, and now they're back. Now Ignite Gaming's back to business with this Lord. They're looking to basically crack open at least a base turret to equalize the turret score once again.
Lord slowly marching down that top side and want to try to take down this Lord. They don't have that boom anymore.
Girls pathway really leading the charge, helping the Lord to also stepping forward just a little bit more. But Seiji is actually doing it. Ben on the other side of the map. Ben bursts a flicker. That's actually a okay thing, and hopefully Ben will be able to escape right now. It's going to be a high-speed police chase between these two gold laners, but Team Evo will be able to hold onto the Lord just a little bit down on the top lane earlier just now. And Ben...
Ben's going to go down. Here comes Blade. But nice flank. He bought time.
He bought a lot of time. That sacrifice is well deserved. Team Evo needs to give him a salute right there. Really,
nice
really,
right,
really,
right there.
really.
Sleeping peacefully, not having a good game so far. Not a lot of value in the late game. As long as he built tank, I think Evo might be able to try to get a pick off again. But Blade's so hard to catch.
Oh, Rapid Dude has more than that. Where it came from, right? Gar's pathway once again, setting up the green carpet for Ignite Gaming to start penetrating through. Now top side is already getting taken down, torn down by Bob and his friends as well. Bot side also.
That's catch!
Zach catching onto the members on the side of Team Evo. The Swanson will be going in there, but it's going to be Yuta spamming the ultimate. Will be able to find that damage onto Team Evo. Ignite Gaming right now is going to be trying to burn Team Evo right at the base defense. But Gear slamming down the sword, and now Aether looking for a re-entrance. Rapid the members on the side. Ignite Gaming slowly running out. HP boss, but Team Evo will be there to kind of push it away. But Yuta right there, sorting out Aether, picking up the kill. Ben and Gear, the only base defense for the side of Team Evo. Ignite Gaming looking to burn.
It's 1v3. Blade still has fairly healthy. Good minions already pushing in as well. Ignite Gaming might be able to take Gear down. Blade's online.
Gear, that's going to be a Thorn Rose right there, and also going to be the damage reduction from Gear. Nice slap. He has to try to spin.
So much time.
So much time. Sailor's coming in 10 seconds. Gear has to turn on, but not enough. As Ignite Gaming delivers the upset. Team will be burning down Team Evo in game number 1.
In the match of fire against fire, Ignite Gaming burns bright and takes down Team Evo, the villains, in game number 1.
Man, like what I mentioned, Ignite Gaming, the true successor of Team Evo. The Titan Slayers will get slain by the new Titan Slayers. They burn brightly, burning Team Evo in hell.
Does this give Ignite Gaming the same status as Flash at that level of gameplay? So they're one game away. If they win against Evo in game number 2, that might change your script and all of your things, like your notes, you're gonna throw it away.
I'm not going to throw my tablet away. I'm not going to throw my tablet away because, ladies and gents, we are in uncharted territory. Everything that we predicted so far at the start of the match, all out of the window because Ignite Gaming, they burn bright. They take one game away from Team EVO. And don't forget, they also take one game from Flash SG. They are also one of the rising stars in MPL Singapore, and they're basically looking to really stay in the playoffs.
So let's talk about, real quick, Absolute Zero versus Ignite Gaming, because both of these two teams are in like the sort of like the same tightrope, right?
Yep.
You got Ignite Gaming already winning up against EVO. You got 2 zeros from Absolute Zero against Team EVO. So in a head-to-head, this changes so much.
I don't know. This is actually shaking up everything on my script right now, Chirels. I have no answer. I need like 5 minutes to literally calm down, and after that recalculate the MVP of the game, going over the side of Rapid, the glorious pathways that he was able to set up. He also started with a first few kills as well, and after that transitions and making Team EVO's life a misery because of his glorious pathway.
Good zoning potential, and of course, the passive that Hylos brings reduces the attack speed, is a direct counter to the Yi Sun-shin in the late game. Yeah, there's not much this Yi Sun-shin can actually do since he's the only damage dealer. You can't really bank on Sayla too much because once he pops that Swan Song, you've got Seiji on the back line just popping the Petrify and taking Sayla down.
Man, it's just... I wasn't expecting this, right? To the point that I literally like... Why did I say Thorn Rose? I'm actually confused, but it's just the damage from the Utah being able to stay in the fight so much because of the Throne of the Ruin as well, and Zac coming in, so many tankiness, and exactly what I was talking about in the start of the match, right? This is a roster that's really hard to deal with. I think you need another pseudo. I think once you go for a carry, that's actually A-okay, but Seiji is just whacking everybody down like nobody's business.
Yeah, it is really difficult for EVO to comprehend, but this doesn't change the fact that they are making it to the playoffs once again.
Yep.
It all boils down to Ignite Gaming. This is super good for them. They're riding on the momentum. They go into game number 2 with this high. They're definitely going to have a better game as well.
Yeah.
Struggle in the early game, this entire game, we said it again and again and again. Stalemates all the way through. It's like bullets hitting each other on the head on.
Yeah, and don't forget, they're basically like what, one step. If they really want to stay, if Ignite Gaming wants to stay, go into the playoff directly without going through the scenic route, they need a 2-0. They're one game away from that one.
Yeah, I think I spoke to Yuta just now, and he was like, "Oh, if we win EVO, we don't have to come down and play a full game tomorrow.
It's going to be a
bloodbath.
very long day tomorrow."
Yeah, just need their rest. It's a 2-week break into the playoffs. Let's get that reset. And Ignite Gaming is really on fire. They're locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely feeling comfortable for themselves, and I feel like, of course, apart from Rapid Dude, I think Yuta also did a really good job right there in setting up all those ultimates. It's really able to zone out a lot of these things that, you know, Team EVO wants to do. And I feel like really, I think Ignite Gaming really knows how to play against Team EVO, right? They literally, from the start, get-go, Seiji was just split pushing earlier just now and then pulling the members from the side of Team EVO apart. And it doesn't allow Team EVO to basically coagulate and become that very strong fighting force.
Yeah. If I take a look at the damage dealt as well, I see the Cho on Ven. You got 30% kill to participation. You got 24k damage dealt over the rest of the entire day of the game. And if I remember correctly, that's an 07 Cho in play. So the only reason why the Cho was picked up was try to get into Blade, try to kick him back into the fray and inside the Swan Song, but they don't have that synergy, that connection. It's not very reliable, and it's difficult to execute, especially with the Cho.
Yeah, and what a wonderful game for game number 1, right? I think it's just I think everybody in MPL Singapore kind of knows how to deal with Team EVO already. You just need to pull them apart, split the fights like that, make it super messy, make it super hard for, you know, Team EVO to basically play on their own terms, right? Right now, what Ignite Gaming did is just bring Team EVO down to their level and beat them up. Yeah.
If I reanalyze that match all the way from that draft all the way to late game, I think for the side of EVO, they have a game plan, but the gacha pick for the side of EVO doesn't really work out. It's very sacrificial.
Yep.
Powerful really likes to play a sacrificial role. And Ignite identified that, Powerful is going to be standing in front. Let's just take him down first, and then let's move over to the main targets, which is basically an open Sayla.
Yeah.
It takes a bit of time for Odette to actually build up, especially Winter Crown. If you build Winter Crown first item before the main
you
sacrifice the damage, and then
Yeah.
Seiji can easily pummel you down with Petrify combo.
Yeah, and I think it's also very hard, right? Like, if Sayla is unable to play the game at all, right?
Yeah.
Because there's always a looming threat of Sun basically coming towards the mech. And that's basically Seiji's MO. When he picks up the Sun, this is exactly what you have to expect.
Yeah.
And you can see how Powerful is kind of busy to basically deal with it. And yes, you see a very good AOG sometimes, but sometimes you also need him to set up for the team fights. Even though Gear can also do that, but ultimately, if we all rely on Ishinshin to basically output the damage and also Sayla to output the damage, I think it's not enough, especially with a thick roster such as Ignite Gaming. You have Alice, you got Grinevere, you got High Loss to deal with, and of course don't forget the clones coming out from Sun to basically just distract your basic attack and also aiming as well.
The bottom line is, right now, as Team Evo, if you're playing in their position, if you're coaching them, do you respect the Sun? Do you think Ignite Gaming will pick that up again just to disrupt Sayla? Because it kind of seems like Sayla's really having a hard time dealing with a monkey.
Yeah, I think right now, I don't think, yes, monkey is a problem, but I feel like there's better EXP laners that should be able to deal with the monkey, right?
Yeah.
Like, right now, it seems like, if Seiji is going for the Sun, but unfortunately, because they are red side, Seiji was the surprise pick, right? Maybe they could go for another another hero, another EXP laner, right? Maybe you could go for the Ruby, like what you mentioned. Unfortunately, Ruby was banned away by the side of Ignite Gaming. Maybe, unfortunately, you have to pull out, maybe perhaps even, crazy idea, a glue. Would be interesting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but easily taken down by Blade's Lunox though. I feel like the Lunox is so much of a threat. It's more of a threat than the monkey, to be honest, because you can't touch him.
Or maybe you go back into your traditional marksmen, like an Irithel, right? Like
kiting around the opponents, trying to dash it away.
Correct. So I think it's just the slight confidence, momentum that Team Evo was able to just accumulate for themselves, and now they ultimately got burned by that one, by Ignite Gaming, no doubt.
So I think Evo is not really phased by all of this. Looking a bit happy. Maybe they're trying things out. Maybe they want to try their new kind of composition in this one. The double fighter combos is not new towards MPL, but for Evo, they want to add in their own flair, their own flavor with the match of team fights. Sayla, this is not his first time pulling out the Odette or any kinds of, really out of the pocket picks. And I think if that changed a little bit more into maybe a Kadita or something like that, it might work out so much more.
You can see how the paper is actually folded into his pocket.
Hey, he's upgraded. He's upgraded into
a folded A4 paper.
Red book into one folded A4 paper. That's how much Ignite Gaming's informations are on. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, we're on to Broken Walls, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like you're only able to bring like one A4 paper size of your homework in an open book
cheat sheet.
Exam.
That's your cheat sheet.
Oh, cheat sheet. That's right. That's right. Oh, sorry, I never cheated in exams, so that's why I never knew how to do it.
On the other side of the aisle, you got Ignite Gaming bringing a whole person right into it. Huge shout out to LY4.
He is the A4 paper.
Great draft. That's what the 4 in LY4 stands for.
I don't want an A4 paper. I want an LY4.
An A4 versus LY4, that's what we're working into in game number 2 as IG one game away from securing their spot in the top 4.
Yeah, this could potentially upset basically the power rankings of MPL Singapore Season 10 because Ignite Gaming, they came in from a challenger bracket. They've also brought back Seiji. Bleed, by the way, well, I think if I remember correctly, also played side by side with Sayla and Gear for a period of time. And now, Ignite Gaming, they're looking really strong.
Speaking of strong, taking a look at the drafts, no respect bans, it kind of seems like it's very, very similar to the first game. You've got the CC, you've got the Juicin, Boxja taken out by the side of IG. Evo opting to ban out the Chip, Kalea, as well as the Angela. So first pick typically is the Arla or the Yisun Shin or any kind of assassins that you want to prio for the side of IG. But it will be the Kimmy, which shows a lot of prowess in the front-to-back kind of battles, and that is what Ignite wants to go for. So now, no Lunox to care about, but the damage will come in from Blade's Kimmy.
Blade did play Kimmy in week 1. Great success, 2 MVPs under his belt using the same hero. Team Evo right here, they are the ones who I feel like they'll be dictating the draft right here because of these 2 picks. I think Kimmy is kind of a no-brainer, but now you got your Ishinshin that's wide open. Do they want to go back for that one, or do they go for the Fredrin as well? Go back to something more secure.
They could always go for the Farsas first. At least secure the zone control. The Ishinshin and the Alice. Honestly, though, I think Alice is a huge problem that a lot of teams really underestimate.
Yep.
If you pull out your stats, it's almost 100% win rate for Alice every single time she's picked up. It's so difficult to deal with. Even in the previous game with RSG, securing that win because of the Alice.
Alice 63% win
63
rate. Out of 33 games, and out of the 11 games she was picked up, she won 7 times. So that's a massive stat right there. But of course, this is also the first time Gear is playing this Alice. We shall see how he plays this to great success. It's going to be Ishinshin for the side of Aether. Once again, it's something that he's comfortable with. Don't forget, it is a very strong statement in the early game as well for the side of Team Evo. However, they are unable to put a full stop into Ignite's aggression.
Well, speaking of aggression, you have Ignite picking up the Gato and the Lapu, a little bit of a trade and taking away Evo's heroes. CZ still banned out, they're opting for the Grok, at least having a little bit of a sort of like a wall or a crowd control within the Broken Wall section. And typically, if you see broken walls and you see the Grok pick up, and typically teams like to pick up that Grok. I don't know if it's an environmental change where, hey, the walls are broken, I want to bring in someone that builds that wall. Bob the Builder.
Yeah, I think it's kind of counterintuitive, right? Usually you expect the Grok to not perform very well on the broken walls, but it seems like every team is bringing in, I think it's because, you know, if teams are used to the broken walls and there's ways to escape, you block that wall up and then all of a sudden, you know, they got caught off guard. So basically, I think that's an idea from the side of Team Evo. Now, it's going to be the Fanny getting taken down by the side of Team Evo. Zach also plays the Fanny. Also a big threat over to the side of Ishinshin. You see the Farsa get taken away by the side of OI4. Good call right there from the side of Ignite Gaming.
You know, there is a sort of a combo that I realized that if you have zone control for the side of Evo, you pick up the Ixia as well as the Yves that, you know, Sayla is so good with playing around. You're playing that zone control that you can just decimate everyone within that area. But I don't think they want to play this around because, you know, the Yves is still a viable option. Sayla could always go back to his all reliable Kagura.
Oh.
We've seen that once before earlier today in RSG, but you know, yeah, that's a little getting picked up. Okay.
Yep, Lunox, a good ban to basically protect the Gatot and also the Lapu Lapu. Kagura is an interesting pick. You'll be able to blow up the Kimi in the backline. Also allows you to scout. And I think right now,
I think carry. You talk about carry. You hinted carry in the previous previous game. It looks like a carry game this time around.
Harif also looks really good, right? Because Alice also with the Throne of Ruin will be able to set up the very nice zone for you to basically go in zip and zapping on the Zaman Force, and that's something that Ven can play as well. But are they going to pick the EXP laner here or the Gold laner here for the side Team Evo?
I think you want to go 1-1 again.
1-1.
I mean, still meta. Not performing very well in MPL SG as a whole, but other regions, it's always a very strong. Okay, first time we're seeing Vexana.
Haven't seen Vexana in a while.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, hold on a second. Vexana, wow, I think this is the second time we're seeing him. Pick once, hasn't got a win as of yet. Interesting. I believe that is a... I think it's Sayla that's the only one that picked... Oh no, it's picked by FMM against RSG, and they lost with that one. So Vexana is not having a very good time. But Vexana is also very interesting, right? Like, trying to be able to stun somebody and then after they're blowing them up. Ignite Gaming right here, are they going to go back to stun? But no, it seems like they're going to go back into a... What's with the gold lane chokes?
That's a 4-fighter combo on the side of Ignite Gaming. Damage will come from Blade. So again, similar to the first game, Blade is the main target. When you take Kiming down, they don't really have a lot of damage to follow up and follow through, but there's a lot of combos and CCs that Ignite Gaming can layer up upon. You got AOG into the Violet Requiem that creates so much disruptions for the side of Evil.
Team Evo right here, do they go for the fighter as well? There's too many fighters in this map.
You want to go Ruby? It was banned out in the previous game. It works out really well. You could play pretty much a Sort of like a 1v. Yeah, it's gonna be Harif.
Yep, like what I mentioned earlier just now, it really, I think the whole team is being set up for the Harif to basically play. You've got your Eternal Guard from the side of Vexana to basically jump in and locked in. But there is a few movement abilities from the side of Ignite Gaming to bypass the Grok as well. Seems like we're going to be able to see that Cho going into gold lane. What's with the Cho gold lanes these days, huh?
I think a lot of damage earlier on, especially when Cho is facing up against a marksman on the other side. Typically the fighters will have a better time against the marksman in the early game, but in the late game, definitely marksman will scale much harder because of the percentage damage increase to the base stats. But taking a look at the entirety of this draft, honestly though, Evil, much easier to execute, not a lot of changes. Ignite Gaming, they're putting all their eggs into one Kimmy, and that is going to be a problem that I foresee is going to happen in the mid to late stage of the game, that they will falter.
There's not a lot of, I mean, technically speaking, Ignite Gaming, yes, you got damage from the side of Gatot, you also got damage from the not Badang, the Lapu.
Lapu, yeah. But easy to build against. Like, if you have the Kimmy, it's just Radiant Armor. And then you deflect all that damage. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game number 2. Ignite Gaming, one game away from rewriting history and taking down Evil and securing a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and remember, there's, like what I mentioned, they need a miracle to be able to basically stay inside the... Whoa, what is that cut from the side of Ven? What are you doing? Sorry,
that's a whole wave already cleared up.
Yeah.
Whole wave already cleared up, already into the orange buff. It's going to be tougher for Aether to come back into this one, because right now they're starting things off.
Yeah, this is massive. So the Aether cannot deal with Seiji, especially in early game.
Aether!
No, that's not exactly how you want to go! First blood given those eyes Seiji, but that's a massive sacrifice.
It's so worth it. It's so worth it for Ignite Gaming.
Oh man, and it's a Yishin Shin.
Okay, this is why the Cho is picked up. Easy to proc to the
Broken walls
wave.
as well.
Broken walls, you can't escape. You can dash out, and it's still level 2 for this Yishin Shin. It's gonna have a tougher time, and you're situating on top of that top quarter in that jungle.
And Aether,
Powerful taking a lot of damage as well from Blade.
And Aether is only having a orange buff. Where did the purple buff go?
It's just destroyed because he died, went to the graveyard, and then he came back.
Oh, yes.
So that's a huge resource already used up for the side of Evil.
But he's still able to secure his own orange buff, so it's not too bad. But if you take a look, if you compare Zac and also Aether, I think the saving grace is Zac on the Guinevere has a weaker clearing speed as compared to Aether.
Aether's already level 4. Out of... against all odds, yeah.
Crisis averted. Then you gotta have to play it slow just a little bit more, because you know Seiji may be able to do that one. Nice immunity, burns the Purifier right off the bat for the side team. But then you gotta stop toying with your life.
Pretty ballsy in that move. As Evil just ramping up the aggression once again mid-side.
Finding onto Blade and also Zac. Massively worth it. Team Evil is not happy. They're picking up a double kill right there. Yummy for the side of Team Evil. 3 men down.
I think what happened was Sayla actually used the Terrify into 3 members. You get a Tectonic Charge down the Lord Pit as well, taking Yuta down. And on the top side, you got double backups coming in for the side of Ven. You want to get this Harith up and online as soon as you can for the side of Evil, so that you punish the aggression that Ignite Gaming actually has in the early game. It's 5-1.
Yeah. I thought, you know, Ignite Gaming was able to have a great game, but Team Evil was able to just wrestle back control. They don't let it go to waste, but, you know, I like what Sayla is doing right here, you know. Technically speaking, the Vexana is also a good peel for the Harith as well, so that's why he reinforced top side. That's the Sayla and Gear, Sayla and Van Womber combo, whereas Gear just dishes out the damage against Ignite Gaming around the turtle pit.
You have 3 members down the mid side as well. Evil playing it safe. They know they're core heroes that need to be in the vicinity before they make any big movements.
That zoning potential from the side of Sayla is going to be very pivotal to maneuver around these team fights later on in the game. But Ignite Gaming right now, what is their status quo? What are they supposed to do right now? Yuta was able to dish out quite a decent amount of damage. Hold on a second, Zaman Force.
He's got to Purify as well, so he does not fear the jump coming in from Zac.
Yep.
And I think for Evil, their job is to make this entire map seem like a library. Very, very quiet. It's very reactive to how Ignite Gaming wants to play. They want to go aggressive. Oh, Ignite Gaming wants to go aggressive. That's the charge and the ultimate coming in. Blade just gets out of there.
A missed one. Eternal Guard will be already committed. Mount of Shocker as well, casted as well. But don't forget, Gear can always swoop in anytime. Ignite Gaming just, you know, making sure they're basically huddled right underneath the turret as they prepare for the turtle fight. Sky Piercer secured for Aether, and now expect Evo to start to make sure Aether has a great game.
At the late game, this Vexana typically has around 14, 15 seconds until the Eternal Guard is able to be spammable again. So it's a very, very short cooldown time for a full Eternal Guard length. And it's going to be an extra member that Ignite Gaming needs to take down. This turtle fight is going to be getting started on by Zac. You don't see Aether in the vicinity. He's slowly free farming. He's level 8. Zac is 2 levels behind. I don't think Evil wants to manage that one. Powerful wants to use the wall to try to get that reset. I don't think they want a contest for this one.
Zac will be able to secure that one. Gear stepping forward just a little bit. Zac lands onto the damage onto Gear, but don't forget the AOG from Rapid Dude as well. That's going to be a shutdown go. Given the side of Ignite Gaming, Powerful still in the vicinity. Rapid Dude leading the charge, takes down Aether as well. And now Ignite Gaming wrestles control back into their base and also the grass. Team Evo falters in that team fight.
I think that all could have changed if Powerful remembered that there was a wall. There wasn't a wall down there. The tectonic charge actually came through, but it wasn't too much. That's the kick. That's Purify onto Ben on the top side.
Oh, Ben is running out of mana. He has to skedaddle away, but now Team Evo may have lost a little too much. Utah cracking open bottom lane and mid lane for the side. Team Evo is already down, and now it's just all about whether Team Evo can make sure Ben becomes a monster, Harry.
There's a turning point, 5 minutes on the clock. Right now, Ignite Gaming has what it takes to have a full, fast rotation onto many of the onto the side lanes. But Ignite Gaming has to really grasp onto this momentum that they've built up for themselves. Blade's dealing that damage. He has that Sky Piercer. He needs to be able to find more stacks as fast as possible. Seiji's down the bottom side already. Good lane swap by the side of Ignite Gaming. You're going through with the mid-game power spike that Ignite Gaming is bringing into this game.
Yeah, Seiji is just literally stunning, right? He's just showing Ben how to play that choke gold lane. He's actually able to hold against a Harif. Harif in the early game should be able to outpoke Cho because of the range difference, but Seiji is still holding on strong. As long as you neutralize the lane just a little bit, you're actually going to be a little bit better because you're not giving kills over the side of Harif, and Harif is slowed down in terms of growth, and all of a sudden Team Evo is playing on the back foot.
Aether from 2 levels ahead comparing to Zac. It's now even Stevens, and it's a stalemate once again. Ignite Gaming not too far ahead. Sayla's going to be a threat in the late game once the Eternal Guard is free popped, but Ignite Gaming slowly building their defenses into all of these team fights. So as long as Ignite Gaming is able to play as 5, then Evo does not stand a chance.
Powerful right here. Does have the Athena shield already. Aether pops him out to Shocker.
You don't see Gear though.
Don't see Gear. Gear's coming in from the backside, and also going to be a TOR trying to zone just a bit
too early.
Unfortunately, it's a bit too early. Zac securing the turtle for himself, and now Gear has to try to fly away, but he's actually going to be able to play the game. The stack of CC, but here comes the powerful charge as well. Utah down low will be able to skedaddle out of there right now. It's Team Evil right there. It has to force to deal with the rest of the side of Ignite Gaming, and they will disengage for now, but Evil will lose another turtle.
Ignite Gaming is really methodical in how they want to play this. They know that Gear is within the vicinity, but Gear popped the ultimate a little bit too early. No one was trapped up in the thorns, and now Ignite Gaming are still having the upper hand. 1,400 gold lead ahead of Evo. They have that defenses to soak in all these ultimates, and they have that damage coming in from Blade. As long as Blade still stays strong and healthy, then they'll win out 10 out of 10 team fights.
Yep. Remember we talk about how Ignite Gaming should not have enough damage, but take a look where Seiji is, right? Just literally Seiji the farmer. But the difference between Seiji and Ash is that Seiji knows the timings to when to push, when to pull back, and when to join these fights, right? But Team Evo, on the other hand, literally getting split apart. The Grok, the Powerful wasn't able to land all these critical ones because it's just Ignite Gaming finding a good tempo against Team Evo.
Yeah, Seiji is super slippery as well. He's also having the same builds. That's a pseudo-tank DPS Cho build alongside the Concussive Blast.
Yeah, is it time for me to start learning Cho Gold Lane as well?
It's time for everyone to start Fighter Gold Lane. It's super fun and you don't really die.
I hate it.
I love Fighter Gold Lane.
I not a fighter play. I mean, I don't play fighters as well.
Yeah, you're long range because you are really held back. I can't say that on stream.
I'm a coward. I'm a coward.
You are a coward.
Yeah, I'm a coward. I see people fight. Bye-bye.
But now, Ignite Gaming really show how if you want to play a fighter side lane, you have to be very aggressive. I think Ven is right now the only target that Ignite Gaming has to catch out. Your Rapido is stuck behind the wall in a hard place.
And right now, it's just trying to be able to stay alive just a little bit longer. But don't forget, it's going to be Zaman Frost coming up.
Oh!
Damage. Here comes the TOR. Will be able to do something. Blade gets knocked down, unfortunately, by the side of Team Evil. And now it seems like Team Evil will be able to stabilize. Ven joining the fight right here makes the whole difference. As Ignite losing 3.
Good find from Gear, locking 4 members from the back line of Ignite Gaming.
Zach, though, that's a very dangerous position right now.
They need to source him out.
I don't think he'll be able to find it out. Zach,
Ven
finds
knows
a time with him onto Ven, the hero, but he'll be able to verify out, but not enough. He's actually going down, and now the rest of the members for the side team, he will win.
Oh, here goes Seiji!
And Seiji scouts it out. We'll be able to try to find Aether. Aether's down low, and Seiji will be focusing. Aether picking up the Lord, but Seiji assassinates him. A very expensive Lord for Team Evil.
He found so much time. There's 3 members up ahead from Ignite Gaming, but right now Evil, they have that Lord. It's going to push through onto that top or bottom side. I think it will be the top side in the next probably 10 seconds. Ignite Gaming needs to play it a little bit more safer this time around. The only one they have to watch out for is Gear, but their main target is going to be Ven. Once they have us taken out of the picture, I don't think Aether has the damage to deal anything onto the entire roster of Ignite Gaming.
Change Seiji's name. He's not a farmer anymore. He's a homing missile. His target prioritization is so on point. Even as a Cho, he knows who to target. You target the jungle, especially when the Lord fight is happening. You target onto Ven because it's outputting damage. Man, this is so textbook coming outside. Ignite Gaming, bro!
Oh, good read.
Charge, it misses. Here comes the TOR. He also doesn't really land anymore. Sayla and Aether getting zoned out. The Lord's marching up top as well. We'll be able to crack open. Ven in the middle. AOG right there. Ven takes down Zach as Utah will be able to take down Gear.
Blade is just free hitting!
Well, Blade free hitting in the back line as well. And rest on the other side of Team Evil, they will lose team.
Agent Seiji onto the back line. He wants to find. He's out for blood.
He's homing missile, man. He's a drone strike. He knows.
He doesn't know. Powerful got him safe. Right now it's Ven that might be sandwiched right there. It's a very tricky situation because he doesn't know where where Seiji is.
The Lord gets dealt with. It only tickles Ignite Gaming's infrastructure, and that's an enhanced Lord, right? So
yeah.
Team Evil wasn't able to get much, but 2 first-tier turrets from that 1 late game. Well, technically mid-late game Lord.
It's basically a bad omen. Once you get that Lord, Ignite Gaming is actually retargeting, using the Lord as bait onto the side of Team Evil. The only thing that I have in question is if Ignite Gaming is far ahead, they might not be able to push. They don't really have any long-range potential aside from Blade.
Right now, it's all down to Ven, the hero from the side of Team Evil. Is he able to output the damage? He's paranoid. You can see where he's actually landing his first skill. He's paranoid.
Everyone's everywhere. This is not dangerous grass. This is just open, broken walls, and he's still checking every single bush. You can't be too safe.
Yeah, you can't give yourself to complacency, right?
Oh, they know the Gear is right there. That's good read by Zach.
Good read. We'll be able to knock him up just a little bit more. Here comes Gear with the passive already activated. Members on the side Team Evil is sieging up mid, but Blade is making quick work of these minions.
A lot of damage dealt. I think both will touch and go. Ignite Gaming able to bob and weave, especially with Seiji on the bottom side. He's playing this Cho like he's playing the monkey. He's just pushing that side waves, splitting Evil's head apart.
Yeah, literally homing missile, right? Like he's able to find those target prioritization. Okay, traction pulse will not be able to land Zach. Jumping, but unable to find anything. Oh, here comes the Zaman for the side. Ven will be able to pick that up, but Blade down low. But now Ven bombs the Purify. He has to try to zone out. He will be able to jump away from the AOG. Gear coming up from a nice COR. Will be able to start Ignite Gaming as Team Evil collapse onto Ignite Gaming and then burn them down to pieces. Mid lane also cracked open by Team Evil.
Evil's gonna blitz down this Lord. It's a wide overtake for them. I don't think Zach is able to do anything about it. Seiji is constantly down the bottom side of the long lane, trying to push that and try to maintain that priority. As Aether does have that damage to show right now.
Yep.
Good find from Ven to kick things off. taking out Blade and just opening up that doors for the floodgates to come running in.
Then kicked open the floodgates himself, start gunning people down like he's John Wick, but he's a Harif. He's a monster right now. He's able to pour into the damage. Blake able to immediately get just assassinated away, Churros. That is more than enough for Team Evil to earn themselves that Lord.
Now Evil, again, slowing down the tempo. They know they need to protect Ven. Ven does have that damage. The only target that Ignite Gaming truly has is basically this Kimmy. And once this Kimmy is out of the picture, Evil will take down every single one of the members because they're all not really damage heroes. They're just, you know, free and wide and open. Agent AG!
Unable to find on the assassination onto Aether for now. But it's good damage, right? It's good pressure. It pulls Evil away from actually the main target, which is actually the turrets.
Watching for Gear. Gear's always been good in setting things up. His ultimate lands onto all members of Ignite Gaming, and they'd like to play as 5. Oh, this good wall. This is a Tectonic Charge.
Tectonic Charge also right into the Zaman Force, the TOR, and look at Ignite Gaming. They cannot move. Evil literally rooting them down where to stand. Seiji unable to find onto the assassination. 2 members from the side. Ignite Gaming already down. Also earning Team Evil a double kill. Massive fight, but not enough as Ignite Gaming managed to defend the top side turret.
Evil's team fights are just so beautiful. You get the wall, Powerful comes in,
that belongs to the gallery.
To get that stun on to 4 members, and then Sailor throws down the Eternal Guard, jump in like trampolines, and they're still going for it. They're going to cycle them through. That's 8 seconds until Zek comes online, but I don't think Ignite can do anything.
Yeah, you can see Ven's damage starting to pour onto the Gaudakacha. The Rapid Dude has to wrap it out of there, and burning the Zaman Force to also put a decent dent in the mid lane turret, but bot lane for the side of Ignite Gaming going down. Team Evil wrestles control back. What a seesaw, Churros. What a back and forth.
The only breakdown of the entire Ignite Gaming roster is they don't have enough damage, especially in the late game. The mid game power spike is long gone. Evil wants to try to connect whatever they have, that damage that Ven is actually bringing. You need an insurance in that late game marksman potential.
Yeah. Lord coming up in the next plus minus 30 seconds. Side lanes for the side of Ignite Gaming is constantly getting pushed by the super minions. Ignite Gaming now hunkering in base, protecting the only bastion of a base turret that's keeping them in game. They're throwing volleys just to make sure that infrastructure doesn't fall.
It's a landmine right here. Gear's healing everything back up. It's just a tickle onto Seiji.
And also Seiji also tickling Gear as well, right?
Yeah.
Because of the War Axe as well. But Seiji should be losing a bit. But don't forget, you know, if Gear gets picked off right here, it's going to be game over. But I think Team Evil was confident because they spot Ignite Gaming all the way up top trying to fix that wave.
We're already coming up. Ignite Gaming has to find Seiji down the bottom side just to deal with the lane pressure. Rapidu giving a little bit more information. Lord at a quarter.
Lord immediately get bits down. Gear actually wrecking havoc on the back line. Nice TOR as well. Powerful joining us soon. And now Team Evil deal with the Lord. They will try to go with the fight. Also Zaman Force from the side. Ven already used as well.
Blade's
but
going
down low, unfortunately. Blade also low, but will be able to scout out of there as well. The wall being built by Powerful, blocking the retreat from Ignite Gaming. They lost 2.
It's so difficult. Good find though by Blade onto Ven. At least that Harif is gone, but you get the Lord marching in. That's 30 seconds. Evil's gonna buy time. They're gonna pause that wave, wait for Ven to come back, and then just throw all their resources onto that throne and bring us to a game number 3.
Yeah, once again, Gear setting it up. The wall from the side of Powerful is there, blocking Ven, allowing Ven to have a very good time on the Zaman Force. Zipping around, and now the mid lane already cracked open to find the Bastion for the side. Ignite Gaming already gone.
You're not waiting. There it is. There's the jump up. Yuta cannot move.
That is not a good play. TOR catching 2 from the side of Ignite Gaming as Team Evil goes for the core, and it's gonna be them equalizing the score. A nice revenge against Ignite Gaming.
Beautiful layering of all those ultimates coming through. What a beautiful game from Evil. Early game,
beautiful series.
Struggling a little bit. Because, you know, as always, you got the marksman, definitely going to lose out a little bit on the fighters. But once it hits that 15-minute mark, Ven just came online. He's locked in, ready to go.
This is... I was expecting a 2-0 in this particular series.
Yeah.
And I was expecting this to be a very fast game, but no, Ignite Gaming went the mile. They're literally fighting for literal tournament life. No, I'll not say tournament life. They're literally fighting for a slot in the playoffs without going through the scenic routes. And now, unfortunately, Team Evil says no and win one game against it. And it's not an easy game for Team Evil.
Does this change anything in the the standings that Ignite Gaming has?
I'll tell you after the break.
Tell me after the break. But we're not going to break now. We're going to be addressing the post-game stats. But I have to say, MVP for me personally, Gear, 100%.
Yeah.
He's just setting everything up, and his TORs. Okay, it's gonna be Vexana. It has a perfect game. Good read by Sayla though. A really good read by Sayla. But okay, notable mentions by Gear. Notable mentions by Gear. But to be honest though, Sayla did so much. The damage really came through, and we'll see that in the post-game statistics where the damage really actually shows in the mid to late game stage where the Vexana actually comes through. But honestly, everything really started out because of the EXP laner, because of Gear. Gear goes into the back.
I feel like we have the
stuck that TOR.
I feel like during the break we have to talk to Prod a little bit.
We have to talk to Prod.
We have to talk to because I feel TOR Gear was the one that sets it up, but of course you got the Vexana, the damage as well right there. We gotta have to take a look because technically speaking, I describe Sayla as a very special kind of mid laners, right? You got mid laners like Cortese and basically very high damage one. The impact is felt all throughout.
Yes.
But Sayla is that fart in the lift.
Yes, you smell him, but you don't see him. You don't know
He's doing
who.
damage to you, but you don't feel him. That's even annoying, right?
No, you are annoying, Jace.
I am annoying.
But credit,
For putting that picture
credit
into
where
your
credit is due. Sayla played a heck of a game. Perfect game. 3-0-12 for this Vexana. Kudos to Sayla. But not without his partner in crime, Gear always being there to set things up. Layering in by Powerful, the sacrificial lamb of Team Evil, and then Sayla comes through with the Eternal Guard. So very, very beautiful team fights all through and through.
Yeah, actually both teams did very beautifully, right? Like CG is a menace, right? Even in game 1 and game number 2, even the 6 of for the side of Evil is not safe at all. Yeah. I don't feel safe if I see Seiji on the other side.
I think the only issue with Ignite Gaming's draft is that they don't have a lot of late game damage. They're banking on early game. They want to end it by 12 minutes. And once it's past 12 minutes, Evil is going to come through, especially with Ven's damage as well. Gwyn Jungle, what is your thoughts? Like, it is not really working out so well. It worked out in the previous game, game number 1, but it's like a flip of a coin, a toss of coin. It's 50-50.
I would say it's not as bad as Yushin, in my opinion. I feel like Guinevere actually provides the jump as well, and also that lockdown actually helps to set up the turtle for themselves.
Take a look at the damage right here. I'm looking at Sayla. Doesn't really deal that much damage, which is shocking to me because Evil feels like it's dealing so much damage to a pure tank team apart from Blade. Like, you're facing up against all the tanks, and the damage that you do should be skyrocketed to infinity and beyond. But Ignite Gaming just soaking up all of these damage coming in. Even Blade alone, we said the issue with this draft only is just Blade dealing that damage. It's 55k damage on 66.7% kill participation. Yuta actually deals more damage than this Kimmy. So you're banking on either two heroes, and Lapu Lapu is basically, you have a timer. You pop your Bravest Fighter, and once that Bravest Fighter ends, you don't really have that damage to deal and follow up. You have the heals you have to sustain, but you need that follow-up damage from Blade, and I think that Kimmy shouldn't be the answer.
Yeah, and I think if you talk about the level of competition in ML Singapore, we've been stuck with 3 games.
Yeah.
Almost every week. It's making us go overtime. The production agrees.
Yeah. I talked to Powerful before this, like, hey, give me a 2-0 easy. Nah, I'm just kidding. But like, hey, this really goes to show.
Yeah.
Teams are growing. Teams are learning.
Each other.
Evo has that A4 paper. Ignite Gaming has LY4. A human.
Well, a human computer.
A human computer. But it's LY4 GPT.
Yeah, but it's really refreshing to see LY4 back. But I feel like, if these teams are going to push us the mile, we're definitely going to have to take a short break because that is something of a seesaw of emotions between these 2 teams, right? Ignite Gaming and Team Evo literally going the mile. And yeah, I think we need a break.
We do.
Heroes.
We do. Let's just jump to break. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits. to Double 11.
And we are back, of course. A banger of a series as well. Man, it's just roller coaster rides all across the board, right? Ignite Gaming proving to us that, hey, they are trying to take up the mantle of Team Evil as the Titan Slayers themselves. But, you know, ultimately Team Evil forces a 1-1, and now we're back to a game number 3.
Honestly, I would disagree with you respectfully on how Ignite Gaming is taking on the mantle. They're building their own name. It's a pretty new team.
All right.
They're similar to Evil, but they're a sort of like a brand new kind of flavor they're bringing in. If Team Evil is like Mala, then Ignite is dang, I can't think of a metaphor.
I don't know. You built yourself up.
What's spicy?
Huh?
This game. I can't do it.
I don't know where you're going for with this analogy here.
But we're actually going into the game. I don't want to wait. I got a little bit of a brain block right here.
Save him from
that.
From
Honestly,
disappointment.
You know, me and Jace were talking a little bit about the game earlier on within Ignite Evil. It wasn't supposed to go this way. The script was Evil statistically. There wasn't a script. There was like a
expectations.
The expectations. The story was supposed to be Evil having the better statistics, having the better score lines, and beating out IG in a 2-0 fashion.
That's right.
But it all, you know, it's changed, and Jace was really sort of like, you know, bewildered by the situation, because I want to know what standings is if Ignite Gaming is able to take this game off of Evil.
I think right now, based on this, it's definitely going to be Team Evil, definitely 13 points right now, right?
Yeah, they're still
assuming
in.
Evil 2-1, right? They're still definitely going to go all the way up top. IG on the other hand, 7 points, and I believe earlier just now AZ was 2-1. So now it's going to be AZ and IG a potential 7 points, right? And that means that if they're basically same, even though they're same points, AZ will always be above IG because
I think
of
IG head-to-head is much better because they win out Evil. They've got 1 game off of Flash as well.
Well, technically speaking, Absolute Zero won against Ignite Gaming in the 2-0 fashion. So that's why AZ takes precedence.
Okay. So head-to-head on their own teams first.
Correct.
AZ always higher if they equalize the score line. So this means that if IG doesn't want to wake up early tomorrow and play the whole game...
No, I think that's it.
That's it. No,
wait.
No,
Hold
it
on.
can't be.
They can. So if they get a 2-1 against Team Evil, there will be 8 points. Then yes, they will be able to be above Absolute Zero.
Gotcha. So the TLDR, IG just has to win Evil this game, and this is their last chance. This is their last shot at redemption. Ignite Gaming has LY4, Evil has the A4s.
LY4 looked
again.
LY4 looking like the final boss right there. Just take a look. No headsets on, and he's like, yeah.
He's
boy.
calm. No, he's calm.
He's calm.
Calm. Exactly.
Capital
Got
K.
an A4 paper.
Clean slate.
Too.
Yeah, he's just right now. He's just really in the zone right now. I don't know.
If I was IG's players, and I go back to the drawing board, and after this game, this series, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get a punneling by LY4. Look at how angry he is. Like, man, what is this? What is this Rapido doing? What is this?
But Rapido
doing?
But Rapido and
really
Seiji,
good game.
But look at Rapido and Seiji. They're like literally talking about what they're gonna have for.
He reminds me of this,
dinner.
like, you know, your secondary school teacher, or high school teacher, and is like, I'm disappointed.
Don't close your eyes now, LY4.
It's like, oh man, I really don't want to wake up early tomorrow. I don't want to play a full game.
Then win this one. Is it not? Is it? Okay, it's actually a tall order.
It is a tall order.
Especially for Ignite to go up against Team Evil. Of course, Team Evil, you know, the perfect regular season run is here. But if that gets denied by Ignite Gaming, man, that feels good for Ignite Gaming. All right,
it's never good if your fates are in the hands of another person or another team.
Yep.
Especially for AZ, you don't want this to happen. You don't want to be in the position where you're on the losing end. Speaking of which, we are going back again to Expanding Rivers.
Expanding Rivers once again.
Both of us love this map.
I love this map.
Much faster, higher rotations.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, but this series is basically Dangerous Grass, Broken Walls, and Expanding Rivers. We have a taste of all three valuable map changes I've honestly, personally, just never liked Flying Cloud. What about you?
I mean, gets me back to lane faster. I guess that's it.
Gold laner things, I guess. I guess.
I like to farm.
Yep.
I'm like
But
Seiji.
like we all know, this doesn't really affect the draft that much. I still feel like Alice should be respected for either side.
I mean, no. I mean, obviously.
High contest for both teams.
It is. Both
Yeah.
teams can use that to great success. I'm expecting Team Evil to snap pick that up if Ignite doesn't go for the ban on Angela.
Yeah, Arlott is open. CC is already banned out. No, okay, so typical bans all across the board. This is the first game that we won't see a Kimmy. So the Jusins, the Farsas might be able to come up again. Evil goes back to basics. Eric picking up the Yi Sun-shin once again. There's 3 games on Yi Sun-shin for Aether. I think he's like this hero. He's going for it. That's the Alice and the Lunox pick once again for Ignite
Isn't
Gaming.
this game number 1 once again?
If that is a Gatot and a Lapu, then it is game number 1 draft.
Yeah, but I feel like taking learnings from Team Evil in game number 1, I feel like the fighter's side lane is not a good idea anymore. If Van is not comfortable of it, I think evidently there. But you need more shred to deal with the Alice, right? I mean, Team Evil was able to deal with the Alice quite well in the past few weeks. You expect them to be able to deal with it in game number 1. This time around, they definitely need that homework to be pulled out once again in game number 3.
Well, it's all up to, the side of Evil, because we can guess all we want, but in the end of the day, there's going to be the Grok as well as the Lapu. Okay, so they're switching up the Gato for the Grok. I think they like it better in expanding rivers. You're able to move a bit faster into the Turtle Pit, and I think that is how Evil wants to play it.
Yep, Lapu
again,
still open, right? You could go
Yeah.
into Ven as well. Gear can also pick that up as well. But I feel like right now you really need more shred, more damage to deal with the Alice.
typically, that's a Guinevere slot if IG wants to pick that up once again.
Lancelot is open.
Lancelot's open. I feel like the Guinevere is coming through once again. Yeah, it worked out pretty well in the previous game.
Yeah, definitely. Zach, if I'm not mistaken, he has better success playing as a tank jungler. In fact, he's played Fredrin, Guinevere, Baxia as well, and they're all high percentage. Lancelot is a 100, it's a 50% as well. Pick twice, win one time as well, but now it's going to be Rapid Dude's high loss being selected for the side of Ignite Gaming.
This pick is basically a direct counter towards this Yi Sun-shin. Because once you put yourself in that position, if Evil doesn't play a secondary marksman or secondary damage dealer in the form of a gold laner, then IG is going to have a better time. In the late game, Yi Sun-shin is going to be a non-factor just because of the high losses passive. So I like that pick up just directly from Ignite Gaming. Going on to the second phase of the bans, you get the Harith getting picked off by the side of Ignite Gaming. Evil might look to ban out the marksman as well. I
think Carry is definitely going to go.
Carry's
into the
definitely
ban.
going to go.
Yeah. Or unless IG might want to go for that themselves. That means that, we'll
what's
see
your
the
command?
bans coming up from the side of
Your team is
LY4. You see the Fanny getting taken away from the side of Team Evil. Expect maybe, I presume, the Lancelot as well. That's exactly what Team Evil banned in game number 2.
So typically in this draft, it's basically Evil game number 1 draft. Instead of the Gato, you go with the Grok.
Yep. As of now, in game number 1, they banned away the Franco and the Hellcat at this point of time. But right now, there's targeting mostly on the jungler because it's not selected. I love this, man.
Yep.
I was thinking about this.
I'm thinking about Monkey. Ban out the Monkey for the side of Evil. At least this opens up options for Sailor to play his own game.
Like the Vexana is a good pick for the side of Evil right now, because especially when they showed the hand earlier just now, you provide that secondary tankiness and also a big amount of burst damage and also that annoying stun as well. And
I guess anything's possible.
Go big or go home.
Lancelot gets banned out, which is interesting because Zach hasn't really played the Lancelot as much.
He did. He played 2 games. Played 2 games on the Lancelot, but played 5 games on the Guinevere. Guinevere seems like also an obvious pick.
All reliable.
In this particular slot. But maybe they can go for the carry to counter pick IG away, Evil away, or they can also go back to the Sun to basically counter against all the squishy from the side Team Evil.
I think going in for Guinevere is safe. That's a safe Guinevere pick. So 3 games of Guinevere versus Yi Sun-shin in the jungle.
Now it's going to be the mid lane. The Odette was selected in game number
And the
1.
Cho, I'm not a big fan of the Cho.
I'm not a big fan of Cho. The Odette is okay. I was also thinking maybe, you know, Farsa looks very dangerous right here, right? Hylos gain access to the Farsa very easily. The
But you're
Juicin-
susceptible to a Sun.
Yep.
And we've seen that IG likes to pick the Sun last pick.
Yep, Juicin is also really good for the side Team Evil, right? Like, Hylos also want to dive towards you. You also got some form of peel with the ultimate. Oh, Juicin already got banned by the side IG. Man, they're one step ahead of me.
It's either the Farsa or the Odette once again. I don't
Not a big
want
fan
Ven
of the
to pick
Farsa.
up the Cho.
Not a big fan of Farsa.
You don't have any disruptors though. Only maybe the Alice to get into the back line. That's going to be Kagura and Carry.
Alright.
Okay, okay.
Alright.
There's a little bit of slight changes right there. A little bit more comfortable for Ven to play the range game instead of going for the slippery slope with the Cho.
Yeah, it's going to be a Sailor back on this Kagura against this kind of thick roster from the side of IG. Even if IG goes for the Sun, the Kagura will be able to deal with him, right? Because of the mobility and also the massive burst.
You got CC immunity from the dashes as
That's
well.
right. So it's not too bad of a pick. And now with Carry to top on top of that, Team Evil would definitely have to play kiting. It's more of a, I feel like right now Team Evil, this is more of a counter-engage kind of roster against IG.
I do agree. I do agree. Just play into the late game. Wait till you get the Trinity as well as the Malefic Gun for the side of Carry, and IG will just melt everything down. So we're going back to basics. Granger's getting picked up here
Finally.
instead of the Sun. So nothing crazy because this is tournament lives at stake, and IG doesn't want to wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, I feel like the Granger is something that we're back to something that we're more comfortable with. We've seen this before. Seiji, especially on the Granger, if they are able to kind of lock down and burst down the Kagura or the Ishin Shin very quickly, I think that would be a lot easier to basically lock in, right? Basically output the damage.
Yeah, I think there's some little bit of a technical. Hopefully not.
Yep, should
right
be able to
there.
get hop in the game is a very easy fix. But I mean, like, let's talk about the roster right here, right? And right now we're looking at the balance in a sense, right? Carry going up against a Granger. In the early game, Carry is gonna suffer a little bit. But he's able to wave clear very easily, right? Just throw out one skill,
with the
you're
first
done.
skill, yes. With the first skill tap, I think alongside that, you've got the Kagura, who is very, very sneaky in terms of team fights. So you got single target damage as well as AoE insurance from the mid side as well. Typically in the late game, you would pair up Grok alongside the Kagura as well as the carry. So that's going to be quite a bit of damage from the side of Evil. So it's pretty much a mirror of RSG's game plan in game number 2 earlier on where they picked up the Kaja instead.
Yep, we're going to be loading into game very soon. Here's a quick recap on the roster that they've selected. Team Evil, a lot more offense this time around. Don't forget the gear on the Lapu Lapu can really slap a lot of damage against Ignite Gaming, especially for the Granger, and also Lunox has to be a little bit careful. There's also the potential Kagura on to execute, to basically just snipe down, assassinate one person, and then after that, bunkers out of there.
Oh, that's going to be a very scary Sailor. I'm going to have my eyes on him. But all in all, honestly though, I feel like Ignite Gaming's draft is so much easier to execute just because they have the Alice right there. Easier to get into the back line, get your TOR all set up, get at least 3 to 4 men set, and then get an AoE damage through. You have secondary damage from Blade as well as Seiji to have that supplementary damage. But hey, this is one game away for IG to secure their spot in the playoffs instead of going down to the challenger bracket stage where Evil, it is just proving themselves wrong and just winning out this game, securing all 5 matches and knocking on this Ignite Gaming's door.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna. I feel like Yea's not gonna have a very good time against the Alice in the top lane, right? Because the Alice is gonna more than happy to just heal everything up, especially when you're trying to do damage, especially when you're melee range, right? Also, another thing is that the junglers of both sides actually started at the same sides, and then it seems like Zach is actually one step ahead.
I think definitely Guinevere is going to farm a little bit faster than Isunshin in the early game, but once Isunshin gets that ball rolling, the damage will come through and he'll get that level much faster. We've always seen this Guinevere and this Isunshin matchup the entirety of this series, and Aether is definitely going to come back into this. Remember the first game that we saw, or the second game that we saw, Isunshin had a lot of trouble, but still they managed to claw their way back up.
Yep, seems like it's going to be a mirror one. Team Evil Focusing on top, but Zac on level 4 already, focusing down mid. Blade on the Lunox does need level 4 to be able to have some form of kill potential. The Hylos doesn't really have that as well, so Zac is going to have to back off just a little bit more.
Oh, fast rotation. Zac gets knocked into the wall.
Nice slap onto Zac onto the wall, but unable to complete that kill. Turtle is going to be spawning very, very soon, leading the charge. Of course, here comes Expanding Rivers. Van is also doing quite a decent job against AG and down bot.
Yeah, bottom side's going to be a stalemate for a little while, maybe until the 5 minutes, until the first rotations actually come through for both the gold laners. Turtle at a half.
Yep, Gear does go into Ravens Warrior already. Blade also going in suit. Zac secures the turtle for himself. Gear jumps in all the way, try to zone out. And goes halfway from the side. Rapid dude slowing down the members. Here comes the TOR. Zac picks up first blood against Powerful.
Nice little rotation from Seiji, trying to take down that mid-side gold as well. And quickly rotating down to the bottom side. This is the power of Expanding Rivers. You get the gold laners just farming up much faster than you originally think.
Yep.
You also have the Granger that has very, very decent wave clear. You can also leave your jungle wide open for Rangers to take in a little bit more of that gold resource to get that early game scale up. But in the early game, there's a lot of damage from Blade.
Damage coming off from Blade. That's going to be Aether going down. That's not exactly ideal, especially when the usually is looking to snowball. And now it's just a snowflake.
Evil is definitely going to struggle a little bit because of the early game damage that Seiji actually brings. Nice flicker out and away as Gear jumps in with the bravest fighter. But then again, to finish my point, it was just Rapid Dude just slowly pushing in and soaking up all that damage. Early game, Evil definitely going to struggle. They need to bank on Aether.
I will also say that they can also wait for... Oh, hold on a second. Sailor trying to base bust Blade down. Pops the Brilliance right on time. Will be able to snuck out of there. Everything that Team Evo is trying to do is actually going to waste.
Man, Evil is, I think, a bit more reactive in this game compared to Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming are looking for resources. They're looking for intelligence. We see how Zac and Seiji are actually playing. They're ramping up that tempo. They're moving much faster and making full use of the Expanding Rivers once it comes online, typically 10 seconds before the turtle spawns up. And I think Seiji does have his core items already. He's got the Hunter Strike. Ben is a little bit far behind, but Granger, it's easier for him to get his items, get his gold, to get his core power spikes coming in.
You're not seeing a lot of gangs coming out from Mountain Shocker. Ben goes in ultimate. Ooh, some shred onto Seiji right there. Pushes him away. I feel like Ben is not interested in going into any form of turtle fights right here. But, the Mountain Shocker earlier just now from the side of Team Evo, I want to see Aether using it even more aggressively, right?
Yeah.
I don't think top side is a good lane to gang for the side of Team Evo. Should focus mostly on making sure, Seiji doesn't have a great game and Ben also have a great game for himself.
Typically, though, I think for Ignite Gaming, it's making use of the Alice, trying to go into the backline, trying to disrupt all these fights, and it's easier for Ignite Gaming to set things up, especially with the high loss. At least you have that zone potential, and Evil really needs to find Sailor, or have Sailor find an opportunity onto Blade or Seiji. I think that's going to be a tall order for Evil.
What a cowboy Mexican standoff right here in the turtle. This is only just a second turtle, not even a Lord. And both these two teams are not going to step forward because I think right now, Ignite knows if they play their engagement wrong, they're just going to get picked off easily because don't forget, there's so many disengagement to prototype Team Evil.
Turtle gonna get started on by Zac. He's already in position. Ben is around the corner as well.
Rapid goes into the Glorious pathway. Nice TOR to slow down Aether as well. The Mountain Shocker will be used onto Yuta as well. It's also going to be Blade sacrificing himself. Sailor will be able to pick up that kill. Gear Blends and Flicker will be able to get out of there, but Ignite Gaming takes the turtle away.
Great zoning coming in from Yuta. Ben went down as well, so there's a gold laner advantage for Ignite Gaming. They're going to take control of that bottom T1. But all in all, Yuta with the Alice once again. He went down, used that flicker out of nowhere, just stunning Aether from getting close to that turtle. And this is how they're getting on board. It's 2,000 gold ahead from Ignite Gaming. And let me tell you, it's just this Alice is just doing so much work.
Yep, Alice is... It's a raid boss on itself, right? The only way to deal with the Alice is to make sure that Ven comes online quickly. Now, Seiji has his own Sky Piercer himself. Yeah, he's actually trying to go for that one. A 1v2 right there, but it's going to be Zac decided to bunker out right there. Bravest Warrior from the side. Gear versus Yuta. Yuta can always first skill all the way out, but don't forget, Zac!
Good jump!
Oh, Gear! No, that's not how you want to go down!
Great bait from Yuta, just soaking all that damage. I know that nothing's gonna happen to Yuta. Once that Bravest Fighter goes down, blades around the corner, just jumps right in with the Ruby DD combo as well.
That's going to be a trade in terms of the turrets right here. Ignite Gaming and Team Evo going back to Macro Jackson instead. However, let's take a look at the item builds.
You got a Sky Piercer already built up by Seiji, so slowly but surely this Grange is going to come online sooner rather than later. As Team Evo, though, struggling to find their footing on that Holy Trinity, and my eyes are all on Ven. It's going to be difficult for him to fight his way through until at least maybe the 12-15 minute mark, and then Evo's just going to pummel and melt everyone down. So they're going to give space over to Ven, and I think that is the core.
Yeah. Oh, getting some chip damage from the side of Blade already. Does have the Darkening ready to rumble. Bravest Warrior from the side of Gear is just the sword doesn't connect for now. One big ultimate's already gone, but Gear is getting chipped down by Seiji.
And Seiji also has late game potential. The longer this game goes, the more minions he kills, the more his stack grows, and he's just freely shooting on these bullets after another. And for Yuta, though, my eyes are all on him. I think on the early game, he's been getting nice setups. Evo is already ditching these turtles and the neutral objectives. Ignite Gaming just taking control of all of that. As long as they're able to maintain this gold lead and maintain their side waves, they might have a better chance. Evo does have, side lane pressure and side lane insurance in the form of this Yisun Shin. The only issue is I don't really see how the value of Sayla into these matchups. It's really a roll of a flip of a coin where Ignite Gaming sticks together and then he throws his Yin Yang Overturn to just deal massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, I think as long as the Sayla ultimate or basically Sayla finds assassination on Seiji, I think Seiji is the one that is very susceptible to the damage from coming off in Kagura. Blade, on the other hand, could just immediately just bugger out of it. Mountain Shocker will be used right now. Here comes powerful Tectonic Charge, charging up, but not going to be able to output that one. Members on the side of Evo is not ready for that one. Here comes the Mountain Shocker. As the rest of the members, it's going to be Ven securing up top side instead.
Great zoning, but good read from the side of Evo, pushing Ven up on top. You got a Tectonic Charge already holding on to. A little bit too late for powerful, but here comes Gear on the backside.
He'll be using that one, but Gear with the Bravest Warrior cannot keep up with the Glorious Pathway. Here comes Powerful with a Conceal. Gets triggered off by the side of Seiji with Rhapsody. And now they're going to try to find a collapse onto Yuta instead. Look at how fast, but it's a 1v5 onto 5 members, allowing Ignite Gaming to basically continue on. Powerful going down right now. Seiji's sending down damage from afar. Van gets taken out as well. Aether will trade, but Seiji picking up a double kill. More Sky Piercer stacks. 2 members on the side of Team Evil left will be able to try to defend against Ignite Gaming as they burn Team Evo to the ground.
Beautiful, beautiful TOR from Yuta. Again, one after another, just waiting and holding on to that flicker and using that ultimate to lock everyone down, wasting all their resources. It was a 1-5 and turning it around. The rest of the Goon squad from Ignite Gaming coming through and pulling him down. Speaking of which,
he walked to the wrong side. He got caught. That's basically why expanding rivers is so pivotal, right? Like, you're just gonna get caught off guard if you're not careful.
Now, without that jungle, Zac has free reign over this Lord. Might be able to blitz it. Yuta checking for the bushes. It's a good and free, easy Lord for IG.
No way for Team Evil to basically contest this one at all. Have to forfeit that Lord over the side of Ignite Gaming, and Ignite Gaming literally leading the charge right now. They are massive against Team Evil. They're looking to basically deliver an upset in the match.
Ignite Gaming splitting heads right now for Team Evil. They are just playing very passively, waiting for the Lord to spawn up in less than 10 seconds or 15 seconds or so. As Ignite Gaming, they do have Yuta to try to set things up, and he's soaking up all that damage. You saw how he was half health. Once he uses that TOR, he's healing everything back up. He might be able to repeat that process over the side of Team Evo as they're coagulated all together. Aether having a tough time this game. Alongside with that, Ven's not having his Trinity just as of yet. He needs a little bit more time to come online. And even so, Blade is just going to be target prioritizing over on this carry.
Yeah, and definitely, once you go into Brilliance, you can't really target him at all, but you're also dishing out damage. So many outplay potential for the side of Blade. If Sayla is unable to blow Blade up before he pops the Brilliance, that's it.
Yeah. Ignite Gaming has to watch your 6. Look at where Eastern Shin is. Aether is busy farming down on that T2. He's able to get that recall all the way back and let Bob hit the turret on his own.
That's a very obvious recall. You don't really... I've never seen... It's very rare for me to see MPL players recall like that.
Typically, I would say you're wasting 1 or 2 movements just to hide in the bush and use that recall because you're going to recall anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point. But, you know, to the respect, though, Aether is still 1 level up ahead in terms of level compared to Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it's Yushin power farming, right?
Yeah.
But Zach's value doesn't rely on his items. Zach's value lies on the Winter Crown into a Violet Requiem, right? And that's where he's able to hold down the fort just a little bit longer, whereas Aether's value is making sure he dishes out the damage.
Smart move, building the Molten Essence as well into the Cursed Helm. It gives a little bit more damage for Seiji to come in, and you have adequate setups for Blade and Seiji in Ignite Gaming. You have a lot more damage coming through. For Evil, though, I think Sayla just has to find all of them together, but it's always thwarted by Yuta. But now it's a mirror matchup. They know where Seiji is.
This is really juicy. Oh, the Master Shocker will reveals everybody, but don't forget, Ignite Gaming is looking to basically deny a perfect run for the side of Team Evil, right? If Team Evil falls from this one, Ignite Gaming secures playoffs, and not only just that, they deny Team Evil for a perfect regular season run as well. So yeah, Ignite Gaming, I think a lot more pressure. Team Evil, on the other hand, looking at how they've been playing so far in this particular game, they've got a lot more performance anxiety to basically experience.
You know, execution is going to be really difficult for Evil, though, because all of the damage will rely on Ven himself. You don't really have a lot of tanks as compared to Ignite Gaming to set things up and keep things in motion, keep things moving. 4 seconds until the Lord spawns up. You've got the expanding rivers, increasing the movement speed for all the members of Ignite Gaming. They're in position.
But they're playing away from the Lord right now. Don't forget, Ignite Gaming does have a better position. There's a massive concave, whereas Evil is trying to coagulate. But coagulation means that Yuta could just easily jump in with the TOR, catching everybody.
Yeah, not only that, right? Like, you have Sayla trying to find an angle, find a right target onto Blade, but the Brilliance is gonna just keep Blade safe, so it's very difficult to take that Lunox down.
I hear concealed play already being played by the side of Ignite. Or somebody. But if you see how Team Evil is coagulating right there, it's just so annoying.
Oh, they know. Open. They know the vision. They see the eye.
They probably see it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably see it right now. But now it's going to be... The Mountain Shocker is the one that... Oh, hold on a second. Conceal play. They're looking for Yuta right there. Mountain Shocker already activated the Tectonic Charge. TOR catching on the 3. The counter-engage. Get counter-engage upon. It's Ignite Gaming. Will jump. Blade going down right here. Van also and Aether already going down. Sela's the only one left for the side team. Able to up on the damage. Lapu here has to run away. The bravest warrior also unable to do anything. And Seiji will be able to use him. And Sky Piercer stacks.
Oh, again, how many times do you want me to say what a beautiful TOR setup from Utah? Just to kick things off, he knows that they can see him. He just continues to stay in there. He walks back and re-engages with the Flicker TOR combination that Evil just can't withstand. Even when Ben tries to free hit, he's not having a good time. Winter Crown comes up and Utah is still safe. It's 1-0-7 for the Abyssal Queen.
Seiji, like what I mentioned, the homing missile himself right there, sniping down Team Evil one after another. Aether couldn't play the game, then couldn't play the game at all, and now Ignite Gaming get the free Lord.
Ignite Gaming, one thing I noticed as well, they really love this map because once Utah starts things up, the Expanding Rivers increases that movement speed from Blade and Seiji. They're just free farming. If you take a look at them, they're just away from the main 3 setups, but they're always in that fight whenever Utah starts something off.
Yeah, beautiful TOR, actually locking down. The power Team Evil in this particular roster is the mobility of Sayla and also Ven.
Yeah.
But TOR literally locks them in place and Seiji just guns everybody down like literally shooting fish in a barrel.
Got all 3 lanes already pushing in.
The 2 player already from the side, Rapid Dude, pushing Team Evil away. They don't really need the Gora's pathway because they've already cracked open mid, and that's going to be a weakness point for the side of Team Evil as Ignite Gaming, 6.7k gold lead. They're leading the charge.
Ignite Gaming is kind of disciplined in this front. They know that they don't want to engage underneath the turret. They want to take down these T3s and wait for Evil to come out because they're fighting much better if they go into the jungle. You have a lot more resources. You have a lot of free play to play with.
Ben is working on the Lord, and this is time for Ignite Gaming to shine. Gore's pathway, but the wall will block but it's powerful to basically deny the engage. But Ignite Gaming did a lot of chip damage onto the core itself and also the turret. But hold on a second. Continue play, looking to catch any form of stragglers as they try to back off, but they would not be able to find anything at all.
Sailor just doing Sailor things. Once they get close, you got the Yin Yang overturn just to push every one of Ignite Gaming back. Rapidude soaking up all of that damage.
Quite a bit. Zach, Valley Recon will not be able to land, but once again, the TOR, it finds Evil and Blade, a double kill. Ignite Gaming, overwhelming force, overwhelming CCs against Team Evil. Gear, the sword will not slow. Aether on the run, on the Mountain Shocker as well. Ignite Gaming looking to deny a perfect run, and they've done it. They secured playoffs for themselves.
The fire burns brighter for Ignite Gaming as they take down the villains and securing their spot in the playoffs, in the top 4.
Wait. Yes, they secured playoffs, right? 7 points against AZ. AZ 6 points. 7 points. Hold on. I am very confused right now. I need the break.
Oh man, oh man. Boy, oh boy. Ignite Gaming, just against all odds. I think personally, I would have to say, I'm gonna talk to you.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused right now. I need.
You don't have to do your math.
I cannot do math. I cannot do math.
Wait for the
I think
graphic
wait
come
for
up
the
on screen.
standings. But because hold on a second, I was so excited for it because this one, Team Evil getting denied that one.
Yeah.
Evil got 13 points. Sorry, my bad. Ignite 13 points. IG 7 points. AZ got 2-1. 7 points as well. But man, it's so close yet so far for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah.
But of course, we wait for the final results.
We wait for the final results.
Yeah, I wait for the final results. I'm not gonna call it too early. I'm so sorry about that. But man, I was so excited because Ignite Gaming literally, I was rooting for them, right? Utah on that Alice. I've been watching this kid as well, and Zach as well, you know, been pop stomping on the community team. And Ignite Gaming, man, they literally burned bright in this one, in this particular match, denying finally something that I agree with.
Yes, 100%. Beautiful, beautiful sets from Utah. All throughout this game and all throughout this series, has been using this Alice to its true potential every single time. And it's finally good that he deserves some respect. I mean, take a look at his builds as well. I'm going to be using that in my own build because that is a true tank Alice. Goes in, heals everything back up. He's reducing the attack damage for Seiji to come in. So he's not only a tank, he's a support, building up that, the Curse Helm as well.
You know, the last time I've been calling things wrong all the time. I feel like I could become a meme already. Remember season 6?
Yeah.
Again. And then now it's just like, Ignite Gaming, man, this is the game. This is the game that they should frame up because, they're rising stars as well. However, Team Evil is still reigning strong right there, but you can see camaraderie right there. Because once you go into the playoffs, it's not about points anymore. It's about whether you survive the elimination brackets as well. But this is definitely going to be a massive confidence boost for Ignite Gaming against Team Evil.
Yeah. I am just really surprised. I'm super proud of Ignite Gaming for, beating the odds. Everyone's rooting for Evil. Statistically speaking, Evil had a better shot, but Ignite Gaming really showed us that they have what it takes. They have that passion. They have LY4 in their possession. But at the end of the day, though, it was just beautiful setups all the way through. There is no understating this. I say this again and again. Utah just won Ignite Gaming the games.
Yeah, like the TOR. I think the comments.
Only that, the baits in the early part of the game, pulling gear in, they read Evil like an open book.
Yeah, and don't forget Utah. I mean, one of the first few that actually pulled the Alice in MPL Singapore. And of course, you talk about the damage right there. Just look at Utah outputting the almost same amount of damage as Seiji as well. Seiji is just there to clean up. Blade, on the other hand, look at that kill participation, 93%. He's there all throughout and also output quite a decent amount of damage. Team Evil, on the other hand, unable to catch onto Blade. Sailor cannot burst Blade down, and that's absolute history, right? And don't forget, Evil was tunnel vision. You can see Gear getting baited by Utah. Utah knows the bloodthirstiness of Gear. Use it against him.
It's also very interesting that, you're going to use that carry finally as an answer to the high loss to the Alice, but it doesn't really have a lot of value coming through. Let's take a little replays. This is game number 1 where Ignite Gaming has so much of the upper hand. They know how to play this around. Seiji's just focusing his fire onto Sayla. Their target prioritization is just really on point. They've shown a lot of growth all the way through the season, and this last game really shows that Ignite Gaming, as they're 3-2 on the win score right now, a very hot contender in the playoffs.
I'm super excited for this. What Ignite Gaming has in store in terms of the playoffs if they actually make it through, because this is a very promising team, right? Seiji just catching people off guard. He's a very sneaky gold laner, right? And literally, like, he's also always able to find like the snipes, the homing missile, like what I'm starting to call him as well. Just outputting damage from afar, nearly killing off everybody. The main target from the side of Team Evo. Team Evo in game number 3, this is a very high damage. They really need to...
that's beautiful. Look, and the rest of Goon Squad is here.
Man, Yuta, screenshot that, put it above your bed frame because you deserve that.
There's nothing much I can say. That's another TOR right there. It's just a Utah highlight reel. TORs after another, Tours after Tours, and the rest of Ignite Gaming just hammering every single one of Evo down, and they know their right targets. Utah he's a master. He's a master at baiting.
But I think right now, because like Utah just wonderfully played right there, but of course wonderfully played for the side of Ignite Gaming as well. Man, I'm even though we go over game number 3 as well, but to be honest, I was entertained.
I was. This
entertained.
was honestly a very fun match to watch. Honestly, it's not as interesting as it is fun. There's a lot of team fights that it's very instinctual. There's not a lot of like, hey, you have 5 members coming up to you. Can you do it? Yuta's like, I know in his mind, he's like, yes, I can. He's popping his ultimate, using that flicker combo and the rest of the team just comes in for backup. The beauty of how Ignite Gaming actually uses the environment around them to their advantage, especially when they know they're fighting better in the jungle, is just top notch.
I think it's just, a good reminder of how Team Evo used to play back in the good old days, right? The magic of team fights now, I feel like, live inside Ignite Gaming. But Team Evo, on the other hand, they have to take a short break, of course. They're definitely still already confirmed secure playoffs as well, but I mean, that also allows them for some form of ways for them to basically experiment just a little bit. But of course, you know what? It's an amazing series, Churros.
This will go down in the history books. Season 10 is really starting to, be exciting for all of us. But what's more exciting is the match of the day later on. It's going to be Kingdom Esports versus Flash SG. I know this is something that you are looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to this one.
But it's going to be right after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet. No different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel.
we are inching ever so closer to the final match of the seeded stage for MPL Singapore Season 10. Leaderboards have been shaken totally upside down.
Yes, sir.
Till I thought I called it wrong, but turns out I was right.
Yeah.
I have so many. I'm so bad. I have no self-confidence.
You know, I have the brackets right here, but I still don't know. It's confusing. It is confusing.
All
because
right.
it's 2-1s all across the board today.
Exactly. That's why it's confusing.
Yeah. So Ignite Gaming is above Kingdom Esports
All right.
if they're in the same points. And right now, Kingdom Esports, there are 6 points. Flash SG,
Let me give
7
you.
points.
All right. Let me give you a TLDR. As of now, the current standings is Team Evil at 12 points, IG at 8, AZ
Yep.
at 7, Flash at 7, Kingdom Esports at 6, RG at 2. So RG unfortunately has locked
Yep.
out. They have to go down to the challenger stage already. KE on the other hand, there is a chance for them not to get relegated, and the conditions are winning 1 point, at least 1 point from Team Flash.
So KE just needs to take 1 game off of Flash. And if KE takes 0-2, KE will drop down to the challenger bracket stage.
Correct.
Flash SG does also have a chance to be relegated. That is
As well.
correct. So this is very interesting for us.
There's a lot of stakes in this particular match, and I will lap it up. But of course, you know, if either of these two teams get at least one, like basically we go into the game number 3, which there is a chance.
It's been 3 games all across the board today.
Exactly. So if that's the case, either one of these teams, AZ will get relegated, even though Absolute Zero fought so hard. They come so far, but in the end, it doesn't matter if they only earn 1 point. So of course, I think it's also more important for both of these two teams also get a
Yes.
solid 2-0, because it also would change how they're going up against each other in the playoffs.
That's right. I mean, speaking of which, though, we do have to focus on this game. Let's take
right.
a look at Flash SG, our reigning champions from Season 9, coming into Season 10, not having a very good start, but Bears coming back in the fray alongside Hades, Cortese, Vanix, and Jay. Dr. J actually having a lot of prowess in throwing interesting, wild picks into this draft, but coming into this game, in this matchup per se, Kingdom Esports, a lot of teams are actually looking at them. We talked about the scrims that they have. We talked about how King Esports has been so dominant in this, but Flash SG are still, you know, the reigning champions of MPL SG. And if they lose this, if they lose 1 game, Kingdom Esports is safe. If they lose 0-2, they will be relegated down into the challenger bracket. So this is a reality for Flash, and they have to perform.
Definitely a reality check. But speaking about reality check, I think all eyes on Bear. If Bear's having a good game, if he's Daddy Bear today, definitely Team Flash is going to perform. But
Papa Bear.
If he's Papa Bear, but if he's a Bear Cup today, oh man, Flash may get relegated down to the challenger brackets.
Yeah, we're going over to Kingdom Esports. A lot of eyes are on them. We talked about Drinsanity, Yon, FMM, Grant, and Lawsy in this picture. They have performed super well in scrims, but when it comes down to the professional matches, it's just the professional game jitters. It's just maybe the communication issues that are not in the question right now. They have been swapping over Lawsy on the roam position for quite a bit, but in this high stakes game, they're putting Lawsy back in the picture. He's the most vocal player, I think, in MPL SG out of all of the seasons. So I want to see how Kingdom Esports actually perform well. This is really the biggest litmus test. I wouldn't call it a litmus test at all. This is the biggest exam that they have to take against Flash SG.
What, O levels?
It is. It's basically if we strike the narrative onto this one, it is basically the ex-Flash members going up against his old team.
Yep.
Lawsy going up against Flash SG.
Yon also used to be from
revenge.
Yon used to be from Team Flash as well.
Yeah.
Jay as well. Well, Jay is back.
Jay's
Team Flash.
back in Flash
Yeah,
now.
sorry, my bad. These team members keep running around, man.
Well, I mean, we've been hyping this up, and coincidentally, this is the last game of the seeded stage. We're going into the map draw, and hopefully, we'll see something interesting. I personally, I just don't like Flying Cloud, but how well these teams do is really down to how they play, and this will be expanding River, and you know, it's all down to the XP side, and I do have to agree with you. It's down to Drinsanity and Bear and how they perform, how they rotate around that map, and be involved in these massive skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely EXP is definitely a very key factor for both of these two teams, right? Don't forget, Jay and also, I mean, for Team Flash, unfortunately, they had to swap out, you know, the roamer. JPL decides not to be playing during the seeded stage. And then after that, you know, it forces Hades and Kurt TZ and also Vanix to kind of step up just a little bit. But Lord Vanix also losing a little bit of a bite as compared to, you know, the previous seasons, right? Previous seasons, if you notice, every time when teams fight against Vanix, his Moskov either gets banned out or he's forced to kind of play like the final gold lanes, right? And you can see, even though, yes, we kind of did praise that, hey, he did play quite a bit of a fighter jungler back then in the good old days, but you can see he's actually struggling in this patch.
Not only him, it's like a lot of the players are struggling to adapt to the fact that, like, right now, there are a lot of teams, especially in other countries or including in Singapore, they're bringing in fighter side lanes that really shakes up that meta, especially when, you know, you have the expanding rivers, you have the fighters that are always on the roll, always rotating towards the neutral objectives and how they want to play this around. So coming into the draft, you get the CC, Angela, and the Gato banned out by the side of Team Flash. Fovius and Baksha will be banned out by the side of Kingdom Esports.
I think if you are Sammy right there, he's actually drafting for this particular team right there. He's squatting right beside Lozy. Well, these two, player and coach, or well, technically speaking, Lozy was an analyst before for Team Flash. They are thick, right? They always go out together. And also another, if you're a Kingdom Esports, I think you take away Jay's chip. Because on Expanding Rivers, that's actually looking very scary. Yeah. Cho also looks very scary on Expanding Rivers as well. There you go, chip gets taken away.
Yeah, what's open is, you know, we've seen the powers of Alice. You've got the Thorn of Ruins, you've got the Arlots actually in question as well. You've got the Yisun Shins and Lancelots if you want to secure your jungle. But typically, Flash will secure the marksman for Vanix and whatever he wants to play. So that's going to be going into the hands of Team Flash. Will be the Grok, so Jay might be piloting the Grok in the Expanding Rivers, and it still opens up quite a bit of options for Team Flash.
Yep, right now it's going to be Grok, like what you mentioned, selected for the side of Jay. And, oh, hold on a second, a bit of a correction from the producers. If Flash 2-1 KE, AZ will advance instead of KE. Ooh.
So KE is...
So Kingdom Esports needs to win this match in order to basically not get relegated away.
Oh, so they have to win, so it doesn't matter 2-1, 2-0,
yeah,
they
because
just have to win.
tiebreakers based on game diff. Then head to head. Thanks to the producers for letting me know, because I have been a barrel of fake news recently.
I mean, it is a very confusing times. With confusing times, we have the picks coming in from Kingdom Esports. Going to be on the Lancelot as well as the Ju Sin. So a little bit of a homage to a late game fight that Kingdom Esports likes to play around. They're holding on to Lozy's heroes, and typically they wanted to pick up that Grok. Lozy is really, really strong on that one. And also, not to forget, Lozy was showing off his Franco in one of the earlier matches, and I think he played it to the T. In the scrims, though, I think for Kingdom Esports, they've been experimenting quite a bit, but this time is not a time for experimenting. They need to play it safe. They need to play how they want to play in a really high-stakes game. They really need to win this one.
Yeah, and right now, it's just going back into this one, like when I mentioned high stakes, right? You see Yawns, Lancelots come to shine. So you also see FMM goes to his juicing as well. Once again, Alice, the main character of today. Teams are starting to value this hero pick so much.
Yeah, it's a little bit different from Flash SG. Typically, they would secure Vanix's heroes first. That's what we've seen in the first 2 weeks of the seeded stage. But right now, they're securing the EXP as well as the mid so that they have a much easier time in the mid lane rotations coming in for Flash. And Kingdom Esports, though, they have a lot of options. Typically, you pick up the carry just to melt the Alice down, but it's not as easy as it looks because it's a very late game. We see how Alice is so powerful in setting up for the rest of the team. You have a lot of backup controls as well. Kingdom Esports is going to pick up the Uranus to be a annoyance in the side lanes.
Yep, also correction as well. I'm not saying a correction, but if Kingdom Esports takes 2-1 against Flash SG, Absolute Zero will be relegated. If Kingdom Esports, on a good day, Kingdom Esports 2-0 against Flash, Flash will get relegated. But because Absolute Zero wins by match difference and game difference and head-to-head. Wow. Exciting.
am still confused in this matchup.
Yeah, that's why I need the producer's help because my calculations is wrong all the time. That's why I have an Excel sheet.
Well, going into the second phase of the bans, I think it's only fair that we focus on this game and how both teams want to play things around.
I should write a code for this, for calculating this, because I'm so bad at calculating all that.
Interesting. Okay, Hayabusa banned out by the side of Kingdom Esports, not giving over to the hands of Hades, which is known as a assassin jungler he's very comfortable with. Flash SG might be able to ban out the marksmen over the side of KE just to get Vanix a winning lane.
Yeah, definitely, right? Moskov should be reserved for that ban for the side of Kingdom Esports, in my opinion. But right now, if you're Flash, you're looking to ban away the likes of Cho to a certain extent. The Franco as well is also a very good ban because Lozy likes to go fishing. The Cho are definitely going to be able to absorb so many. But hold on a second, that's going to be a high loss ban for the side of Flash. We're seeing a few high losses today.
But I never remember the last time Lozy played a high loss. Typically, he likes to go with hard setups, hard engages. When I see Lozy, it's almost always like, the mentor is getting picked up. He goes in first. He's a very, very sacrificial player. But then maybe they have they've definitely done their homework in the back rooms and definitely understand how Kingdom Esports wants to play things around. So if that last ban would be an Eastern Shin, I think they're just limiting Hades' heroes. And I think Eastern Shin might work well in this front. And then put Vanix in a...
What's your command? Your team is banning.
In a fighter gold lane, maybe? He played Ruby before, a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, and remember I talked about, we kind of set up the Moskov ban. It seems like, Kingdom Esports is going to leak it out. They're not afraid of Vanix. They're more afraid of Hades right there. But Hades has played a lot of assassins. He pulled a Hellcat before. He pulled a Amon before. And Amon on Expanding Rivers is also something that, I remember week 1 we were talking about it, but we never get to see it. I mean, that's going to be a very out-on-meta pick.
I think teams are starting to understand how Amon likes to operate around. It's easy to counter him once you understand and you are able to spot him within your jungle. Still, it's an annoyance, but I don't think it's too much of an annoyance for that warrants a ban.
Kalia gets taken away as well. Cho and Franco looks really good for Kingdom Esports if they want to snap pick that one for themselves. I think either way, Jay has already secured the Grok as well. Yeah, I still feel Grok is also a hit or miss because right now, if you notice, the tectonic charge that we've seen so far wasn't able to land onto these walls as well. It feels very hard to basically catch using Grok.
Yeah, we're going back to Lozy's Cho, so good read on that one. Still open up for the marksman, or we could change the Cho into the gold lane and Lozy can pick up something else that's a little bit more interesting, but I don't think that would happen for KE.
A Ling also is very interesting for a side Flash, right?
Ling.
It's something that, what the Fanny wants to do, you could side, and also you scale all the way to late game, you help with the damage. Once you go with the TOR, and after that you follow with Temples of Blades, you just rack out a lot of damage and just ching, and of course the iframes also help what Flash wants to go for.
They have a little bit of versatility. Alice could always go into the jungle again. I don't think that will happen, but it could potentially.
Wow. I want whatever you're drinking. You have a third cup.
I do. Huge shout out to IT for supporting MPL SG as well.
Okay.
It's gonna be the Guinevere once again, an old favorite, an old reliable of Hades's, and of course you called it. That's the Moskov, a very comfortable pick for Vanix.
Yeah, definitely right. Vanix hasn't been able to play the Moskov for the longest of time because he's always constantly getting banned out. Yeah, Moskov only played twice, including this one. Technically speaking, the last time he played that Moskov was quite a while ago because teams are not allowing him to play. And the last time he played the Moskov, he won with that one. So, yeah, back to old reliable.
Speaking of old reliable, this is the last pick over to KE.
To me,
It's going to be the 1-1, yeah.
is all that matters.
I would say kind of works well. Easy to pop your weakness points, but then again, once you build the Winter Crown, it's basically a non-factor. I think there is other options for the marksman, but this is more of getting a reliable gold laner to match up against Vanix's Moskov.
Yeah, definitely, right? And 1-1 also do quite well, especially when you pair out with a Cho. The pick off, and then after that, you could just shred onto Kimi, you shred onto the Moskov, and then after that, there's literally no counters. So it's reliant on, Bear to become that crazy TOR, the one that catches like how you see Utah was able to do, you see how Gear was able to do. Now we need to see how Bear performs on this hero.
So, Jace, I do have to ask you, this is a really high-stakes match. Which team are you favoring?
Of course, Team Flash. But, I mean, yeah, I want to see really Flash go the mile with this one. But, of course, Kingdom Esports, you know, they're also showing a bit of a weaknesses as well. In theory, it feels like Kingdom Esports is strong. But right now, they have yet to show great results. Jin Sanity is also really strong on the Uranus, so that's also one of his comfort picks as well. So, but in terms of, because of Flash having the Alice, I'm going to swing my favor. Well, I'm definitely going to prefer the team which has Alice.
Yeah, I do have to wholeheartedly agree with you as we move into game number 1 of the last series of the day. It's Flash SG versus Kingdom Esports, and this is really high stakes. The loser will, honestly, I wouldn't go as far as to say the loser goes into relegation, but then
there's a second chance.
There is a second
technically
chance.
like a challenger stage that they have to go through as well. But of course, you know, if you guys have been keeping up on the community news, man, the scary teams are brought all across that we'll be able to see tomorrow as well. And it's also a bracket. It's not a group stage as well, so there's not do or die basically.
It's like a mini playoffs before the actual playoffs coming in tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow. It's gonna be
Looking
best
forward
of
to
points
it.
all the way as we look forward to tomorrow. But now coming into Flash and King Esports, both of these two teams, they are playing it very, very passively. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. FMM constantly finding a little bit more information, and that's how typically they like to play it. I do have to give an ode of respect over to Kingdom Esports' duo mid lane. I do like FMM and Lawsy's trajectory a lot better. There is a lot of follow-ups coming in from FMM. It seems like they are two peas in a pod. They read each other really well.
Yep. Right now, Hades will be able to jump onto FMM. Bice gets purified right off the bat. Not a good pick-off, but they needed more. But Grant, going ham onto Venix. Doesn't really have a crossbow attack, but the weakness points is actually very annoying. And now Venix just has to get out of there.
Yep, doing a lot of damage, but able to get shoved out of the way. It's 1 second until Turtle spawns up. Just coming up. Kingdom Esports are in a good position. You have that level 4 onto the Uranus. And Drinsanity is pushing Bear back. Just got his level 4 in time for this Turtle.
Yep, right now it's just going to be Turtle setup for both these two teams. Yawn, on the other hand, just hiding away. Don't forget, Guinevere is really strong on a turtle takedown. Same with Svet, but hold on a second. There's going to be a massive TOR as Flash will be able to secure the turtle as well. And also Yawn right there. Losey going down. Bear, once again, this is Papa Bear that we're talking about.
Yeah, good read by Bear. Just sitting on top of that the turtle and waiting until the health goes down to maybe a 10th before Yawn immediately dashes into the TOR. So very good read by Team Flash, especially for Bear. This match really revolves around how well Bear rotates and Bear gives information to King Esports.
Oh man, we're back in business, Churros. This is exactly how I want to see Team Flash playing. After taking the first turtle, disrespect, go all the way in, start hard jungling, a counter jungle against, and then after that just go ham, right? Vanix as a Moskov has already hit level 5 against Grant, but Grant on the other hand, you know, does have the crossbow attack, the potential outplay, and of course with the Spear of Misery, you also get away. But hold on a second, Sanity, ooh, gets shredded down by Curtese.
That's all 3 members of Flash SG coagulating onto this Uranus. There's jump onto the backline, no more Purify, nowhere to get out.
A nice tectonic charge right into the face of the side of Kingdom Esports, and now over the sudden the mid lane duo already down. Yawn also taking the L as well, but Vanix, nice dodge. If not, that would be a easy crossbow attack as well. Vanix stepping forward with the SOD. He is confident, he is back in business.
A lot of high early game damage from Flash SG, and the aggression is really starting to show as well. And this is the kind of Moskov that, you know, a lot of players actually look up to. Very aggressive in the early game, doesn't have the core items just as of yet, but it deals so much more damage and it's very difficult to deal with. And this Vanix really likes to play in the late game kind of, side lane farming, side lane pushing. But look at the jungle. It's always Bear in the face of Yawn, not giving him any space to breathe.
Yawn is level 6, Hades is level 8, Churros. It's super hard, and right now, it's going to be Bear. Hades trying to go on in, but Drinsanity should be fine. But where's the damage coming from? Even popping the TOR, because mine, why not, right?
Yeah, that's a huge resource wasted for the turtle, but I think Flash is not really phased by all of this. They're up ahead in terms of economy. That's
Sorry,
like
correction.
3.3.
TOR is not used. That's just a Violet Requiem inside Hades.
So the second skill is always used by Bears, will lock people down. So we're saving the TOR for these turtle. Doesn't look like Kingdom Esports wants
really
a contest
need it.
for this one.
Yeah, he doesn't really need it at all, right? And Hades, Violet Requiem coming out. I mean, they both look purple. I'm getting old.
We're moving into the mid-game territory. SJ opening up a little bit more information. They're situated on the top side. Insanity falls as well.
Oh man, Uranus not having a good game in this one, and it's gonna be oh, gee, interesting wall right there.
A little
We'll
bit
be
of a
able to
tit for
block.
tat.
Yeah, we'll be able to block Kingdom Esports for stepping forward just a little bit. But the members from the side Kingdom Esports are not interested in taking them Jay.
Yeah, a little bit of a silver lining is that Kingdom Esports has a little bit more high ground, has a little bit more late game potential. But you're facing up against a late game Vanix as well. To that respect, Bear is dominating at top side. Insanity unable to find his footing up on the EXP side. So T1 top side. Definitely going to be demolished by Flash SG as we're looking into the next turtle in the next 60 seconds. There's a lockdown onto Yawn.
Nice Spear of Misery right there. Yawn will have to puncture his way out, but Hades already picking up critical items like Concentrated Energy already. He's 3-0-3. He's on the roll as is Guinevere.
Man, Alice is just so difficult and so annoying. A little bit of a lane swap by Kingdom Esports. They know that Grant is unable to hold himself well against Vanix, so you're giving him a little bit more space on the top side, but it does create a lot more risk potential because you're pushing the 1-1 outside of T1 territory into the face of Bear. And it's easy for this Alice to get into your position. It's holding on to the flicker for now, and it seems very aggressive from Flash. Like whenever Alice comes in, Kingdom Esports just plays it on the defensive.
Yep.
And I think it's just really passive for how Kingdom Esports wants to play it. Insanity not having a good time, and this really is causing their downfall and their momentum drop in the early game.
Right now is just all about this one, right? Like it's a lot of his stakes for the side Kingdom Esports in order to stay. Well, technically go into the playoffs, right? And like I said, you drop down the challenger stage is going to make it even harder for you because community teams are looking to prove themselves. Kingdom Esports cracks open top.
They're giving up the turtle. It doesn't look like they want to try to contest for this one. Kingdom Esports is still far behind. They're trying to clear that way, trying to push that option in. The T1's already open up top side as two of these marksmen are trying to find their footing around. Lawsy and Grant are all alone. The FMM quick for backup, but all over the map, Flash SG is just playing that macro game.
Yep. This is like, oh, hi. Punctures right into Hades right there. We'll say hi just a little bit. Yawn knows that he doesn't really have the damage to deal with a Guinevere right now, but Yawn, you know, like when I mentioned, he's also one of the stronger junglers right now, but he's also a very momentum kind of player, right? Once he's on the roll, once he's in the zone, and you know he's able to just deliver in terms of his performance, unable to deliver against a Flash SG in a critical game, a critical match.
That's a good combo though from Jay and Vanix, building that wall so that Vanix can immediately pin them down into the wall, and it just follows up with a lot more damage. And now Flash SG playing a 4-2-1 composition. You got SOD going wide.
Tectonic charge right into Insanity as he TOR from the side of Bear, but it's going to be Flash SG just collapsing, turret diving against Kingdom Esports. They will deal with the turret as Flash SG emerge from the battlefield, and that one losing just Bear, but two members from the side of Kingdom Esports already down, unlocking the jungle for the side of Flash SG.
Beautiful setup by Bear. Even though he lost his life, you set up for Vanix, you set up for Hades to come through and deal that much damage. And Kingdom Esports struggling to find that footing still. 6,000 gold lead for Flash SG. That is a massive amount of money that Kingdom Esports needs to claw their way back up. I think Insanity using this Uranus doesn't have a lot of value, especially leading up to that late game, because once you're left alone, you immediately burst it down.
Is it the fact that they don't have enough CCs? They do.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, right? FMM on that Lantern is just super annoying.
But it takes a while for it to charge up and build up your stacks before you're able to pull someone up and throw them aside.
Yeah, and Jay, on the other hand, you know, very smart in playing this Grok this time round. Exceed my expectations and his performance on the Grok, in my opinion. Because Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, just unable to find anything, right? Lozy is unable to set up for either one of these team members from the side of Kingdom Esports, making Grant really hard. I think the only way to basically for Kingdom Esports to go back into this one is to really find a good setup using Lozy.
Yeah, right now. Oh, that's a nice jump onto Lawsy.
Speaking about setting up, there you go. Papa Requiem, Kurt Teasy picking up that kill. Sky Pistol stack going in. The Phantom Execution, barely tickles, not an execution at all. As Phoenix join in the fight with the SOD, and the Moscow goes alive. And Phoenix pinning down Jin Sanity, a double kill as Flash SG works Kingdom Esports, tearing them apart as their free lord for them for the taking.
Kingdom Esports crumbling to the ground, falling all 5 members, starting things off
This
with
is so
Flash.
tough to watch.
It's Flash blitzing down that lord,
Dude.
no contest, waiting for the right time. They're waiting past 10-14 so that they're building up 2 waves, so a very smart move.
Girls, even though I'm supporting Team Flash right here, but it's a very tough match to watch if you're cheering for Kingdom Esports, right? Like, there is no answer. The Phantom Execution is just Phantom.
It's so smart how Flash also likes to play this. That's the jungler just pausing that lord and waiting for the right time to take it down before, you know, building the 2 waves up and crash down into that kingdom.
Yeah, Yawn. Man, Hades is already level 15. Yawn gets picked off immediately. The Royal Thumb, and then after that, via Requiem, is just so much violence at Yawn. The iframe's got... iframe goes for the Sky Piercer as well.
Difficult, but I think it's necessary. You need someone to clear out the members of Flash SG. And now the Lord marching down the middle. You've got everyone in position. You're splitting heads. Hades down the bottom side. You've got Vanix up at the top side trying to push and synchronize the waves to get that crash to burst all of these bubbles.
This is the Flash that we wanted.
Oh, good wall too.
And the wall to kind of block, to basically hold the line just a little bit longer, to sync up the waves, and they will be able to do so. The Lord clashing onto the mid as well. It's going to be Grant down low already, and now it's going to be also the Violent Requiem onto Lowsy, the Tectonic Charge to follow up. There's no way the Kingdom Esports can play because Flash SG is taking the votes away, and also just pinning Kingdom Esports down to the ground.
It's 3 on 4 though. You got Vanix still alive. They're just doing so much damage, and Varus setting things up.
The Thorn Rose as well for the side of Yawn as well. The wall burns the Phantom Execution just to get out of there. Flash SG, we're back in business.
Oh man, this is so tough to watch if you're Kingdom Esports. Lousy, known as the sacrificial lamb, going in to set things up, but he cannot set anything up. In the entirety of this game, it's 10k gold lead for Flash SG.
Yeah, because even though Lousy sacrificed and burned so much utilities from the side of Flash SG, Kingdom Esports wasn't able to step forward, right? Like, Grunt wasn't able to jump into the air, FMM wasn't able to do anything. Yawn is so behind, he's unable to hurt. Remember the Thorn Rose that we always see from Lancelots that could just instantly 1/4 or 1/3 somebody HP bars. Yeah. It's just barely tickles.
They don't really have a lot of AoEs as well, so Kingdom Esports are going to be struggling in the high ground to clear out that waves. All they got is Yawn trying to desperately dash through these minions, try to clear them all out to try to buy themselves some time. But Flash SG has so much setup potential, so much pummeling and chasing potential that Kingdom Esports is just crumbling one hit after another.
But this is just game 1.
Yeah, I mean, but this is supposed to be a close fight. This is supposed to not end up this way where Kingdom Esports is so far behind of Flash SG.
Yeah, but we've seen it before, right? You know, Flash, sometimes game 1, strong, solid. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, you know, there is always a chance.
You're warming up, that's what you're saying.
They're definitely right. But now, Flash SG, on the other hand, they're not out of the woods as of yet, knowing their MO. And don't forget, it's also, you know, Vanix on the Moskov is something that he's super confident in, and he's delivering results. And now with the Magnific Gun, he's gonna even output a lot more damage. Insanity, I don't think a Purify is something that you could basically survive. You need more armor and more HP bars.
Flash SG just baiting Kingdom Esports to come close to this lord, but it's 9,000 gold lead behind. Kingdom Esports doesn't want to risk it as a jump. You have to purify. FMM is just going to use it, but the wall comes through.
The wall coming in as well. The Tor will be able to commit it as well. Yawn trying to look for a way to jump all the way in, but it's going to be the members from the side. Kingdom Esports super busy being dealt with as Vanix turns his targets onto Lousy. Lousy will immediately get taken out by the side of Kimmy, and now Flash SG goes back in. The Phantom Execution, and also Yawn. All eyes on Yawn to try to make it. out of this, but Kingdom Esports sneaks away the Lord, but it's an expensive one, and hopefully there's enough time that Kingdom Esports will be able to buy for themselves against Flash SG.
Flicker was already committed onto FMM. They just want to take him down, push him away. You got the Lord marching up on the top side just to buy some time. That's 30 seconds on clock. Lozy's coming back through. They're chasing down and they're targeting down onto the core.
And Vanix will be there to secure this rapid game, blitzing through the core. Even though it is a theft secured by the side of Kingdom Esports, Yawn, perfect one, but not good enough because Flash SG will perform and they target down the core and blitzing it down, not giving any quarters. Yeah, it's just amazing for the side of Flash SG. Yep, definitely a dominant performance for the side of Flash SG right here. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, man, is just delivering a solid performance against Flash SG. But hold on a second, the problem for the side of Flash SG is just, you know, the problem side of Kingdom Esports is just that they're just unable to find any form of thing coming up against Flash SG.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. This is very, very dominant from Flash SG, and it shouldn't end this way, where I would have imagined Kingdom Esports can hold themselves well.
Yeah.
With Lozy back in the picture, and I've been hyping that a lot, and how Lozy has been playing in week 1 all the way through to week 4, this creates so much, you know, dimensions to the gameplay that once he comes back in, I was expecting, oh man, Lozy's gonna be having a really, really head-on fight with Jay. But this just seems like a smash down, a slap down
yeah,
onto Flash.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Flash, if you go into the MVP very, very soon, right? Hades is back.
Yes.
Kurtizi is back. Bear, yeah, he's Papa Bear.
Papa Bear is just empowering the entirety of Flash. And of course, MVP goes over to Kurtizi. 8-0-8 is the scoreline in KDA. 89% kill participations all over the map. He's always doing that damage. And take a look at his itemizations. That's the DHS just to burn and give him enough percentage HP damage just to secure the kills.
Yeah, recently we're just seeing a lot of Kimmys, you know, picking up the DHS as well because yeah, it's just shred, especially when you're dealing with a lot of, like the likes of the Uranus, right? The likes of, you know, even Lancelots are also building at least a brute force breastplate to basically tank through some items as well. Yeah, but that's basically the trend. And of course, you know, from the side of Flash SG is that, truth to be told, from the get-go, from the first minute onwards, we entered this with a bit of a trepidation that Flash SG, you know, what kind of Flash are they, right?
Yeah.
But turns out, you know, they stabilize, and Kurtizi and Hades, I feel like they're back, right? They're really back, and I'm super happy about this duo again.
I think it's just competition lives at stake. They need to be able to perform this time around. They need this win to secure their victory and go over the playoffs, because if this if they lose this, they get relegated. It's not a good look for Flash SG. The reigning champions gets taken down, and it's headline news all around.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna be a lot of not say memes, but a lot of news will be revolving around that one, because right now, as we take a look at the item builds right here, Churros, it's just like what they pointed out, the DHS. If you look at the side of Kingdom Esports, Grant is unable to go into the Malefic Gun as well. Has to buy the Wind of Nature first, because, you know, the likes of Vanix is still outputting a lot of damage.
There's not a lot of support, especially if you have Drinsanity, you have Lozy in your vicinity. They fall before you even pop their weakness points, and that's how fast and how far ahead Flash SG is against Kingdom Esports. And itemizations aside, it was all down to execution. The mid lane duo of Flash SG was much faster, much more high damage dealing. As we move over the damage dealt, we'll be able to see Kurtizi having that high damage in the early game, moving through that late game, building up those stacks, and being a part of all these skirmishes that Hades set up.
And if I remember correctly, because of this particular game, Flash SG, I think, secured playoffs already. Just one game, because they're literally out of the woods as of yet. But of course, you know, Kingdom Esports on the other hand, they are not, because they, unless they 2-1, they will be relegated instead. And that's the only chance, right? For Kingdom Esports, in order for them to really stay in, well, not stay, but go to the playoffs, they need a 2-1 at the very least. And this is just the first game.
Yeah. Honestly, though, the trend that we're seeing all over today, we have RSG versus Absolute Zero, we have Ignite Gaming versus Evil. It's always a comeback mechanic for both teams, and I think this might be a pretty much a similar story, only if they're able to just break down the Flash's draft. And we've seen how Flash likes to play this around. They're always very aggressive. They always have a very good start into the game, and then the momentum really hits them in the hits, and then they falter a little bit in the later stages. But hopefully this time around they don't, and they ride that momentum and get that 2-0 victory for themselves.
Well,
and just secure the playoffs.
Well, Churros, if you want Team Flash fans to hate you, this is how you get Team
No,
Flash.
I'm just being realistic.
But yeah,
pulling up
there is
statistics.
a chance. There is a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Flash not out of the woods as of yet. I mean, technically they're already out of the woods already.
Yes.
But I feel like a lot more pressure on Kingdom Esports, right?
Yep.
Because there is a chance for them to get relegated, and the only way to basically stay in the playoffs is to get a 2-1.
Yeah, a lot of teams are hyping up Kingdom Esports as well. It's
I did.
very disappointing to see how far they have fallen throughout this entire series. Very great performance in week number 1, but slowly faltering down through all the way. And it just goes to show, like, MPL SG, we've seen this before in Season 8, Season 9, where teams are beating each other, and it's sort of like everybody's kryptonite.
Yeah, and I personally feel, right, knowing that, there is a bit of a small little break, I expect Kingdom Esports to scream non-stop. But same could be said about side of Flash, right? Yeah, the regular season is not exactly ideal in terms of their, their performance. I think they're gonna have to put a lot of work, to make this roster work.
I don't think it's down to each of the individual players. I think it's just warming up and understanding how your opponents like to play. And looking back at a lot of the other games that Kingdom Esports has been part of, they typically try to understand how their opponent likes to operate, how their opponents like to execute their game plan before going in and trying to get a much closer game just to match their tempo and speed.
Yep. Okay, we talk about, these two teams. Technically speaking, they're neck and neck, right?
Yes.
Remember, we set up that these two teams are basically, this is a very important match. Not only just for these two teams, it's also very important to Absolute Zero as well. If you want to compare these two teams in terms of their stats, in terms of performance, right? In terms of game win rate, Flash SG has a higher game win rate at 58%, right? Whereas Kingdom Esports have 45%. But at the same time, in terms of kill deaths count, average kill death, alright, Kingdom Esports actually fares better at 0.11, which means that Flash SG has been winning mostly via the macro plays. Same could be said, in terms of their average turtle takedowns, 1.83 versus 1.55. 1.83, of course, from the side of Flash SG. It shows that Flash SG is very strong in terms of the macro sense.
Math smash, percentage aside.
No, I need my...
It's all down to Alice. That's my personal take. If you got Alice, you win the games. Remember last time when you had Bruno wins games? Remember the era? Farsa wins games, Bruno wins games. Right now, you get the Alice, you get 100% win rate.
Yeah, like Farsa...
just today, it's picked, I think, 4 times, 100%.
Almost 100% pick
Almost 100%.
100% pick ban. I would say, because Alice is really, really strong in this particular patch right now, in my opinion.
We're already jumping in. There's going to be a lot of respect from either sides, and Kingdom Esports definitely, desperately needs this win going through. If not, they will be going to face their brethren in the community challenger bracket stage, and no one wants to be there. There's going to be a long day ahead.
This is going to be definitely a long day. We're going to take a look at the random map draw as I finally pull out the stats that I'm looking for. Alice 66% pick ban rate. Pick ban 24 times. Among all the games that we played today, all the games thus far, we played 36 games. The win rate, on the other hand, is a whopping 71%.
That's honestly very big. Out of all the games that they play, it's 24 games.
It's out of 10 games. Out of the 14 picks for this Alice, they won 10 games. That's a massive statement.
It's still a massive number, and it goes to show teams are starting to understand how to play Alice. And to be honest though, it's not very fair, because once they started the season, they picked up that Alice. They were still experimenting around, but right now they know how to build that Alice. They know how to play around this monster of an Abyssal Queen.
Yeah,
I think it's really highly contested between both sides.
I think it's just broken, right?
The TOR is just crazy. Once it gets in your face, you just keep healing everything back up, and it's so difficult to take down. No matter what hero you pick up, no matter what marksman you are, and once you build up the TORs, once you have the stun, it typically just heals Alice back up and deals so much damage back at you.
Yeah, the only way that you can beat the Alice, in my opinion, is, of course, apart from bringing the Shred, you also need to bring in a form of stun. Because if Alice tags onto everybody, like 5 members, she's almost unkillable because she's just absorbing all the HP bars.
Yeah, and the passive really changes a lot of the ways that
they
she
shifted
likes
the
to play.
ultimate into a passive.
All right, going into the bans, that last ban over the Flash, they might be able to open up the chip, but that changes the dimension of how Flash SG likes to play. So no more Grok in question. KE will ban out the Kalea, Phoveus, as well as the Grok. A lot of respect over to Jay and how he likes to operate and run his ship and run his crew over in this game. For that last ban, it will be the Angela, so chip is wide open for Flash SG to take or give up. Kingdom Esports would be able to snap pick up that Alice, but then Flash SG might be able to pick up something that is able to deal with that. CC is already banned out though, so the only viable option would be an R-Lot.
We're seeing a lot of CC bans recently because of the prioritization onto the
lane
Alice,
to lane,
right?
it's the EXP.
Yep, and now Kingdom Esports is going to snap pick Lancelot right out of the bat, forfeiting the Alice. Grinsanity not play. I don't think. I mean, he played a couple of games on this Alice, but I feel like they're not very. But Kingdom Esports feels like they're not very comfortable on that one.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pick up the Uranus once again, or even Esmeralda try to deny or having a decent neutral lane in the XP side and try to just start that rotation. Expanding Rivers will have a lot of impact for these high mobility EXP laners. And for a Bear, going into the Kimmy as well as the Gacha, leaving Alice open, so no one's prioritizing that right now.
Yeah, this is really surprising, right? Because we expect the
Guinevere or the Alice getting picked up right off the bat.
Exactly, right? Like Alice is usually surprisingly, Alice is not very high in priority for a blue 1 pick. It's actually a mostly red 1 pick. Because blue 1 pick is usually the Yushin Chin, the 1-1, and the Lancelot, and to a certain extent Kimmy, right? Yushin Chin, the highest one as of now, 9 times out of his pick rate as well.
Thank you, Jace GPT, for bringing up those stats. Okay, now I think for Kingdom Esports, the only issue was can Lawsy survive the skirmish? Because the way that Lawsy likes to play is just very sacrificial. He throws his body, tries to deny all these plays. So they want to pick up the Halos as well as the Alice. There's a lot of, thick, tanky, beefy boys that Kingdom Esports will like to play around right now. But Flash might have an answer for this. They given up the Alice. They should have an answer in the form maybe pick up the Moskov again, try to deny Kingdom Esports, or we can get Vanix carry again.
I think carry is so good right here for the side of Kingdom Esports. But we're seeing how carry, once you cut off her wings, especially when you start to root her in place, the Alice will be able to do a lot of damage against the carry, right? So is carry the good answer against Alice's? And technically speaking, you've got an AOG there to kind of lock the Alice down just a little bit more. And hopefully the traction balls will be there to basically kite. But, Alice is so annoying in this particular patch. But looking at this, I'm sensing, Flash may attempt another fighter gold lane this time around because of the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, you need a lot of burst damage to take Alice down. You need a lot of anti-heals. I think that's what the Kimmy is used for. You're able to just deny that heal and regeneration from that Alice right off the bat. But Alice just becomes a nuisance once she gets in your face. And I think that's something that Curtisi needs to handle on his own later on in the game during the execution phase. But going into the bans, I think the gold laners are still wide and open.
Moskov. I think Kingdom Esports kind of paid for that one. They left the Moskov open. So Farsa getting banned away from the side of Flash, which is okay. Not sure how the 1-1 would fare against the Alice.
No, unless you want to go Beatrix though. Back to basics is an old reliable hero. Just a
shred, high damage, bombs,
team fight, high ground,
everything. I still love my Beatrix.
I love my Beatrix too.
Kingdom Esports right now looking to ban. They could start targeting onto Moskov. And they could also start targeting onto Guinevere because Guinevere once again fulfills the conditions of Flash SG's win con, right? Not root down the Alice, then we deal with this Alice.
Yep. Okay, we'll lock down the Guinevere, so no more Guinevere for Hades this time around. Pairs up very well with the Gatsu Gacha as well. You get the AOG into the Violet Rec Room, into the Spatial Migration, whatever you have you, and then you just jump in from the sidelines with the Lapu Lapu. I think the difference in factor right now is the first pick Alice over the side of the Kingdom Esports, and now Flash SG has to find a way to deal with that. I think Lapu Lapu might be the answer for Bear, and he's been playing really well in the previous games. It's just, can he deal with that much damage? The Odette gets banned out, which is interesting. Which is interesting. We haven't seen FMN with the... we've seen FMN and Odette once in the first week, if I remember correctly.
Nope, he hasn't played Odette before. He hasn't played Odette before. Yep, sorry about that. Yeah. But I still feel Odette is definitely a good combo alongside with Alice, so that's why Kingdom Esports take that away. There's also the high loss, the glorious pathway slows down everybody. Now it's very hard for you to really get away. Interesting ban on the Arkai though. Oh, you'll be able to push away the Alice as well. That is actually very interesting. I haven't seen a team actually use the Arkai against the Alice before.
Yeah, they're drafting around the Alice, and this is really interesting, right? Like a lot of teams prioritize Alice, try to draft around Alice, keep Alice safe. They don't really have any anti-regeneration or anti-CCs right now. Possibly, though, could you go for Lunox in the mid side? At least you have that much damage and a little bit more iframes to get out of the way.
Right now it's just... all boils down to this right now. Team Flash, always very scary when it comes to red sign picks, but I think in terms of coaching style or drafting style of Adamir compared to Zaze or even to a certain extent of Zarate, Adamir is more head-on in terms of the draft. There you go. Vanix, cat's out of the bag. They're going to go for a Grandeur Vanix as well. Vanix also used to play a lot of Grandeur in the past few seasons, but now, finally he's going to be able to replay that Grandeur once again. Vanix played the Grandeur once and won with it. He's been playing a lot. He's been doing a lot of side questing for Vanix, right? Lapu Lapu, the Bane. Lapu Lapu, 3 games on Lapu Lapu, 1 Ruby as well. So he's been playing a lot. He's been on the side quest.
Actually, if Kingdom Esports picks up the Bane here on the side on Gold Lane, that might be interesting as well. You got full-on zone of control and a lot of burst damage.
The high loss glorious pathway as well. That's also a very interesting point. Now it's going to be...
that's the Lunox, that's the Lunox
Gold Lane. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking Lunox in either mid lane for the side of Kingdom Esports, but it's going to be the Cho in the Gold Lane instead, right? It makes the most sense out of this.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, FMM, Lunox, Cho Gold Lane. I never liked this Cho Gold Lane thing. Still not a big fan of it as of yet.
Still hit and miss for either side. I think Jay could very well go for a chip here. No. Gatsu is already picked up.
Expanding River is such a good... true. I mean, chip is a good idea, but unfortunately, Gato Contra is already selected.
Unless you want Fredrin, just play it safe.
Fredrin is okay.
Hayabusa.
Okay.
Not a lot of targets, though. Like, you want to go target onto Lunox's Brilliance away. You want to target onto Lancelot, able to get the iframes out of the way. Unless there's a particular playstyle that Hades likes to go for, which is early game aggression, and then just leading towards that late game. But that being said, if KE is able to survive the first 12 minutes, then Alice will be a very huge threat for the entirety of Flash SG's draft.
Now, Grant on Cho. I mean, we've seen Cho as gold lanes, right? We saw Seiji, we saw it on, I believe that was another gold lane. Hold on. Silas, right?
Yes. Seiji...
Oh, sorry, Ven. I mean, Cho gold lane is a new flavor that I wasn't expecting. Still not a massive fan. I feel like right now you're gonna give Grandeur a lot more territory, right? Now he's gonna just outrange you. He's gonna output more damage onto you. And what can you do? Jit Kundo, and then after that Shinpo right into Rhapsody, and then after that, what can you do next, right? So I think what Kingdom Esports may be looking to do is to go to level 4, and then after that we start winning these clashes. Right, we're gonna have to take a look, ladies and gents. A lot at stakes right here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Flash SG takes a 2-0. Kingdom Esports unfortunately has to be relegated all the way down. There is a chance for Kingdom Esports to basically stay in the playoffs, and the only way is to basically hit a 2-1. And it all starts perhaps with this particular game for a reverse sweep churros.
Very tricky situation for Kingdom Esports. Right now, they do have, I would feel like their draft is much more airtight. Like, there's nothing that could go wrong. It's a sort of like a brain dead draft. You go in with Insanity, then you layer in with either Grant or Lawsy, and then just come on in with FMM's Darkness and just melt everyone down. So a little bit more of a easy to execute draft from Kingdom Esports. It's just down to how fast they are able to reach their power spikes and core potential. For Flash SG though, they do have a game plan with the Hayabusa. I think it's just comfortable for Hades to play this around, but there's not a lot of targets unless he plays it very aggressively, tries to build all these stacks.
Yeah, case in point, Vanix is definitely going to have a good time against Grant, right? And Hayabusa also brings another dimension in the way that I can also start going for iframes to outplay the Alice and also start hard pushing on the side lanes. But if you take a look at Bear on the Lapu Lapu against an Alice, it's not doing right ideal, but interesting build. First, Insanity going for the Molten Core first, skipping the boots.
Yeah, I think that's how it is when a lot of teams are playing around expanding rivers, because you don't really have to have that boots to match the speed and tempo. All you need is basically the river to come online and get you that draft so you can move faster. So, Hades, right in the midst.
Does have the quad shadow right now. TOR will not be able to catch it. Whoa! Catches onto Hades first, but given up side of Losey as Turtle goes in the hand for the side of Yon.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Insanity, there's no way that you can falter. Once you have that Alice in question, all you have to do is wait for the right target, wait for the right angle, read your opponents properly, and then use your TOR, lock them all down, and the rest of Kingdom Esports can just follow up. And the power of Cho in the expanding rivers in the gold lane, once you clear that wave, you're immediately going into the fray and joining in those team fights. So yes, Vanix can have a winning lane, but Grant's core objective is just to clear that lane, try to delay Vanix from as much as he can, and take a look at his EXP, a little bit higher than how Vanix is right now, but he's rotating towards that neutral objectives.
The turtle, I think that's a turtle difference, and also that turtle differences, I would say. Vanix was unable to find the snipe onto Grant. For now, lets him back off. I think a lot more emphasis should be placed onto Vanix, the gold laner as well. He's definitely going to be very important and vital to gun down Losey and also Insanity.
We're slowing things down just a little bit. 60 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. Doesn't look like Hades has a lot of options. But here comes Vanix, heading a lot of hits onto Lawsy, but able to use the Glorious Pathway to get out of the way.
Still nothing to be tagged on, but a big investment coming outside of Team Flash. Kizzy Granger also starting to gather. Don't forget, the Granger and also Kimi is a very good one-more combo that's been used. And also somebody to test the time. Losey finally getting assassinated by Hades. That's a good pick-off for the side of Team Flash.
Just wrong place, wrong time. Down the dot bush, wing onto that Lord. So Lawsy's going to spawn up just in time for the Lord. But Flash SG, that's a little bit of a consolation prize for them. So right now we're in a pretty much of stalemate kind of situation where Kingdom Esports is not too far ahead, with Flash SG able to just speed farm themselves up just to match the economy that Kingdom Esports has.
Right now, we are looking to go to the mid part of the game. Right now, mid part of the game, Kingdom Esports does have a bit more priority. Insanity built already his first item. The second turtle is going to be very important for Flash, but Kingdom Esports does have a bit more priority, unfortunately.
Starting off with this turtle. FMM and Yon in position already.
Nice kick onto Hades. Hades will be able to get on the way. Goes to the shadow kill. Takes away the turtle for himself. And the AOG from the side of Jay will be able to land that smack into Kingdom Esports. But Kingdom Esports does have the Tor. But Tor doesn't look very scary at all. Insanity limps away.
The damage that Bear is bringing down. Down goes FMM. But Flash SG waiting for the right time. Waiting for Bear to come online and dealing and pushing everyone back with the bravest fighter. So really good call by Bear.
Man, and not only just that, right? Flash SG cracks open mid lane, takes the turtle, a double whammy. Don't forget, Kingdom Esports should have priority in that fight. It's gone.
High expectations for this Alice play, but then again, Flash SG, they found cracks, they found chinks in the armor, and they're ramping up the tempo. They're having to slow it down. Flash SG are slowly, desperately farming up. My eyes are on Bear. He's already not even having his War Axe, but the damage is really starting to hurt. Vanix has also built up 2 core items. He's got
Sky Piercer.
He's got a Hunter Strike. He's got a Sky Piercer. He's building up his stacks. He's 2-0-2.
Yeah, I think he should probably have 1 stack for now, but this is absolutely wonderful for Flash SG. Attraction Pulse coming coming out from Curtizi, burning down Lozy. The High Lots doesn't look very scary anymore. The big sword from the side of Bear slaps onto FMM.
Look at the top side though. That's Hades against Drinsanity. It's
Doesn't really require
one-on-one.
to.
Doesn't really matter.
Yep.
But now Flash SG ramping up the tempo. They're going into the purple buff. They're trying to delay Yawn's time.
Glorious Pathway coming in, but don't forget Lozy's down low already, getting shredded by the side of damage
Are you
from
gonna
the
Alice?
side of the TOR coming in as well. AOG for the side of J to basically peel. Bear picking up Lozy already, and now he's
what's
looking for more. Hades goes on for Grand as Vanix picks up a stack. Jinsanity, the Alice doesn't look scary anymore, heroes.
Where is the damage coming from for Flash SG? Out of all odds, we thought Drinsanity coming through.
Wait.
A brain dead play. But then again,
Why is Alice doesn't look scary anymore?
it's just melting to the hands of Hades.
I don't understand.
Was it Bear just denying them? He was right on top 3 members of Flash SG, locking all of them down. But Kingdom Esports should have that damage coming through. They have FMM with the burst damage from the Lunox. They should have a lot of damage coming in from Yawn as well. But it's not coming into fruition. It's not coming to show. And Flash SG again dominating in this game.
Like I said, Flash, they're thieves, they're rogues. They find small little gaps in the armor, they stab right into Kingdom Esports. They snuck into the castle, opened the gate, and Flash SG cracks it open. And now Kingdom Esports, I don't know how they're gonna recover from this one because Grand, FMM, where's the damage coming from the side of Kingdom Esports?
They don't really have a lot of late game scaling potential. Yes,
Exactly.
FMM will come through, but Granger scales much harder, especially paired up with the Kimmy. You lock everyone down in place. You got a non-committal traction pulse or ultimate just
we
to
go.
pull everyone in.
Man.
Now they're starting things up.
Hades, back to
backside.
the Insanity a little bit. Nice stun for the side of Kimi for now as Kingdom Esports defend, but they are definitely not out of the woods as of yet. Their woods, the jungle is not safe against Flash SG.
Hades again stealing away the purple buff from the hands beyond. They're going. Jay is trying to tease Kingdom Esports just a little bit. They're opening up the rest of that map. That's 60 seconds until the Lord spawns out for this game.
Yep.
It does look like Flash SG has a much harder hand to play against. There's 4,700 gold lead that Flash SG has. Taking a lot of optimizations. It's still even Stevens. There's all core items across for Flash SG, but Kingdom Esports slowly but surely building things up. Yes, the glowing one is built up for FMM, but it's not enough to burst everyone down. Where is the sustain coming from?
Man, also
That's BOD for Hades as well.
exactly, and to spell even more trouble, Vanix already secured a Malefic gun. Good item prioritization onto that one first because High Loss is the main person to deal with, even with Blade armor and also Dreadnought armor, going for anti-Kuras very, very soon. Vanix is already shredding. Curtizi's damage is basically uncontested.
Smash traction pulse, Insanity
Looking for
in the
a
midst of
TOR
fray.
as well. You can see Flash SG as if nothing sticks onto them. Jinsanity unable to land a good TOR.
They're healing everything back up once again. All they have is the revitalize from Jay. They need to take control of that top lane, not long lane. Hades is there for backup, but at the end of the day, the 4 members of Flash SG are dealing so much damage.
Okay, nice kick right there, but the angle doesn't connect onto Hades, and now it's just the members from the side of Kingdom Esports back to square one, right?
Yep, purple buff. Over the side of Flash SG, Yawn struggling to get into position. They're way too far behind. Purple buff already secured. By Vanix though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good denial, right? It means that, you know, Yawn is definitely going to be slightly behind in terms of the EXP. Right now, I don't think Kingdom Esports has the confidence to step into Team Flash. Traction Pulse, catching onto Lozy. Lozy goes down 2. Pathway, not good enough to save him. Yawn getting zoned out by Curtizi, and that's not a good looking. If your Yawn is Grand, single-handedly, raw-doggedly focusing onto the bottom lane turret instead.
The power of expanding rivers brings them from the Lord Pit down to the bottom side, try to secure and take down Grand, try to deny his approach towards their base. And here comes Vanix as well, trying to make a beeline towards Grand to take that Cho down. And then again, Kingdom Esports are just playing 4-on-1. Grand is left all alone to his own devices.
What is this? Grand buying some time? Grand is getting shredded. There's no way to escape. This one is Yawn. Down low, unfortunately. He goes back! AOG SG to
That was
Law and
beautiful.
Order onto Hades as well. FMM will be able to shut down Hades for now. And now Flash SG looking for a bit of a revenge. The
Here comes Curteasy from the side.
onto 2. And Curteasy pick up a killing spree. FMM, the only survivor left from Kingdom Esports.
They're forcing the situation. T3 top tower
Is that it?
already decimated. They still have the Lord in question. Grant is coming up. FMM still alive though. He's trying to buy some time, but it's not enough. They're focusing on the core,
As
and they
Flash
don't
SG
care.
will be able to 2-0 kick the Kingdom Esports down. And this is not good looking, but very good looking for Flash SG. They're back to business.
Against all odds, against all our expectations, Flash SG again shows us why they are the reigning champions.
Flash SG kick Kingdom Esports down to the challenger brackets. It's a perfect score for Flash SG, Churros. Man, Flash is back! Sorry.
I sense your enthusiasm. I love it.
Uh-huh.
But then again, it's
I
a
have to
bittersweet moment. It's a bittersweet moment in
It is.
competition. A lot of teams
It
were
is.
actually hyping up Kingdom Esports, and it's just so. I think it's sad just to see the state that they're in. I really thought it was a close match, but Flash SG really dominating. There's no way to sugarcoat this. They were just stepping on top of Kingdom Esports. They're crushing their kingdom, their citadel into the ground.
And it's just Alice. They got the Alice. They got a prior pick, right? And Vanix, you know, it feels like Vanix is more, it feels like after today, I can safely say Vanix is definitely more confident.
the god is back.
The Lord Vanix is back.
The resurrection of Lord. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know, right? And feels like Vanix is more comfortable on a marksman, right? Because
Yeah.
if you notice, Team Flash has been forcing fighters onto Vanix, and Vanix after a while, Flash SG cannot output the damage. There you go.
Yeah.
They are back.
You know what's the ethos? Don't try anything new. Don't try anything fancy. Just stick to what you know. Stick to what you're comfortable with. Let's stick to the MVP. That is Curteasy again with a perfect game. 3-0-8 on this Kimmy. Everywhere on that map. Solo killing down the bottom side with Grant. And he is just taking it one step at a time with the traction pulses. Hitting everything. He's also selling his equipments at the end of the game. I think he's definitely got so much more in his pocket.
He did.
But
he
he's
did.
just giving a sign, sending a message over the kingdom.
Yeah, he's, you know, Curteasy is this cold hard killer in the mid lane, right? He's wielded the Martyrs mid before, and you know he is definitely back. It feels like this is a reunion. I mean, if you're Flash SG fans, you will definitely have more confidence in them already, because week 2, week 1. They've been taking several L's, and you know, Adamir is like whipping them back into shape, and this is the shape they are in.
It still boggles my mind. Like, Jinsani comes in with the Tor. Kingdom Esports has so much damage. FMM jumps in as well, but at Flash SG is just healing everything back up. I'm looking at their emblems. I'm looking at how they're able to sustain through every single one of these big hitting AoEs. And you got the Festival of Blood. That's the only thing that's right there. Maybe Vanix has the killing spree, so it keeps him up just a little bit more. But then it's not an. I feel like the draft-wise, Kingdom Esports has a upper hand, and I echo you 100%. I don't think the Cho in the gold lane does a lot.
Unless you're Seiji.
It has a lot of value though.
Unless you're Seiji in the late games, you're able to isolate homing missile, target prioritization. Your mechanics are there to focus down and trade yourself like a saber. But after that, you know, you trade gold lane for gold lane. What's the point?
Yeah.
Right. You do need even more damage into your other kit. And I personally feel that I feel like right now Kingdom Esports is still exploring the meta, in my opinion, because I'm really not a massive fan on the Cho gold lane, unless you're really good, like a Seiji, like Seiji.
I think it's just the context. Like you're playing on a professional level. You're bound to have some jitters, especially for all of this. But at the end of the day, though, I think for Kingdom Esports, it is really, really sad, because looking at the statistics, Kingdom Esports is relegated down. They're coming back tomorrow. They're playing best of ones all the way through in a sort of like a pseudo playoff bracket down in the challenger bracket stage. They need to be able to reset tonight and come back tomorrow morning and just drive on again.
Yeah. It's a tall order. but Kingdom Esports, this is exactly why I was talking about, right? Like, it looks good on theory,
Yeah.
but it doesn't work out in the end.
Yeah.
And it's just going to show that, sometimes theory looks good, but if the numbers doesn't check out, the execution doesn't check out, we're back. You have to go back to the drawing board, unfortunately.
Yeah. I was honestly like, for looking at the heroes for Flash SG, I'm looking at like how Hayabusa might be able to work out. There wasn't any target that he could have onto Kingdom Esports, but he performs so well, being empowered by Curtizi.
And by the way, fun fact, as we go into the highlights, that game earlier just now was the shortest game of MPL Singapore thus far.
How
10 minutes
long
42.
I don't even realize it because it felt like a late game.
Yeah,
came
it
so
does.
early.
It does. It ended very early on. I mean, that could explain why Curtizi only had 2 items, because it was that fast. And the longest game still goes over to 25 minutes. RG Singapore versus Kingdom Esports.
I would have thunk that Flash SG or Kingdom Esports might be able to drag out this game at least 15 minutes, and we said this over 2 games. If they are able to make it last through that late game, that past 15-minute mark, Kingdom Esports might have a chance to come back into it. But Flash SG is just way too far ahead in both of these games, showing dominant performances in both of these 2 series. It's just difficult if you're a Kingdom Esports fan, if you have a lot of expectations for that. Oh, this is the earlier team fight. You got a TOR, but Flash SG, they're not even getting tickled. There's no damage at all.
No, I think the problem is FMM. Yeah, that was a good darkening.
FMM was following up. Look at that.
Yeah, it was falling a little bit behind, but the damage from Flash is a little too much. Don't forget, if a Grandeur is such a very high momentum, it's a very snowbally kind of hero, right? So, which means that you do need some form of way to stop or match that snowball. Well, you don't want to you don't want to be a neutral on neutral ground with a Grandeur, because Grandeur could farm energy and stack.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, I mean, it didn't go very long. Shortest game of MPL SG so far, and last game, very fitting for the last game of MPL SG, and still, it really goes to show how far Flash SG is with this kind of expectations.
Yeah, and finally we get to see a bit of a revival. Haha.
Yes,
you get my point, Phoenix. Yeah, a bit of a revival from the side of Team Flash as well. Exactly like what we want to see, right? They haven't been really like really been performing in regular season, and now they're finally able to show. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, I feel like there's a lot of things they've got to work on. I feel like Drinsanity, and not only just Drinsanity, I feel like the main damage dealers from the side of Kingdom Esports, FMM, and also to FMM and Grant, I think there's a bit of a disconnect right there. You expect Drinsanity and FM and also Grant to basically hold the lane just a little bit, but the Alice don't feel anything from this particular Alice.
Yeah, I was really psyched when Kingdom Esports actually picked that up. I was expecting a lot of big plays, like I was just thinking of how Yuta did it with Ignite Gaming. But this time around, I think it just empowered Flash, if anything else. Once you get that set up, Flash just pummels through. Hey, no more big ultimates, no more big CCs, and they just pummel through one step at a time. And the power of Flash's draft is really the Granger Kimmy combo.
That's right.
And you have like the front hitting waves. Curtizi was also very smart in how he likes to play it. He comes in from that side flanks to take someone down with him. So I think he's just a very smart player, and I think Flash, I'm looking forward to them finally having their stride, getting their momentum, and moving into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Requiring that momentum. And speaking of momentum, let's take a look at the finalized team standing. Mind you, ladies and gents, this is locked in. Means that you got Evo, Flash SG, Ignite Gaming, and Absolute Zero going in. Don't need to pass go, bypass jail. You go straight to the playoffs. Congratulations for these 4 teams. However, Kingdom Esports and RG Singapore have to pass through go. Have to pass through, maybe jail a little bit if you are on the Monopoly terms. They need to go down to the challenger bracket where more challenges awaits them. 4 more teams are looking to secure their slot in the playoffs, and immediately when they secure a slot into the playoffs, they go into MPL Singapore Season 11.
Yeah, we're going to bring up the playoffs really quickly, but the fight is not over for Kingdom as well as RSG. Although they're relegated down into the challenger bracket stage, they still might have a chance, but it's a long shot. The community teams, they're coming through. If you're following our socials, if you're following all of our our online medias, you'll be able to see who exactly is coming back. And this is going to be really exciting for all of us.
Yep. And it feels like we do have some of the brackets ready up. And there you go. Here are the challenger brackets, Churros. Right off the back, eyes on Team Stallions SG. All right?
Yes,
This
sir.
is the team that you really have to look out for.
I would say Team Stallions SG, for all of you uninitiated, they are the classic RSG team.
Yeah, and don't forget, it's a best of 3 all across the board. You've also got it's a double eliminations as well, and 2 slots left for the start of the playoffs all the way into MPL Singapore Season 10. All eyes definitely on, Team Stallions SG. Whether Kingdom Esports survive, whether RSG Singapore gets to stay in the playoffs, all will be revealed tomorrow.
Oh, this is... I am going to be keeping you company with Abstract. This is going to be a very long game. I thought it was a BO1. Last season it was a BO1, but now it's a BO3 for every single game. So I'm counting the number of games that we are playing tomorrow.
And am I at you? Let me add something
7
for you.
times best of 3. If everything goes 2-1, which I think might be possible, that's 21 games.
Yeah, by the way, Kings SG also making a comeback, by the way.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, so definitely different roster if I remember, if I see correctly. But yeah, as we take a look at tomorrow's schedule right there,
7 games.
You go. We're going to start at 10 o'clock, my good sir.
Good luck to me and Abstract. We're going to keep you company. We're going to have fun. We're bringing back the Short Kings. I'm not going to say that. But, okay. Tomorrow is going to be super long. And I say this because...
It is a marathon.
Technically, you got 7 games, right? You best of 3s. If we play 3 games every single series, it's going to be 21 games. I think that might be the longest one I've ever been a part of. Looking excited for I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm coming in. I think we got IT to keep me company. We have I've already got 3 bottles on the table.
Please send these casters, and not only just casters as well. Send these teams as much IT as possible because they need that sugar high. It is going to be a long day, not only just for our casters as well.
You see, we have flies all around. They're also hungry for IT.
They're also very long. It's also a very long day for the players as well. But with that said, ladies and gents, it is a banger of a seeded stage as well. A huge shout out for IT since we're on the topic as well, because without IT, there's not enough energy for us to go. We've got 5 cups on the desk right here. We need more, and of course, show them some love as well. Shout out to IT as well for helping us stay alive especially for the past few weeks, and especially for tomorrow. It's going to be very important.
Tomorrow, I'm going to drink a lot of IT just to stay awake all the way through this. But huge shout out to our gaming chair partner as well, DX Racer, keeping us company. I was just sitting here all the way through. I mean, this is only 3 games for today. Tomorrow is going to be a very long day as well. And thankfully, DX Racer is here to keep me company.
It is very comfortable.
It is.
Like, usually, Churros and I, we are standing. We love standing when we cast, right?
I prefer standing.
But I don't know why my butt is glued to the chair all day.
That is true.
Very comfortable.
He never left this area. I can attest for that, and I think players can attest for that too.
And with that said, of course, a huge shout out as well to the rest of our organizers and sponsors as well. Once again, a huge shout out. This is MPL Singapore Season 10, powered by Moontan and also Pulse Nova Entertainment. Of course, we already shout out IT, presenting partner IT. Shout out to our official gaming chair partner, DX Racer. Don't forget to follow them on Instagram. They've got something juicy as well. And of course, thank you very much to our partner in Esports Future Living, Singapore Esports Association as well. My name is Jace. This is Churros. We'll be signing off. See you tomorrow, because tomorrow will be a long day, and of course, it's going to be the very exciting Challenger bracket. We'll see you tomorrow.